stay inside. I see the raving lights, stay on a faded vibe. Never wasting time, 1, 2 check on the mic. Yeah, it's about to go down, it's about to get live. Day and night, could never stay inside. I see the raving lights, stay on a faded vibe. Never wasting time, 1, 2 check on the mic.
Welcome back to yet another exciting month of the Brawl Stars Championship. We're kicking off the second month of the summer split, where points gained are double. With such high stakes in mind, let's do a quick recap on what happened last month. The Japanese rivalry continues in East Asia between Zeta Division and Reject. Zeta Division laid 3-0s in their path to the Grand Finals, while Reject also found their way there, dropping only one set to Frenzy Gaming. With double points in mind, Reject hit their stride, as they swiftly took the first 2 sets, aiming for the third. But just when we thought all hope was lost, Zeta Division bounced back, proving that they're the better team with a reverse sweep.
No way to stop Zeta Division from completing the reverse sweep, the three-peat!
That led to Zeta Division furthering their lead in points on the leaderboard, poised for the World Finals, and with Reject following behind. In EMEA, the most unexpected has happened. Humble, nowhere in sight on the monthly finals bracket, and SK Gaming getting knocked out in the quarterfinals, all thanks to Team Heretics.
They know that they have it, they pass it over to Lamanta Sashimi slash flies in the air. It doesn't matter. Team Heretics have done the unthinkable. They eliminate SK Gaming.
Team Heretics took a 3-0 against SK Gaming, a well-fought 3-2 against Inner Circle, and made their way to the Grand Finals. On the other side of the bracket, we have Foot Esports, winning decisive victories against Bound by Oath and Novo Esports. It was a well-fought Grand Finals, but alas, Team Heretics, the Titan Slayer, became the eventual champions.
Be Team Heretics that gets the win! They are your monthly final champions!
This gave Team Heretics a huge boost in their standings on the leaderboard. And though Foot Esports got second place, that gave them enough points to be on top of the leaderboard. The South American region went a little bit less hectic than we're all used to, with SK Kalalis SA putting on a great performance, winning 3-1 to both Dropayados FA and Alpha 7 Esports.
Have been able to make this happen spectacularly so, and they are in the Grand Finals.
But even they couldn't stop the Brawl Cup usurpers, Loud. Loud came back better than ever, laying 3-0s on their way to the Grand Finals and won another 3-0 against SK Kalalis SA, crowning them the June monthly finals champions.
Throws up the pin, the spins, Loud with a flawless streak. Not a single set loss to become your South American champions.
This victory gave Loud a lead of more than 60 points ahead of SK Kalalis SA. It won't be a long shot to say that it's very likely we'll be seeing them in the World Finals this year. Last but definitely not least, we have North America, and with it, Tribe Gaming, as they came back with a vengeance after their Brawl Cup performance, laying 3-0s against New Heights Gaming and Space Station Gaming.
Circling around the right, looking for the kill on Sands. Tribe Gaming ahead by a 7-star margin, and they're going to the Grand Finals once again.
With their rediscovered confidence, they waited for their challenge, who is none other than their NA counterpart, Elevate. Elevate put up a great performance, dropping only one set in their games against Eternal and Team Electros. In the Grand Finals, Elevate seemed to be hitting their stride, with great drafts on top of great plays, and it shows, as they defeated Tribe Gaming 3-0.
This corner, and he goes down! It's all down to Zeus, and he's going to go into the gas. Elevates have already gone and done it! Your monthly final champions for June!
This victory boosted Elevate's points to be only 16 points away from Tribe Gaming. Although Tribe Gaming is still currently on top, they have a lot to do if they want to keep it that way. And that's our roundup for the previous monthly finals. It seems that with double points at stake, a lot of teams are threatening the regional titans for their spot in the World Finals. It's gonna be spectacular, and you won't want to miss it.
We had a wild start to the year. First was the spring split that pushed every team to the limit, racing towards the Brawl Cup. Here, some regions surprised the world, while others fell short. But nothing's decided. Not yet. The next chapter begins now with the summer split. Starting now, the points are doubled. It's all or nothing. Every region, every match, every second counts.
Someone do it! He's got it! Won't be enough to get the kill!
Who will qualify for the World Finals? Who will get a second chance in the last chance qualifiers? Here in the Summer Split is where you get those answers. So lock in, dial up, let's brawl!
I hope you are having an awesome day, and if not, maybe we can help turn that around. It's time for the North America July monthly finals. Tribe and Elevate have their world's spot almost locked. Space Station are clinging to that third, but they've got 3 hungry teams breathing down their necks. STMN, Pioneers and Electros all separated by just 30 points. Every win today could be the one that sends a team to Worlds or leaves them watching from the sidelines this fall. So grab a snack, kick back, and let's dive into what could be the most important NA monthly final of the whole season. Joining me today are the ever insightful and endlessly entertaining Reddy, Kenny, and Ark. Fellas, we've got some upsets waiting to happen, and yes, maybe even another Tribe versus Elevate finale. Are you ready for a round 5?
I'm definitely ready for the 5P. I feel like it so could happen. It would be so entertaining to see them face there again. But we did have a major change last month. It was actually Elevate that took the win over Tribe. Tribe actually got taken down again in the qualifiers leading up into this month, but we'll touch on that later.
I think this is the first month as well where change could come in terms of the grand finals. Our predictions, I think, are going to be a spicy one today.
The first month where things could change? Well, looking at the meta that has been played over the course of the last weekend and yesterday as well, not that many things have changed. Lumi is still at the top here with a 67% win rate. And yeah, Reddy, even the nerfs haven't hurt her too badly.
The audacity to ask whether she's almost balanced. Let's do some math real quick. She was picked 18 times and banned 32 times last month. That's a vast majority of presence in every single match. And across those 18 picks, she still won 67% of the time. So that's 12 sets that she won and only 6 that she lost. So the answer to the question, is she almost balanced? No! That's not balanced at all. She's still crazy good. And I expect the same thing to be true this month.
To try and make her a bit more balanced, we even gave her a new hypercharge. That helped, certainly, right? Well, let's have a look at this region in specific, because as I mentioned before, it's a very tight race for that third world final slot, Kenny.
14 points separate Tribe Gaming and Elevate, which has been the teams that have made the grand finals every single month. And that next cluster that you entered at the top, Space Station Gaming, Pioneers, SSG, and now a newer one in Team Electros alongside Stamina, looking mighty good as well, I might add. I think Team Electros are one of the scariest teams out there in North America right now.
Certainly a team I have my eye on today, as they're going to be facing off in our 4th quarterfinal match versus Tribe Gaming. They're on the bottom side of the bracket. But starting from the top, it's going to be Elevate versus Pioneers. That's how we're kicking things off. Then Eternal versus Space Station Gaming. And third, STMN versus Prodigy Esports. This is going to be a real interesting day. A lot of things could switch around in terms of who is going to the last chance qualifier here in North America.
The distance that Tribe has put between themselves and the other teams has shrunk a little bit in the last month. I'm still kind of hoping for another shakeup this month as well. It would be the 5th time in a row we have the same finals in the monthly finals going on between Tribe and Elevate. And let's see what we all are saying about those first 4 matches we're looking at today. Ready? We seem to be pretty much in unison. We just go with the stats, still with the tried and tested. I at least just went with the obvious choices here, but you seem to be an early investor in Prodigy.
Yeah, you know how like Bitcoin used to be $10 and now it's like almost 100,000? So that's how I feel about Prodigy Esports. I'm just trying to get in early. It also seems that Kenny is here with me on Electros having the potential to take down Tribe, except we also predicted with our actual vote, Kenny, this is going to be a real tight one today.
If they're going to have me pose like that for predictions pictures, I'm going to throw a wrench in things at least once a day. I mean, it just is what it is. I think Tribe should be favorites in the matchup, but Team Electros have been phenomenal in scrims, have been on the up, and the eye test for me, they have certainly passed. Obviously, Tribe have made it to every single monthly finals, not disputing that, but I do believe in this Team Electros squad today, so I went with my heart a little bit.
It's always very hard to do those predictions, especially when heart and mind sometimes doesn't say the same thing, but you'll have to do it. Head over to event.brawlstars.com right now because you can earn Pro Pass XP, not for that cold skin that was last season. We have a brand new season going on, a brand new Pro Pass. Now you can work towards that possessed Dynamite skin. Also, of course, some more other little treats if you just answer the trivia and the MVP votes, and of course the votes for your favorite teams in the first few matches. And we want to head right into the first one of today. It's quarterfinal number 1. It's Elevate versus Pioneers. Ready?
Oh, this is going to be so awesome. Elevate, man, they've looked indomitable. They've made it to the grand finals every single month, but only last month they finally managed to take a win. And that was over Tribe Gaming, and get this, it was a 3-0. They totally swept them. Patchy, Diego Gamer, and Evex, they are looking like a strong squad, but you may know that they are missing a member this month.
It's going to be Coach Patchy jumping in. Vegeta, of course, off in another country right now, still competing in Brawl Esports, still with this squad, just from a distance for now. So it's going to be Patchy, Diego Gamer, and Vex competing here this month. And obviously a well-equipped squad as well. No matter what combination of players have shown up for Elevate, they've definitely performed.
And now with that new yet old player at their side, they know Patchy and Patchy knows the roster. Of course, we wanted to have a little look behind the scenes. We had the chance to sit down with Diego Gamer.
All the team do the draft together, forget a good comp, but yeah, we have 3 main drafters, that is Vegeta, Lotus, and Patchy. They do the last decision, but everyone on the team do the comp and try to give the best suggestions. But I think we have a really good player like is Patchy for sub Vegeta in these 2 months, and I think we can secure a spot on Worlds with this team and do this work.
Vegeta officially announced himself as FA in East Asia, but he's not officially leaving Elevate. Thanks. Is that true, Reddy? Is he still on the team?
He's still on the team, and we'll have him back in that maid outfit soon enough. Do not despair, everyone. You may have also seen some of the fan art on Twitter. I haven't seen anything like that since, I believe, Juan Carlos in the kit incident. But he did tell me to say, quote, he and Niwa took Melty to double match point with 2 semi-pro Koreans on his back with no Wi-Fi, so he gets some aura back for not qualifying. So he doesn't want y'all to think that he lost his touch because he didn't qual in East Asia.
I'm sure he's still with them, at least mentally, and as Diego Gamer just mentioned, he's also the one to draft. I wouldn't be too surprised if he was still in VC with the boys. On the other side of things, we have a team that can still fight for that last World Final slot. As mentioned, there are 4 teams that are only 30 points apart, Kenny. It's Space Station Gaming, Pioneers, STMN, and Team Electros.
Yeah, KCP in this second tier of points right now and really fighting for that 3rd world final spots. At different times of the year, they've hung on to it, but right now they need some wins. And unfortunately for them, a little stumble in the upper bracket of the qualifiers has landed them here. And of course, due to luck of the draw, they are now playing against Elevate. So a win here against the 4-time grand finalist is necessary.
We have 3 incredible players on that roster, all of them very experienced, yet they don't have the success so far that they were hoping for this year. We also had the chance to sit down with them. Let's hear it from Sulan.
I would say we probably all equally talk the most to motivate each other to try to come back from an 0-2 scenario. Recently, I think I haven't done a good job, but hopefully in this next monthly final, if we're down 0-2, I'll talk more to motivate us and maybe get the reverse sweep. The player on the team that's probably the most serious in scrims is me. I'm probably... Every time we lose, I try to figure out how to get better and how we lost and try to fix that so it doesn't happen again. I'm probably the most that gets tilted in the scrims too, so definitely me the most serious for scrims. I think recently for the monthly finals and everything, the person that works the hardest is probably Fade. I feel like he's on literally every day and he's on before us. He's the first person to wake up on the team, so I'd say probably Fade.
Pioneers are in a bit of a rough spot, just missing out on that 3rd and final world final slot for an A. Kenny, you feel like they can still catch up to the other 3, or will they lose their minor lead they still have to STMN and Team Electros today?
I definitely think they've got him in them. Obviously, this is a squad of players from the past that have been so good for North America. And just with these newer faces coming to the top, it's really left these guys behind a little bit. They're not as much in the limelight as they used to be, but I think they're still motivated. I think they're still incredibly talented. All they need is, well, a win over number 2 seed Elevate. And that's a tough ask, but this is certainly a squad capable.
Sulan is saying maybe he just has to talk even more so they can make the reverse sweep happen. We're hoping for them today. It's not an easy task against the winner of the June monthly finals. Elevate did win against Tribe Gaming 3-0 last month. A strong performance indeed, and with that they also have shrunken that distance from Tribe Gaming to themselves. So they're almost locked in for Worlds now, but Pioneers can still deny that Worlds entry for them. Let's look at the predictions here. Ready? Feels like it speaks a clear language.
I blame the event site because the event site tells you the win percentages for the teams, and I think you would be ill-advised to go for the team that has a lower win percentage, which naturally is Pioneers. Elevate have been kind of dog-walking this region so far this year. They've been looking so good, and they're the undoubted favorites in this matchup. Every single one of us up here on the desk went with them to take this one, but we're going to be kicking things off. It's time for a bit of bounty on Hideout.
I'm looking forward to an exciting day. Exciting quarterfinal number 1 at least. Heading into the very first draft of the day here. The bands are already in. We have Mr. P banned out, Ellie and Jean. Jaeyoung,
No
Jean
mercy,
again,
no
and
survivors.
Ellie again as well. We have 2 double bans. Kaze is left open with that. And because we have 2 double bans, there are so many good options still open. We still have a Lumi, a Charlie that has received a slight range buff, and with that has catapulted herself to be the most picked brawler over all of the monthly finals we had so far, Kenny.
Yeah, a couple starting lines I'm looking out for. One going to be Gus, another one going to be Angelo here, especially with Jean banned out in this situation. Really interesting to see Mr. P not in the equation here. I do think that's something you're going to see more often than not in North America. It's a specific brawler that I've noticed a higher tendency of play rate. Not saying it'll always enter the ban phase, but wouldn't surprise me to hear his name called too many times today.
Bell now coming in from Elevate. That tells me that they want a Bonnie since it hasn't been banned out, and it's one of the better picks that you can go with here. Could pop up later in the draft for them as well. Just Bell is going to be able to mark her up, outrange her as well, take advantage of the utility of the mark and diminish the value that Bonnie typically gets from her tankiness. Charlie now coming in from Elevate. A very, I would say, not necessarily reactive, but sort of a composition that creates a foundation for a strong last pick. They're not really committing to any strategy yet, more allowing Pioneers to play into their hand. And I feel like they have a lot of options here. If they want a last pick like a Carl or something, they can go ahead and get that blue star, then opt to play defensively for the entire game. Pioneers, I think, have sort of the foundation to also to go for whatever they really want here while being mindful of that last pick from Elevate.
Bonnie makes a lot of sense to me, just given the meta relevance, how frequently of a play it has, and I feel like this team needs some range. It's a little bit of a tricky one, because a lot of times in this 4 or 5 turn area, that's where brawlers like Hank get in the equation. The Jaeyoung combos come out, but obviously some of those have been banned, and especially with a Charlie, now with projectiles on the ground, you have somebody like the Spiderlings that really mess with these single-shot projectile brawlers, so somebody like Bonnie could be affected, Angelo could be affected by this, and despite seeing this, they're going to just go for the simple outrange, I think. You have to be landing your shots, you have to get this blue star early, you have your flare of aggression in Kaze. Now you're just going for 2 consistent long-range brawlers.
It is curious to see Angelo show up so late in the draft because usually he is one of the top priorities, but I really do trust in Elevate's intuition here. They have a team of 3 drafters. Avex does it, Vegeta does it, you have Patchy as well, and Diego's sort of the mechanical executor for the team, so he's going to be entrusted with the mechanical brawler. Final selection now coming in from Elevate, it's going to be Hank. And so now my challenge to you is look at this Pioneers composition and tell me which one of these is a good matchup for Hank. There are no wall breakers, there's not really a tank counter over here. So Elevate, we're just pretty much not committing to anything too serious, just playing countermeasures and attempting to create something safe for this final selection.
I think it was a toughie for them too, because if they draft Hank themselves, they're dealing with the Charlie, the Bell marker as well. So just a difficult situation, I think, to be in overall. Well executed there in the draft phase. North America opens with Kings of Old and New. Elevate have made every grand finals in 2025, but KCP need a win to hold their postseason spot. The battle between Elevate and KCP starts right now.
Pioneers already have grabbed that blue star. They're going to be running it back to spawn. That is the playstyle with Kaze. She's able to dash forward and get that control for you. Now Pioneers have to play defensive. It's going to be a bit tough with Patchy having these spiders to move in versus Zulon, which are undoubtedly on cooldown right now. Here come some of the shots in. Evex getting pierced through that wall. Takedown. And the lead goes back to Elevate. They're looking to run back. Fade dashing forward. I'm not sure what he was going for there, knowing that he was probably going to feed Evex, but Zulon is firing away these arrows, looking for one last shot onto Evex, and he's not getting fooled by that straight line from the Hank, and it's back over to Pioneers.
Zulon with a spectacular start for Pioneers. They need to get some kills on the board early. This is a team that desperately needs a win. They're right there in that second tier of points, and every single win makes a difference. Now 3-star separator as well, falling to the back lines once again. This is where things got hairy for them earlier. They have to be careful because if Vex gets in positioning, or God forbid, rotates some supers, he's just going to be an unstoppable force. Like you mentioned, there's no wall break here, so he can just reign free if he gets in that positioning.
Something to be mindful of. For now, Elevate are primarily focused on getting Pioneers backed up into their spawn. That is how they got the lead last time. But Zulon has been hitting these shots so reliably. Hypercharge out from him, and a stun from Tyrant. Reaction from Patchy. That's a cocoon, and an easy kill on a Tyrant as long as they land this last shot, which Patchy does. And he was on his last legs as he did so. A narrow lead now for Pioneers, and that would have been a free kill onto Zulon if Diego Gamer had been in position. Zulon tripping a second one. That's a big mistake. He wasn't expecting such an aggressive gadget from Bell. And now Elevate are on the back foot, just running things back. Pioneers in hot pursuit. They're only behind by a blue star. They need one kill. Could be Diego, could be Evex. Diego would be the easiest, but there's not enough time, and game one goes to Elevate.
What a tragedy. Nest eggs doing them in. Really good game from Zulon overall, but Angelo ultimately going to go down there. And it's due to that early positioning, the constant force that this blue side had moving up the map allowed them to get those nest eggs in a more advantageous positioning. They weren't just on the defensive, they weren't just on their spawn side, they got it all the way and walked it up to KCP. So the fact that Diego Gamer was able to decorate the map so well with those just made things difficult. Zulon was hitting a ton of shots. Fortunately, just got tripped up.
Once more, same play style. Pioneers go for that blue star. Elevate trying to react. Fade's going to go for Patchy. Nearly got the kill. Hit the crit on him. It dropped him down to his last legs, but Tyrant was not able to follow up with that killing blow. Means that Pioneers still lead, and they've actually pushed things more close to mid, but they have not managed to get a sizable advantage here. You see Fade's also putting a lot of emphasis on getting his super. The Fan Storm is going to be awesome for retaining control, also stymieing any kind of push that comes in. But so far, the value has been denied to Elevate. Pioneers still holding on as they're moving back into their spawn, and this is a bad position. They've lost in this position every time before.
Elevate have officially pushed themselves all the way to the back of the spawn. Fade going down, but gets out one last super that ultimately won't equate to anything. A Bell bounce shot going between Zulon and Tyrant here. Now Bonnie trying to gain a little positioning. A trip up on the left-hand side won't affect into anything, so that's a good time to do it. Sometimes it's tripping up those nest eggs in the calm. That way when things are real serious, you have a little room for error.
Dynamic has shifted once again. Zulon on the right side trying to fire these horizontal arrows over to Patchy. He's doing a great job of pinching. It's allowing some play for Fade, who gets cocooned. That can be a free kill for Elevate. They just need to time this right. There it is with a bubble from Evex. But now the mistake. They fed this hypercharge to Tyrant. He's going to be looking to use this in the perfect situation. Knows that he can't really jump onto Evex right now. Ends up getting the kill on to another teammate, onto Patchy. Pioneers in a good position for one final assault. 15 seconds, it's time to move.
Red roster, hypercharge bottom right-hand side corner. Evex forced into a corner. Cocoon, Tyrant grabs the first. 1 star behind. Hypercharge in. Tyrant goes for the stun. Couldn't get to the cannon form in time. 5 stars separate. Zulon trying to force his way through, but Elevate punch back. 2-0 in set number 1, and NA's number 2 seed will grab our first set.
Just a clearly executed draft. They knew exactly what they wanted to go for, and you saw Pioneers, they were like, okay, well, we still got to go the Bonnie, and Tyrant is a great Bonnie. You saw him get those stuns. He was quite valuable, but when he's marked up by Bell, that's tremendous value loss. Also, Diego with some of these nest eggs got slows that honestly feel like they should never have happened because they were so deep in the enemy spawn.
We're seeing a very similar picture on this map again and again, where the more control-based comp with the 2 long-range brawlers, the Bell that can mark up those tanks on the other side, are winning. Evex did get the most kills on his end, or his team's end, with the 6 kills. The tank did perform well on their side, but with the Kaze and the Bonnie, they had too much tankiness, not enough to keep their opponents away from their own spawn. They'd just been spawn trapped for the most part, where Elevate just had full control. They could just farm those kills. They played it really, really well and drafted well as well. Kenny?
Yeah, I think this Hank pick honestly ended up being really clutch for them. I feel like when we got to that positioning in the draft, normally at the 4 or 5 turn, teams could consider brawlers like Hank, no Jae Young to assist them, and also into the enemy side. I just don't feel like it made a lot of sense for KCP, and therefore Elevate were able to get their hands on them. I wonder if that was very intentional in terms of the order of operations coming in from that side. Wouldn't surprise me considering how well they've been drafting this year.
You mentioned Jae Young. It's the comp that we've seen yesterday with Jae Young and Bonnie. They also lost. So it really seems like maybe it's not as assassin and tank based as we are thinking. We always talk about how the meta right now just revolves around those tanky brawlers, but on a map like Hideout, maybe we have to go back to control already.
Yeah, well, something I will say is that Hank last pick, he is a tank, and he popped off. You see the stats over there. He got 6 kills. And I think that's an indication of just a wonderful last pick from Elevate. And that's so hazardous. I really feel for Pioneers here. Hopefully they don't have to stare down the barrel of a last pick from Elevate once again, because it's clear that they know what to do with it. We're moving on to Hot Potato now, and this is going to be quite tank-centric still. Even though the meta may be drifting in a different direction in the future, it's still all about tanks here on Heist. Getting on top of the enemy side, tanking your way there. Some of the more important brawlers on this map have been banned out already, Sunny. Elevate have gotten rid of Barry, which is one of the most important ones here on Hot Potato.
I see Kaze still left open, Bull as well. Those two have been heavily featured over the course of the last weekend, yesterday as well. They're super strong also in my notes over the course of the last week on scrims in NA, so I wouldn't be too surprised if one of the two at least would show up here. Charlie and Cordelius are usually the two to block out those tanks, to defend them. And of those, Cordelius is still left open as well. Draco, first pick from Pioneers, a very safe bet here. He counters out a lot of the other tanks, and he did receive his hypercharge amongst some other brawlers in the game. He's super, super strong now, Kenny.
Chuck, somebody I'm keeping my eye out for too. The train conductor can certainly show up. Stereotypically going to be in the ban stage here. Kaze, who you mentioned before as well. And Draco, a very frequent first pick overall. It's a very safe selection. Charlie's going to be an immediate answer though. This is somebody that's seen as a tank counter. The Cocoon can kind of render Draco or any brawler for that matter useless. And of course the Spiderlings add a little extra force. Some common enemies here coming out. Now with the Bull, the Shotgun Brawler, somebody that's really emerged in this particular meta. It's been a lot of fun to watch since his rework. Really cool to see him back in the fray.
And I've also seen Bull played into Draco like quite a decent amount. Reason for that being that Draco doesn't actually have any CC, so if Bull decides to dash on him, you know, get that stun going, then there's not really that much counterplay for Draco. Bull's doing, what, 5,000 damage with each shot at point blank? He's going to be doing that on the safe too, which is one of the things that makes him such a good selection. Really on any heist map with a bunch of walls, so like Hot Potato, Pit Stop also we'll get to see later today. But the reaction from Pioneers, this is very much a fade pick. He is a Team Nita, and he's really, really good at it. That is going to be specifically to farm super off of Patchy and play aggro at the same time. So you have a couple different ways you can play it. Also just great at peeking the walls, fires through the spiders. See a lot of potential here for Pioneers. But they've also gone for the Melody pick into Charlie, which is difficult to execute. Essentially what you have to do is you have to catch that Charlie off balance, off tempo, and start your pushes in when she doesn't have a super ready.
Melody, I think, makes a lot of sense because Nita can be good at high safe damage, but obviously getting over there is a huge factor, and I think she's primarily going to be focused on defense in this case as well. But the Nita makes a lot of sense directly into a Shotgun Brawler. You mentioned it before, but obviously Shotgun Brawler into Draco is great because he's focusing one enemy with a lot of heavy hitting damage. It's a lot harder to focus a Nita and Bruce the Bear. So 4 brawlers now possible on the map for KCP, and this is a pick that I'd love to see because I've seen it so much. And Elevate in particular have used this a ton in scrims. I've seen it versus Barry comps, especially against medium-range brawlers like Nita. Anytime I see Lumi come out, I've seen this be a response from them. So this is the brawler that's definitely caught my eye. It's one of the higher play rates from this team. It's because they want to break open that map and just deal and outrange the other team. I think it's actually really smart. It's really intuitive. It's just one of those Elevate picks that have been so common this year. It just feels like they have solutions for a lot of these different maps that are super creative.
Okay, an Elevate pick for sure. And really the only question mark that comes up when Griff finds his way into the mix is, are they able to execute on it? And with the practice, I guess the answer is yes. We'll see them already get off to the races with Bull on the top right. I'm going to be feeding that Nita, not too much of a concern. Here comes Zulon, that's one kill. Patchy looks for the one shot, nearly gets it, finishes the job onto a Melody with only 194 HP. It's a tied ball game at the moment. 82% for each safe. Evex has gotten the utility of his super, and there's no Charlie waiting to fend him, interestingly enough. Now, Nita Bear on the safe. Patchy's gotten his hypercharge already, so it's a good defense. Now, Evex is looking to punch through that second shield on the safe, and Zulon's coming to defend. Nope, see you later. Back to the respawn. It's going to be another shield coming out of the Pioneer safe.
Now they're down 2. Definitely a tough spot to be in. KCP on the back heels as well, and this map just continues to open up. It makes it way more difficult for Draco, especially without Flamethrower. If they're not feeding him the hypercharge, he also doesn't have a lot of range. Nita, of course, medium range, and Melody is somebody that has to be up in your face to do any kind of meaningful damage. Hypercharge available for Zulon, though. Fade popping a gadget to stay up, and the Flamethrower going out. Now Zulon making his move. Hypercharge being popped for Diego Gamer, trying to dodge it out. He's gonna have to line this up precisely. He's actually just playing a game of chicken, baiting Diego Gamer, try and use it, and he doesn't. 5% up top, though. Elevate just have to get the last few percentage points to trickle this one down.
Evex has that hypercharge, and he has a super now as well, thanks to dealing a little bit of damage and also receiving some damage as well. Has a hypercharge, that's like 90% damage reduction. He's gonna go for it, and it's an easy one for Elevate to bring home. But I was questioning things when Diego Gamer was holding on to that super for so long. He had a hypercharge, he had a super at the ready to neutralize the Melody. Hazard though, and one of the reasons that Charlie isn't really the end-all be-all answer to Melody, is if she positions herself correctly on the safe, you can put her in the cocoon and those notes will keep damaging the safe. So that is the reason why he didn't use a super, for anyone curious why exactly that was happening.
Breaking open this wall once again, left-hand side. Fade marching down the right-hand end as a Vex just works down the long, narrow hallway. Now Fade can be forced into a corner. Gonna pop out of the form, pops a gadget, close call, but Fade will survive. Now Patchy has to multitask. Tyrant moving towards the enemy sidelines as well. Zulon with a little dash away to safety, and it's an early KCP positioning.
It is, but they've only gotten 10% so far. The real test is whether they can defend. Evex takes one more shot to do so. Tyrant's got it. Tyrant, interestingly enough, on that Nita this time in Fade, playing the aggro Draco. So the team dynamic really just reflects Fade, always on that aggro brawler. Now in the 1v1 versus Evex on the right side, whoa, bailed out by Tyrant, but Diego Gamer still claims his life. One more shot from Patchy is all it's going to take to neutralize Tyrant, and now Elevate are back on the aggressive. Just need to take down this Melody at mid before they can successfully move in. Patchy looks for the one shot, but naturally the dash out immediately after coming through the cocoon. Evex looking for a two-piece, but shut down by a hypercharged Fade. We'd be much better used on offense, but it was a good call to use it defensively. They've only sacrificed one shield so far, and they have a tempo lead over Elevate.
Hasn't been a moment where a Vex hasn't had a super. It's been absolutely insane to see Bull cycle it so much. Now Zulon marching in. Diego connects the cocoon. Fade trying to open up a lane for his teammate here. Pops a gadget, will be indestructible. Kill onto Charlie. A Vex, Patchy, still alive and well, and it's just Tyrant lurking in this grass. Once again, we're going to see Bull work this long, narrow left-hand side while Patchy up the middle. Hypercharge. Draco forced away. Oh, goes for the double. A Vex now diving in on the safe. It's a full assault coming in from Elevate.
Holy value there from Patchy's hypercharge. He got a full team wipe. Now Evex also gets to read the rewards, but he needs to get another super, and that's going to be enough. Evex looking for it. Another shield baited out. A free kill for Evex. No, taken down by Fade at point-blank range. Diego's trying to finish off this safe. Won't be able to do it. Zulon now looking for the body block, but he can't do two things at once. And Elevate, once again, yeah, take a little walk out the door, Patchy. After the double hypercharge, do a quick lap, man. Wow, what a breakaway from him.
Bro had to collect himself. I love it. I love it. If anybody's going to be your biggest hype man, it's got to be yourself, and I respect that about Patchy. That Griff hypercharge was just unbelievable. Some really big plays and some great drafting moments so far from Elevate.
Patchy needed a little breather, and I think we do too, honestly, after this match. It always looked like Pioneers had a good start into the match, but the longer the match went on, the harder it was to Pioneers to hold on some sort of control. By the time Pioneers popped that first bubble on the save of Elevate, the map was wide open. Elevate just collapsed under Patchy. That Griff last pick was definitely the key to their success. Ready? I mean, yeah, 14 kills, we see it here. Also, what do you do with the Nita and the Draco in a wide open map?
Yeah, so the thing is, it was not a wide open map. initially, and then here comes the wall break. The thought, I suppose, was like, oh, they won't break walls, but Elevate, they seem to always have a plan. It's something that I called out, that they've been getting to fire last pick quite reliably. And then, Kenny, you also called out this Griff as something that they play a lot. And at that point, I just have to wonder, Pioneers, they have an analyst. A lot of times when something gets picked up like that, then it would actually be ban-worthy, and they decided not to target ban it.
I was kind of looking out for it as well, just because in scrims, it was one of the more frequently used brawler they had. And obviously there was no Barry comp here, but it was especially used into medium range brawlers, and the ones that I had noted, Nita and Draco, top 2 on the list just because how frequently show up. I mean, they had a plan, they executed it really well. I mean, if somebody like me can see it, I would hope somebody like Pioneers can. But again, I feel like Elevate just keep putting the enemies into these tricky situations. This is now 2 drafts in a row where they've had a perfect 6-pick. It just feels like they always have an answer.
They just always get what they want. Pioneers don't really know how to react, or they think they know how to handle with the Griff. Maybe they had the same insight that we did. Just looking at the scrim stats, you can clearly see they like to play that Griff, like to open up Hot Potato. But maybe they just thought they can win it anyways with a comp that they played so often themselves, Draco, Nita, and Melody. Now let's see if they had a bit of a better insight into Dueling Beetles, another very closed-off map. You can open up things here as well, but what we see more often are those throwers. We see Barry very much, the Barley as well. Just anything that can, put those walls to good use. We have a lot of tanks banned out. I see the Barry banned out as well. Hank is going to be left open and immediately picked up. I do like that pick. The other brawler that could make use of those walls would be Shade now. You feel like we're going to see him here already?
It's definitely a question mark for me. It's one that would come in later in the draft if it ends up being something absolutely fire. Because wall break is so popular on this map, and there's some walls surrounding the central objective, but they're not as plentiful. You still got to operate with a pretty open mid and some open lanes as well. I see this Hank pick come out from Elevate. Something that I notice is missing so far is in fact Gray. I think it's got to be sitting in everyone's minds at the moment, since it would be such a fire thing to pair up with that Hank, who's also missing one of his biggest counters. The way to do it now for Pioneers would really be to go with something like an Ashe later on. And Elevate might be trying to force their hand a little bit here because they've also banned Draco.
The Draco ban definitely is good, and I think Gray is a great shout out for you. One that Elevate love to use as well is Stu. So depending on what these Pioneers brawlers are, I think if they like their Stu matchup, they're going to let Patchy loose and go with that. And Griff on the right hand end though. Now that they're going to open up the map, I think Shade a little less likely. I mean, they did grab Hank, so it does make it a little easier to run the Shade since naturally those 2 brawlers clash. But now I think some interesting decisions here for Elevate. They're clearly trying to open up the map on the right end, and obviously Hank benefits from those walls. So I think you have to kind of figure out your strategy here. Great could be one of those brawlers. Somebody like Jay Young has typically been an enabler in the past to try and support something like a Hank. So I think this is going to be a really interesting one to see Elevate perform.
Charlie, also open one that Elevate have proven themselves quite partial to. Finks now making an appearance from Elevate. And I feel like that should be, pretty decent into this Griff over here, which I think is preempted. They don't want to face a Gray, so they're going with something that will prevent it from existing in the first place. Because you can just camp on the end of the TP, have your super ready, one-shot everyone. If you don't get it done one time, guess what? You're still working towards a hypercharge that can go through walls. So it's a really great pick here to have on Hot Zone. Also, it secures them against a thrower if they decide to go with that for the last pick. Stu, call out from you, Kenny. One that they have proven themselves partial to, one that they're going to be going with here as well as their final selection.
Well, now that we see a Finks here, I feel like this is a really tough one for Pioneers to draft into, because now that these single projectile brawlers like B, who normally would do well into Hank, do get slowed down by something like a Finks super, combines really well with the Griff, of course. Somebody like Lou in the past is used, obviously banned out, so I feel like you're running out of options. In terms of top tier choices, Ashe is somebody that goes through, but they're going to go with Ems. Definitely not one I saw coming. I think this is one of those just on-the-fly decisions or something they've kept in the back pocket, because Ems is somebody that shows up occasionally, not very frequently. I mean, you're down 2-0 here. KCP have to have a lot of confidence in this pick to make it work.
This is the sleeper pick here from Pioneers. They have the M's, and it can get control through walls as well when you're popping that super, the Caustic Charisma. Not going to be as great versus Hank, but out in the open, I see the potential. M's is great for area control. The reason that you don't see her left open as much or, picked is because there's stuff that, like assassins that get in close range. So really the best odds that Elevate have of dealing with Fade on this Ems is getting in close range with Evex. Patchy also is doing quite a good job on this range matchup. Fade's really the most aggro player here. Now he's going to get dashed in by Evex and quickly out. Elevate, they're not really focused on pursuing kills needlessly. It's just about keeping positioning for now.
Diego Gamer, of course, relying on the indestructible walls on the left-hand side. Meanwhile, gonna let Stu and Finks in the open lane on the right. Great coverage and a nice takedown. Fade, low HP, Evex skating up the map. And now Fade will finally fall. It's a team wipe for Elevate, and they're already at 60% to the 0 of Pioneers.
Ooh, but Tyrant pops Gadget, immediately profits. Now in with the hypercharge, looks for the stun on Diego Gamer and gets it back inside the cannon. And just looks to enforce this long-range matchup versus Evex, rotating over towards that lane. Meanwhile, on the left side, Patchy is going to be mirrored by Zulon. He's looking for a rotation over the right side as well so he can take on Fade. Diego Gamer also waiting for the perfect opportunity to push in. Evex is going to be a sort of entry fragger, just baiting out some of those first shots with his super also to gain positioning. But now that Elevate have been forced back into their spawn, this Ems is going to be torturous for them to face. In comes Hank on the right side looking for some shots, but it's a totally fruitless super. Not a single torpedo hits anyone. Can't take down Fade either. There's potential for Pioneers to take this one back in the 3v2.
With such a tough start, though, KCP essentially have to be perfect, and even with a pretty even fight right there, Elevate are still climbing to about 90%. Super goes down, and now they're going to have to make some contact. It does, but no kills equated. Hank finally falls. Zulon fighting a 2v1, and Vex will get his team all the way up to 100%. Elevate are only one game away from a semifinals.
Look at the way that Elevate are playing this range matchup. It's honestly kind of beautiful, dare I say, because you see that they've only allowed hypercharges to come out pretty much towards the end of the game. Now, naturally, Bonnie is going to be a tougher one for them. They don't have really a great range matchup for her. She gets her super and hypercharge so quickly, and she also suicided to get some more hypercharge, might I add. But Pioneers, they're only getting that hyper at the very end of the game when Elevate is only 5% away from winning the game. You'll see them adopt pretty much the same thing as before. Tyrant is going to be mirrored on the left side. Evex looking for the close range versus Fade, and Patchy comes in with a finisher. 0% so far for Pioneers.
Another early advantage for Elevate, already at 30%. Finks super on the right-hand end will make a Zulon and Tyrant pause, and Fade just has to work this narrow left-hand side. Going against Diego Gamer, nearly impossible without rounding that corner. Of X dropping a little bit of the speed zone just to recover. Tyrant has to get a stun. They can't allow Diego Gamer to use the super. Cost him his life. Zulon with the super. Oh, and it's cut off by the Patchy super. Look at the damage that does to the chances of somebody like KCP.
Pioneers now getting their first few bits of percentage on the safe, looking for a flank onto Diego Gamer, trying to keep him away from the rest of his roster. Seems to be working so far. Zulon in with the super. Didn't really get them that much value. In fact, it was providing a lot of silent pressure that's now taken advantage of by Elevate. Evex overplayed his hand, though. He'll be taken down by Tyrant, and Diego Gamer is operating in the backlines. It's been pretty effective, though, for keeping everyone off the zone. Now Patchy's able to sit in here with a super of his own, and Zulon out with that hypercharge. But it means nothing when it goes through a Fink super. A total waste of a hypercharge and the potential comeback as Elevator now at 90%.
90% and climbing, trying to earn themselves a ticket directly to the World Finals. Pioneers fall. Welcome to the playoffs, Elevate.
These rising stars in North America, Diego Gamer, Evex, and yeah, and subscribe to Diego Gamer so he can get a visa. He's going to be packing his bags for the World Finals. They finally clinched it. Your top two in North America are set in stone. It'll be Tribe and it'll be Elevate going to the World Finals as your representatives, and I'm looking at a pretty good resume right here. They have proven their dominance here in the quarters.
Not quite, actually. Elevate are the first ones to make it to the World Finals in this region. Tribe did not yet clinch it. They need to win their quarterfinal match as well. But yes, we can congratulate Evex, Patchy, Diego Gamer, and Vegeta to going to the World Finals. In a very dominant fashion, they not only make it into the semis today, but they also write history here. 7 kills on Patchy. A lot of people were actually doubting that Fink's pick, I think. He made it work. Once again, beautiful draft. That Stu was just roaming around. Nobody could stop him. I think Pioneers didn't really know what to draft against them. That Ems pick is something we see so rarely. It was just out of pure, yeah, what else do we do here? It really feels like Elevate knows exactly what they want, and they seem to be getting it every single round so far, Kenny.
I just think the drafting is so above and beyond. I mean, that was something I thought that we saw last month as well. I think a big reason why they were able to get that first win and why they've been so consistently successful this year. So now that they are in the semifinals, they have a real shot at being the #1 seed in this region, depending, of course, what happens with Tribe Gaming, who are only 14 points in front of them. I'm looking at that Quarter-4 match later on in the day, but Eternal and Space Station Gaming has some high stakes as well.
They really do. I'm really looking forward to that second one as well. But for now, we're still reeling from that match that we just watched. I felt like there were some tight moments, but just looking at the stats overall, it was a 2-0 in every single set. Elevate absolutely dominating. Wouldn't be too surprised if we saw them in the grand finals again. We're going to figure out later if they can clinch this monthly final as well. Their second monthly final win it would be, but let's figure that out a little later. First up, we have Eternal Esports versus Space Station Gaming. Stay tuned.
They can't kill you, just finish. This is game, I'm the greatest in football.
They just got so much better, at least if you're a player for Elevate. Moving into the World Finals and the semis of the July monthly finals. Ark, welcome to the show as well. Your first showing today, at least. What were your thoughts during that match? Did you expect him to win in such a dominant 2-0, 2-0, and another 2-0?
I hesitate to say, but I kind of did. Elevate have just been a team that have just been consistently getting better and better all year long, and today was no different to that. You know, whether it's Patchy, whether it's Vegeta, they just always look like a solid unit. And drafts on point. I mean, Patchy and Griff, he better get MVP for that.
Everybody watching at home had the chance to vote for their MVP again, and they chose Diego Gamer for that. Kenny, he certainly had some great showings in that match against Pioneers. I'm sure whoever they will face against the semis have to look out for this player.
It's been cool getting to know him through interviews throughout the season as well. I think this is a player that's really making their debut. It's not their first season by any means in terms of competitiveness, but really started to find themselves towards the later half of last year and has now emerged as one of the top players. I think his mechanics are insane. Obviously, you heard it before, but it's a conversation in drafts. I think he's a big part of the reason why Elevator's special this year.
After a quick, sadly, but still incredible quarterfinal number 1, we're now heading over to our second match of the day. And it's Eternal qualifying through the upper bracket. They're 8th in the leaderboard at the moment against Space Station Gaming. They themselves a little inconsistent, only qualified through the lower bracket arc.
Yeah, I think it's safe to say that we kind of expected to see a bit more from SSG this year thus far, but for Eternal, you know, I'm really quite curious as to how this is going to pan out for them, because it's been definitely a rough road. Just the 2 monthly finals that they qualified to, leaving in the quarterfinal stages. Got close to 2-3 to Tribe Gaming back in March, however, but it was the qualifiers that I thought were very, very interesting. We'll touch a bit more on that in a second.
Eternal has never qualified through the winner bracket before. This month they did it, and they beat no one else other than Tribe. Tribe Gaming themselves, Kenny, qualified through the winner bracket every single month. Not this month, though.
It's crazy to think, too, obviously, outside of Brawl Cup, in the North American season, Tribe Gaming have lost 2 matches, and it's 2 in a row. They lost to Elevate the grand finals, and of all teams, they lost to Eternal. And because of this, Eternal now get an upper bracket seeding. They don't have to deal with a Tribe or a Elevate early on. They get to deal with this next tier, which is still a tough tier. SSG are a great team, but you definitely like your odds better in this situation than you would have if you lost to Tribe and you're facing something like an Elevate early on.
So on the one side, we have this team that is still hoping for a postseason. They still want to make it to LCQ. Their hopes are still alive, but they're barely holding on to them. And on the other side, we have Space Station Gaming. They are sitting at that third slot at the moment. They have that third World Final spot that this region has to offer. But it's a race between 4 teams in total now, Ark.
Yeah, it really is. For SSG, they've got a clinch an LCQ spot by basically winning the whole monthly final today, and have then STMN and Electros finish 5th through 8th. So a big ask realistically here for SSG for sure. It's been a relatively consistent appearance in semi-finals, but they have shown some struggles this year. There's no doubt about it.
I agree with you on that. Maybe we would have expected more from them, but maybe it just wasn't their meta. As we all know, Bobby loves to play those long-range brawlers. He even tweeted about it. He misses the control style. And Kenny, what we're seeing at the moment leans more towards assassins and tanks.
For sure, and obviously these hypercharges kind of buffing up our beefy brawlers mixes things up too. It would be really cool to see some more control-oriented long-range brawlers into the game here pretty soon. And I know the Brawl Stars team work really hard in advance on things like that. So I'm sure they're listening. I'm sure they're taking notes. I'm sure we'll have some crazy stuff in the future too.
They always listen, so be aware of that. Maps are in right now. Once again, we have some new maps this month. The map will get changed between June and now. And I'm super excited to see what NA has to show us on these maps here. First up is Bell's Rock. We do know this map. It's been a very similar meta throughout the year so far. I'm thinking Grey, I'm thinking some throwers. We do sometimes see just a wall break on those long-range brawlers, so maybe Space Station Gaming can play their Piper, maybe pair it with a Brock, open up the map, and it can work on Hero.
Could do. It's definitely a no from Bobby's tweet, something that he's wanting to get back to with the long-range sharpshooters. I think the last brawler to come into the game, which was Angelo, which, it's going to be tough, really tough to play into a lot of the tanky brawlers, as Kenny says. The hyperchargers as well have kind of exacerbated that. 92% though, however, still side with SSG on this one, and I think that's okay and relatively fair, but I think that it's still, again, a little bit skewed in favor of SSG here. I think when you consider, Eternal's most recent results, they could definitely cause still an upset here. I don't think it's nearly quite that straightforward.
It's the only team other than Elevate that have beaten Tribe, and we only gave them 8. That's tough. I mean, not even double digits for the fellas. I feel like they deserve some more respect on their name too. SSG, certainly a strong roster, and I feel like we've, as a unit and as a community, are pretty hard on these North American teams. But honestly, semifinals consistency is enough to be top 3, because Elevate and Tribe have made the grand finals every single time. Literally a grand finals appearance for either of these teams would be fantastic, but especially for SSG, could really lock them away as being that 3rd spot for Worlds.
Maybe June was the start to an awesome season for Eternal. They did qualify already for June now again, and they did it by beating Tribe Gaming. So I wouldn't just, call them the underdog straight up here. We're heading into the first draft. Kaze, Mr. P, makes me very happy, and Kit are banned out by Space Station Gaming. On the other side, we have Hank, Bonnie, and Doc. And Bonnie is one of those brawlers that showed up so often yesterday. Has a fairly decent win rate, would be a new idea here, but I'm not too surprised to see those tanks banned out by those two teams. Not only Space Station Gaming likes to play those ranged brawlers, seems like Eternal is on the same page with them. Ark.
Yeah, seems that way. Gus first pick, can't go wrong with that. And as you were saying, Bonnie being so prominent right now is definitely a top 2 brawler in this map. So good bans from Eternal in that regard. The Doug ban, interesting there from them also. Grey's not banned out here, could be an option. RT for sure in the eventuality of any kind of tough and brutey brawlers towards the end stages for sure. Ollie's probably a bit early, but definitely on my horizons in that regard. But the Angelo can work here. I'm not opposed to it.
You can't resist
my Charlie. Definitely putting some insurance policy down there, which I think is probably wise. Again, it's a good shutdown of the Ollie, so I don't necessarily mind it. Gene being potentially open here as well, but like you said, Brock could be an option here, break things open. Let's see how they're feeling about things, if they want to keep it the long-range affair or continue to bring in some more spicy stuff.
With Mr. P gone, I'm curious if Gene makes an appearance here as well. Charlie's at the top of my mind, especially after this band stage. Gus, a very stereotypical opening line here. Charlie makes a lot of sense as one of the most frequently played brawlers right now. There's that Angelo they were talking about. Having a sharpshooter on your side is always nice. They have the Charlie on their end as well, so they don't have to worry about the Spiderlings countering them out. In fact, it's going to be a pretty good way to deal with a single shot brawler like Gus.
Yeah, seems that way. Gus first pick, can't go wrong with that. And as you were saying, Bonnie being so prominent right now is definitely a top 2 brawler in this map. So good bans from Eternal in that regard. The Doug ban, interesting there from Eternal. Space Station sometimes consider a Rico, which could be an interesting time of the draft to bring it in, but definitely something that we see in other regions. Also, it's just kind of a bit more niche. It's got a few more kind of counter ideas that could come in as a third and final here from Eternal, so it's a bit of a risky stage in the draft to do so. Definitely still some maneuvering for some healers. Jae-Young, Barley, that kind of thing could be something of a helping hand. Yeah, it's going to be the Ollie coming through. It's definitely a bold pick. Playing that into the Charlie is that can be quite a heavy shutdown, but it's a brawl that I really quite like, especially with that Gus combo. I feel like it's going to be quite a tough thing for Eternal, especially with the Angelo to kind of land those marks, and with the little kick jump for the gadget as well. There is some evasive maneuvers, as has Angelo as well, so there is that to consider. Let's see what their third and final pick is going to be, whether they go for control or something else to kind of support this kind of tank beatdown comp.
Wonder if it's just gonna be a stereotypical thrower here too, just to get that side of him. Nope, gonna be a support brawler in Jae-Young, so they're really going to be enabling somebody like Ollie, who the hypnosis is something I'm a big fan of for a mode like Knockout, especially when 1 life is all you get in this game mode per round. Just getting 1 hypnosis onto an enemy is just free kills. These players are going to hit their shots. They're very coordinated. The Rico on the other side, though, you mentioned it, it has shown up quite a bit, I would say, on this map in North America and some of the other regions as well. It's not an early pick usually, it's more of these later stages. If you like your matchups, you're going to pick it. I think in this case, it can really bounce shots off the wall. Obviously, a high DPS. Don't blame them at all for picking this.
Yeah, it's one of those brawlers that you can't really pick into that final pick brawler, because ultimately we've seen just how effective Sprout is at shutting the idea down, and Space Station Gaming just didn't really have that in command for their draft. So I kind of like what they've gone for, though. I feel like the Jae-Young here definitely can maneuver the Ollie into position. Certainly there's a lot of synergy between all 3 of the brawlers that they've gone for. Let's see how they fare so far, as Alianis on this Rico does make me a little bit concerned for SSG. You're going to be very cautious to not feed into him. With all these walls up and no wall breaker on the side of SSG, it's definitely a prospect that he's likely to get more value than not. Ooh, Ollie there. Very close. Bobby's going to heal back up now with the help of Jae-Young too, but that was a close call.
Now they're all pinned to this top right-hand side. Speed going out for Sands, though. Trying to extend their territory. Alianis has the bounce shot and benefits from all these walls staying up. Frixie from a distance can operate against Tachino in a duel on that right-hand side. For now, Eternal are going to have to back off. SSG really holding their own.
Yeah, so good so far. There's the cocoon from Petrucius, and Sands comes out to his demise. Petrucius will survive and probably heal up as well. Probably going to jump in as well. To be a bit of a wasted gadget, however, which he'll have to get back on the cooldown, but pretty easy pickings towards the end for Eternal there, and the first round goes their way.
Nicely played. Blue side going to be picking up the first, as Gus once again will be battling with Angelo on the right-hand side. Batuches from a distance has the yo-yo going up and down while Sands works the speed. Towards the end games, I would expect Sands to be playing alongside his teammates a little more. That Jae-Young and Ollie combination is something we have to look out for. And now that Bobby and him have supers, I'm sure it's something that they're going to want to activate, especially when that fog starts to move in.
Yeah, and in that regard, Chino really needs to have a shield to be able to hand over as well. That's kind of what SSG are waiting for. Eternal are starting to push forwards ever so slightly into mid-control now. Hypercharge is available for Patricia's. Alianis pops his early and get by Shino as well. That's huge. Bobby jumps to the hypnosis as well. Does manage to get a pick up, but then will slightly fall as well. One loose Rico ball was all it took, and now Sands is going to go down very, very swiftly. And Eternal made that look quite swift, and they gained that first game.
Already. A little excitement coming on the player cams. Love to see it. The emotions showing early. Eternal are a team that aren't ruled out of a postseason, but they are essentially going to have to be perfect over the next 2 months. And that's a really tall order, especially in a region where we've had the same 2 grand finalists every single time. SSG are going to be more and more desperate as the months move forward as well. We're just running out of time and opportunities. And now, Space Station Gaming gonna have to reset here in game number 2 of our opening set. Try and find something, because in game number 1, it didn't really equate to much.
Yeah, just struggling with the amount of range. Again, Alianis is playing a fantastic Rico in the mid, and more often than not is the first person to draw blood. Sands coming in, the Weekend Warrior, almost followed up with a second shot onto Alianis there, but didn't quite connect. And Frixie does fall a little bit low, but nothing too dangerous. The other side of things, Sands having to heal up quite substantially there. Close call for him as well. And SSG just don't really seem to be finding their rhythm right so far.
Ooh, Chino holding on. Alianis was very close to going down. Bobby will pop a gadget, try and hop his way to the right hand in to force Frixie away, but Batuches, relentless. SSG now clustering together in the mid. Frixie going for gadget, makes contact with Bobby. Now in the back lines, SSG have to find a way forward. The fog is going to close them in. Gadget being popped for Sands. Alianis with the bounce shot. Sands pierces finds one. 3v2 situation. Bobby hops in with the Gnosis, and now Eternal will be down to just one member. And the second they pop out of that cocoon, they are going to be in trouble.
And nicely done for Chino having the shield. Some potential doors being opened here for SSG. And immediately, this gives them a slight edge, to be honest. Having these things so early can make a world of difference. I love that gadget as well from Bobby. Really was a difference maker to secure the kill onto Frixie and allow his teammates to helping hand the situation. But again, it's Eternal having this mid control that always seems to be repetitive between these rounds. And they always do a good job of maintaining it for the most part. Let's see though. SSG are behind in the games. They do need to start to claw this one back and make it a bit more even. Finding their rhythm somewhat. Missed super death from Alianos. That could prove costly.
Nice dodges there from SSG, so Bobby will move up the middle of the map. Sans left-hand end has the speed available. Frixie just holding his own on that right-hand side. It's been a long-ranged affair, and on the left-hand end, Charlie and Jae-Young going back and forth, now getting together here. Heals going out for Bobby. He's going to start moving his way, hovering over this super button. Now Alianos with a hypercharge, though, brings down one. Bobby has to be perfect, will be cocooned. Frixie there to line up the shot. And he's going to pop out of this cocoon in a world of hurt. Down goes Bobby, up goes Eternal in a round.
What a Rico super. Just brutal. And Eternal now, one round away from the set. Really, really clean, I've got to be honest. And for SSG, I feel like this comp is just not really to their playstyle, as we already saw in that tweet from Bobby. He'd much prefer to be on the Piper in these kind of scenarios on this map specifically as well, but the meta just does not cater towards it. And that's the problem. Now, on the back lines, yet again, as Eternal get stuck into this mid. Sans and Chino just trying to get something to whistle things down and certainly survive on. That's the thing that SSG have been struggling so far to do, is surviving the later stages of the game for the gas to come in and helping hand and close in on their opposition. Bobby taking shots as well. Frixie probably not too far away from Super now, getting set immediately off that one shot as well. So bad news already for SSG.
Oh, and a nice dodge there, much needed, but Frixie still comes away with the kill. 3v2 situation. Sans in a world of hurt right now. They have to get some kills, but Tuches lands one though. Frixie charging up the shot, knocks the arrow, and the second he pops out, down he goes. Chino, low HP. Rico Super will clean up the rest, and Eternal will grab set one.
Just great synergy between the Charlie and the Angelo. It just makes so much sense. Cocoon your opposition, charge up your shot, and just time it. There's no chance of a return fire from SSG. And that was really, really quite convincing. I mean, just SSG just didn't really have much to say for themselves.
It was almost ironic after we had hyped them up, their long-range capabilities. We see Bobby on an Ollie. We see two support brawlers at his side. None of those long-range brawlers we were talking about. On the other side, we have sharpshooter Angelo, freshly long-ranged Charlie, and the Rico, and it worked out better. So maybe they should have went back to the roots and play what they, according to Twitter, feel so comfortable with, Kenny.
It's really interesting. I feel like there was just constant pressure coming out of Eternal, and those DPS numbers kind of back that up. SSG grabbed some kills, but obviously not enough to win a game. Just felt like Eternal had positioning for most of the time, and until those in-games where the fog really forced them to move forward, we didn't see too many big plays out of Ollie. We just saw a lot of Alianos bounce shots, but Tuches putting people in cocoons, and Frixie there to just line up the rest. I thought the execution as a team holistically was really good. The synergy was there, and that's something you love to see, especially from a team that really has to play their best the next 2 months if they want a chance to go to the playoffs.
Especially from a team that, how many votes did they get? 8%? I love to see
criminal.
that. That they are proving us all wrong. We also said Space Station Gaming should take that one. Just looking at the previous months, they are the obvious choice, but things can change. And now we still have the double point season going on. We still have so much on the line. As mentioned, 4 teams are currently fighting for that last World Final slot, that third one. Everybody's just 30 points apart. It's so tight in NA. So even a team like Eternal can take this situation and turn things around, still make it to LCQ. It's just a wonderful story arc.
Yeah, let's not forget as well, last month, you know, SSG did reverse sweep STMN Esports in their quarterfinal stage to get to those semis, so it's certainly within the repertoire to be able to do so, and that's what comes from the experience and the chemistry of these 3 players. It just feels to me like the draft this season is just letting them down slightly, and, you know, it's not catering towards their playstyle, which makes things worse, and then you kind of get caught up in this kind of descending emotion within the team. Bans are in for the Kenji, the Lily, and the Hank for Eternal. The Jean, the Charlie, and the Willow or SSG. And let's hope this time round they get a better draft of things, because if they don't, Eternal could be running away with it.
Who I'm always looking out for in a map like this one is either a brawler that can make good use of those walls, like the Shade, where we see a lot of Gray, Charlie, and Lumi. Of those three brawlers, only the Charlie banned out, so wouldn't be too surprised to see Gray and Lumi come in later on. I do like the Shade first pick here. It's a very aggressive pick though, and sometimes a little bit risky to go in with a tank pick as first pick, Kenny.
Yeah, I mean, Shade escaping the ban stage is a little bit of surprise, especially on this map. So I think if you're SSG, you have to kind of have a calculated approach of how you deal with Shade. Ali is just going to be a strong brawler. I don't know if this is necessarily to hard counter something like a Shade, but traditionally somebody like Hank can do pretty well, obviously in the Bane stage here. Jackie can do well on this map. And I've seen Doug start coming out, and it's kind of similar logic as somebody like Jackie, right? Lots of health points, can still pierce through a wall, takes a while for Shade to get a takedown, or with the super can just come back to life. So I'm kind of curious how SSG approach this.
I like that shout, honestly, because Jackie's a good counter to Shade, and I think Doug, that pairing, does a very similar idea, and it's definitely up SSG's sleeve in that regard when it comes to their picks. Lou going to be in the back pocket as well. I'm sure it's the best counter to the Shade so far, but certainly for any potential tanks that could arise later on, certainly for me, the Kaze is a prime target of that kind of repertoire on the side of Eternal here. But, you know, I feel like the Shade is a very early stage in the draft to be able to pick it, honestly. And that's kind of why I felt like Sans was looking a little bit confused, because there's plenty of time to kind of get something together, which may be, you know, a trap being laid out here by Eternal. Let's see what they want to follow up with. Certainly Mr. P does spring to mind a little bit for this region in this scenario here. It's going to be the Kaze, yeah. And I feel like that's going to be definitely a tough thing for the Lou to hit, but if they can get that freeze over time and stun her out, it does give them that little bit of grace on the side of SSG here. The Grey is open here as well, which could be an option potentially here, or throwers potentially for also more control. But you know, certainly that Shade, it's my favorite brawler on this map. The question is is it too early in the draft to get away with it?
Yeah, I wonder if it's something like a Jay Young here. Oh, okay. So Mr. P coming through. I thought maybe they would lean towards support given how aggressive of a composition that they opened with their starting line. Kaze's a tough one to pass up on. I feel like Shade kind of similar. It's a really good brawler, and that hypercharge is lethal. And now Mr. P, the one thing I will say though is if they do end up wanting to go Jackie, they've got Lou. The ice rink can knock Shade out of walls, so that's one thing to keep an eye of, and probably part of the influence for that. The spawners are tough into Lou, but somebody like Jackie can just absolutely annihilate some porters. So I feel like that's something that's definitely on their mind, right? I'm not sure what they're going to end up going with here for sure, but I definitely don't think you rule it out. Yeah, I just feel like that's your safest bet. It's the best way to deal with Shade, and the Mr. P doesn't scare me off from that.
Yeah, I like the Jackie pick for sure. You know, it's definitely a strong answer to the Shade, but I do worry a little bit in regards to the Kaze and the Mr. P. I mean, Eternal have got a 65% win rate in scrims with both of those two brawlers. That's quite scary to me, and you know, the fact that they've been able to get a comp that they feel very comfortable with. The Shade wasn't even one that they scrim with, so that's clearly a back pocket pick which they're holding back on because they don't need to even show it in the data. They can just literally tear it down. And yeah, I'm really quite worried. I do like the Space Station Gaming draft. Do not get me wrong. I mean, it's Ali. It's a Jackie counter to the Shade. Nothing wrong with these brawlers at all for me. It's just simply whether, you know, have Eternal just been given and gifted a comp.
We'll find out. Mr. P has certainly been a popular one in scrims this week for North America. It was a little bit of a surprise pick, I would say, throughout some of our other regions. Now Sans diving in, though, straight out of the swamp, and will go down. Alianis there to clean up rather quickly. Now that Eternal have a lead, they take their 1-star, and they walk it on back. They're not worried about the offensive. They're going to get a free kill out of Bobby, though. That seemed like an overstep.
Yeah, very much so for me. And the more that Eternal can just gather up that utility, get those portal spawners down, it will definitely help their situation in this back spawn side. Sans is definitely dangerous, no doubt about it. Surely you want the Lou on defense rather than offense, though that's the thing. Alianis is lurking, invisibility, and he finds the pickup as well. 4 stars above his head. Trucius with that blue star also. And Eternal, they're just sitting back, relaxed, all cool, not really bothered by the situation, just allowing SSG to push in and fall.
The patience being demonstrated is so good. And they got their 1 kill that they needed, and they only need 1 star at the end of the day, but I feel like SSG have fed them a little bit of a lead here. So now 5-star is going to be the separator. Sands has plenty of room to operate. Of course, Ali can go over that water, gets the little bounce instead of the swipe that you see there. Sands popping a gadget, though, trying to get quickly over to this left-hand side for a flank and make them focus on multiple brawlers. They bait out Alianis to use a hypercharge. That's nicely done. However, it contacts with Bobby. Beautifully pierces him. Chino responds. 8-6. Now only 2 stars separating. Batuchis on the prowl. Will think better of it. He has the blue star. If they give him up, it's a loss for them for sure.
Yeah, bold decision as the timer goes down. There's more stars handed over here to Space Station Gaming, but a trade. As Alianis finds Bobby. Sounds jumping in, trying to find Petrucius as well. Hypercharge popped. Can he find the kill? That's the question. 14 stars to Eternal. Oh, Blue Star handed over! Oh no! SSG Baggett in the final seconds! Unreal turnaround!
I can't believe he's so calm about that. I'm losing my mind on the other side. What a play coming out of Sands. Lethal assassination coming out of our newest brawler. Great demonstration of what Ali can do. Hovering over that water, getting the hops just in time. I mean, for Christ's sake, Shade can go through walls. So the fact that he was able to land those shots was huge.
I just stunned that they were able to turn that around in just the nick of time there. But beautiful plays, honestly. SSG will surely get a big lift from that very moment and remind themselves that, oh, a bit of an overstep there from Sands, but it should remind them that they've got the ability to get some good plays and to bring back the order in their favor towards those final moments. But they do have to stop feeding these stars early on. They gave themselves a big mountain to climb in that last game, and I want to see them be a bit more reserveful this time around.
It's a great point. I feel like they just made it harder on themselves than it was necessary. I mean, 1 star difference versus the kind of 5 to 7 that they were feeding at times certainly makes a difference. And here we go again. Bobby just kind of stepping forward. Alianis switching forms quickly, getting some damage. Sands on the left hand in. I think just trying to get rid of these porters. He's in a great position to do so. Will pop a gadget to get away quickly. The rage will allow him to dash just a little bit faster. And Chino's still holding positioning too. I don't think SSG, I think they've learned from their past game mistake, right? They're going to be a little more patient this time. Probably walk in with the clock strikes a little bit lower so they can walk out with a win.
Well, porter spawners are down, and Bobby has also super to hand. Alianis is dangerous. They were able to bait it out in the last game, but they might not necessarily be able to do the same again. Trucia's stunned out here. Oh, that's beautiful from SSG. Sands comes in, gets the kill. The blue star still with Eternal here, so work still to be done as we approach that 30-second mark. Oh, I was going to say Sands was able to escape, but did get the porter spawners down. A little bit close, but nonetheless, SSG look better now and a bit more in control. Just any one kill in this game, and this potential set could be theirs.
Sands was flashing that yellow button, now diving in. Batuchis backing off. No super available. Hypercharge goes down for Alianis. 1 kill for the other end. 2-star lead for Eternal. Chino trying to close the gap. A marker onto him. Shade swipes through, and Bobby left all by himself. No chance that Lou can accomplish all of those kills, so Eternal will equalize.
Yeah, I liked the way that they stood their ground there on the side of Eternal. Definitely some learnings for sure. And now, a really key moment in this series. SSG had just a little glimmer of hope there and a fantastic clutch. But it wasn't enough to really bring that momentum forwards to secure the set yet. If they lose this game, then being 2 sets down, it's going to be so deflating. And I feel like Draft has been a bit of their worst enemy today so far. The Ali's definitely my favorite brawler of the ones that they've been able to snatch up here. Certainly the Jackie's my second favorite. The Lou, I'm still on the fence around. I want to see Bobby get some good hypercharge value and potentially some stars to run away with here. Blue star of Eternal, no kills or deaths just yet.
Lou's hypercharge is a great call out from you. I think it's very necessary. It's really good into Shade, and obviously somebody like Alianis can get really aggressive, so an insta-freeze followed by easy tags is definitely something SSG are looking out for. A little back and forth affair in the middle there, and Eternal will still hold their ground. 1-star lead, no kills. Alianis throwing some daggers down just to keep Chino at bay. Just a lot of patience from both of these sides right now. Waiting for an opportunity, waiting for a little extra supercharge. Now Sands looks to make a move.
Yeah, I like his positioning here. Freeze goes down. We'll get a little bit on Petrucius, but not too much. More to just kind of force everyone to the right-hand side. But this hypercharge from Alianis might need to come in now, and it does. Batstorm down, and SSG retreating. And they're the ones that do need to find at least a kill. Time is ticking. Sands goes in, straight back out again, and back in once more. They have a close call. Oh, as Petrucius comes in, a big arm swipe, and gets more stars, hands over to Eternal. That was not the plan, SSG.
Mr. P, of course, going to be able to do a great scouting report on the enemy sides, especially with somebody like Sands, who can just disappear from your eyes at any moment. Bobby working his way to this left-hand side. Eternal now 2 brawlers deep on the left-hand end. Frixie trying to move up the map, but has to deal with the ugly alligator in his face. And with 20 on the clock, Eternal just have to hold on to 3.
But can they? That's the question. SSG are moving. Bobby has super. Lands it into the middle. Forcing into the splits. Sands going in. Petrucius, he's low. Can Bobby find something of a pinch? Sands got to go in. The stars are equal, but the blue stars still with Eternal. Will they hold on to it? They still do. 5-3. They get the set. Eternal go 2 sets to 0. And this is now very, very dangerous territory for SSG.
Familiar territory for SSG, though. But each month that passes, it becomes more and more crucial that they get the job done, making a reverse sweep happen here. Almost crucial for their season. I mean, LCQ, Worlds on the line. It's starting to get a little more serious here.
It didn't their first ride in this rodeo. They need to reverse sweep to make it out of the quarterfinals. Had a good showing in this set, honestly. I liked the comp. It worked out a bit better than in Bell's Rock before, but it still was meant to be. And I could do the same joke I already made yesterday. It's been the biggest meme of yesterday's show that whenever somebody picks Mr. P, they just lose. I'm not gonna say it. They had a great showing. The Mr. P did its part. But yeah, it just wasn't enough in the end arc.
But it was quite effective, though, into the alley. I felt like Sands had to more often than not allow his teammates to pick up that portal spawner, and with the gadget pop as well, it turns into a bit of a beefy boy. But I think for me, it all came crumbling down with the Lou pick. It just didn't really kind of seem to do much for me. I felt like the Jackie was at least deterring the shade across to the lane of the alley, which then gave Sands some value. But the Lou I just didn't see where it kind of fitted in, whether they were kind of expecting something else or just didn't really kind of make too much sense to me.
Yeah, a very interesting brawl from both of those teams. I can't wait to see Triple Dribble now. We used to see a lot of Shade here as well as Hank, just anything that can make use of those walls again. A lot of throwers as well. Maybe we're gonna see Lou on Triple Dribble or something like that here once again. And it seemed to work out, so why not, Ark?
I mean, yeah, it's definitely a map where it could come in, but again, I just don't feel like Eternal maybe are playing into the draft at the moment. I feel like Space Station Gaming aren't really kind of reading things too well in that regard, and maybe kind of preparing for things and eventualities that actually don't need to be prepared for. I feel like, in terms of the data, it's been kind of clear as to what Eternal tend to sway towards. Certainly on this map, Kenji is a big threat, which SSG do need to make sure is in the bans. And Lou is one of the top picks for SSG. So if Eternal ban that, then that might be a bit of a kryptonite situation. Certainly the Bull here as well, Lumi as well, can definitely have some very good results on this map. Willow as well. You see that quite banned often, as again, the mind control can lead to potential own goals even. So good to see the alley ban already of the Hank and the Lumi, and on the side of Eternal, the Shade, the Poco, and the Barley.
Do you see some throwers banned out already? First pick is with Eternal again, and they pick the other good thrower on the map, Willow. I do feel like she's the strongest thrower on Brawl Ball at the moment. Great at defense, great also at just making her opponents shoot own goals, which you don't want that to happen, do you? But Space Station Gaming can now follow up with something to just try and counter that Willow. Something like a Hank and Shade would be awesome, but both of those options are banned out, Kenny.
Yeah, Draco comes to mind as well here as one of the more popular brawlers that's also very good. Makes sense as a goal scorer, has an indestructible gadget. Willow is just a safe early pick just because you can ensure that you can take over those aggressive brawlers on the other end. You talked about it, but the defensive mechanism that Willow has is one of the bigger reasons. But because Willow and all these other tanky brawlers have shown up, Larry and Lori have started getting back in the mix a little bit more, and especially when you look at the ban stage. No longer do they have Barley, they don't have Willow, and maybe you could go with the berry comp, but the poison from Willow probably strays you away from that a little bit. So because of that, I think a lot of teams have come to the conclusion that Larry Lori is a legitimate option here.
I love your Draco shout, and I'm just kind of a bit confused why SSG didn't go for it. They've gone for the Karate. Definitely not a bad brawler to have, but I prefer the Draco for sure. There's going to be potentials here for Charlie, for Chester, here for Eternal if they want to have something of an insurance policy. Jae Young as well, definitely going to be a consideration for sure. But this Kenji, are they going to be picking it in knowing that SSG have got that final pick? That's the question here. It's one of their top brawlers. Yeah, exactly. It was there for SSG. They got on the Kaze, so we really need to see this Kaze pop off for Space Station Gaming, because I think that Draco in this current form with the hypercharge now, it's a bit of a no-brainer.
One brawler I'm going to look out for SSG as well is going to be the Bull on that 6th pick, depending, of course, on what Eternal does on this left-hand side. But I think a shotgun brawler and somebody that's a little more popular nowadays on this map could be the solution. Gray was somebody I believe you mentioned earlier, too. If they want to pull off some teleportation shenanigans, that could be a choice here, too. Amber, okay, so just going to take the approach of consistent damage onto that open lane. If the walls don't go down, though, I think it will be a little tricky here. But obviously, they've got Willow and Draco, so they're not looking to remove anything into the Larry and Lori or the Kaze. I think this last pick, obviously a really important one for SSG. One of the more important ones, I would say, of their entire year, considering that Eternal have drafted really well, played really well, and SSG just got to get the ball rolling here. They currently are in position to hold a postseason slot in this region, but going down in the quarterfinals here, catastrophic for them.
Absolutely agree. Could be Bull, could be Charlie, Lou. That was one of their higher player brawlers.
Yeah.
Again, the win rate's fallen, though, hasn't been too kind. And, pairing the Draco and the Amber, I mean, the Amber is the answer to the problem that is the Draco. And they backed both on the side of Eternal. I think they've just been out-drafted on the side of SSG here. I mean, every set, really. Eternal are just not skipping a beat in that regard. They're so well prepared for this, and it just feels like SSG have been constantly just trying to catch up every step of the way. I've got faith in this, Lou, in the sense that SSG feel quite comfortable with it. But again, whether it's been getting the results that warrants the pick, that's the kind of reservation that I have here. So far, though, Sands clear up that right-hand side, allowing Bobby to push forwards. Or push through to Sands again, and a little bit of a measly attempted shot on goal there. I didn't really think it was going to do too much. Maybe it was just a positioning idea, but so far, SSG now going to have to reconsider their positions, and Eternal fighting back for that mid.
Now Sands, backline, dribbling, dashing forward right at Batuchez's face. Will claim him immediately. 3 brawlers standing for SSG. Bobby rushing it up the middle of the map. Chino flanking Sands up in the enemy lines, and is an easy walk forward. SSG, first team on the board.
That's more like it, and we need more of it. And Sands on this Kaze is definitely giving me a lot of hope. He's playing those assassination brawlers so well. Elianos now, dribbling the ball forwards. Frixie has got the mind control, and that's definitely a scary prospect. Hypercharged out for Sands. Now Elianos is going to be blind. That's why he passed the ball straight to Sands, and Sands always been a break for it. Should be a defense here, but Elianos not going to stop there. Oh my word! The Dragon's Breath! Everyone burns down! And it's going to be an easy goal for Eternal. An equalizer as quickly as that.
The firepower of Eternal between a dragon and a flamethrower coming out of Batuches is a lot to handle. Frixie, of course, from the back lines. Take some shots at the enemy side, get some poison damage in there as well. So just consistent damage pouring out of the blue roster. Now a swap here from Bobby. He wants to get more on the aggressive. Alianis popping that dragon form. Will be riding towards this right-hand side. Chino just trying to play defense. This has to be a way to counter out. Nicely done. Now a 4th brawler in the map. SSG are looking for a counter push.
A lovely fan storm there from Sands, and the follow-up was beautiful too. Trucius just couldn't see what was going to be going on, and before we knew it, he was down. Now, can SSG fight back here? They got hypercharge on the loot. That's huge for Chino. Can they land it at the right time here? Missed mind control there as well for Frixie. It's going to be costly, especially on this defense. Alianos falls on the right-hand side, and now Sands making a break for it. Bobby in the middle, laying down some shots as well, and Frixie just goes to the ground. The dive is not going to help save that ball, and that's very good now. SSG look like they got a potentially winning comp here, finally. And Sands still not feeling good about it, but I feel like that's being reserved. They got a lot of work to be done still, so I kind of like it, not getting too ahead of themselves. No celebrations just yet. Plenty more still to do, but that was, I think, the best performance we've seen so far from SSG today.
My brain went straight to that Lou hypercharge as well. You called it out. And I think Willow saw the writing on the wall, went for a desperate hypercharge, and just completely missed. And at that point, Chino was able to cycle a couple supers and end the game right then and there. Early backlines here for SSG. Frixie marching forward. Alianis with ball in hand, 10,000 plus HP. Sands has to dish this ball out. Maybe an unintentional pass to the teammates, but nonetheless, it's now pocketed in that back right-hand corner. Alianis now forced away, but Tuches just holding his positioning here. Sands will play bodyguard to this ball.
You can see just how influential those fan storms really are. It just prevents the push from Eternal. They don't want to be going into the eye of a storm with a Kaze on the other side. Frixie, though, in a great spot here to help whistle down Sands. Going to be trickling down from that poison, and the pinch is perfect. Bobby's in a tough spot now as Alianos pops there, the last stand gadgets. Bobby trying to body block here for Frixie. Ball just actually goes to Sands' feet there, so a bit of a missed shot there for Eternal, but hang about! Mind control! Oh no! SSG turned the back, and you can't do that! Frixie gets the freebie!
Great heads-up play from Frixie, and just a lapse in judgment from SSG. Gotta be better at that. No room for error, especially when you need a reverse sweep in order to move forward in the tournament. Alianis now falling down to about 2,000 HP. Sans there to clean up. All three members of the red roster moving this ball up. Will advance it to the middle of the map. A thrower battle in the middle. Sans stays lurking. Batucha's operating on the open-ended side. And Sans once again going to drop a fan storm. Now all the SSG side will cluster up to this ball.
Aliana's frozen. Should be value here for Bobby. A gadget though straight into the Dragon's Breath is not the plan. Chino trying to find a potential pass here to Sans. If Sans can get a fan storm, which he does, this could open up some possibilities. Taking the time. They want to have the help of Bobby here for this push. This is going to be quite a crucial one. Clock approaching now 35 seconds. This has got to be a push that equates to a goal.
SSG have to hold positioning, but Tuchis, though, will scare them away. Gasoline poured out across the map. And Eternal still at the mouth of this goal. Gino with the super available, too. He's going to have to rely on that once again. This is going to take perfect precision from SSG if they want to tie things up.
Hypercharge for Chino. That was huge value. The last stand will be a gadget that was popped, but SG are all over this, and Frixie can't really do much. No mind control. Pass to Bobby. Bobby should be able to walk this in. An equalizer in the final 5 seconds of time, which means we're going to be going to overtime. This is huge, but the hypercharge of the Draco is going to be coming in full force. With the map down, there's nowhere for SG to hide. Chino's going to burn straight onto Sans. Sans under immense scrutiny here as well. Pass through. A shot. A goal for Eternal, and match point.
They fall short there in regulation, but in overtime, it came out swinging. The missed Lou super. Certainly costly as well. It's one you can't unsee there, but you have to move forward. If you're SSG, this matters a lot. Eternal beat Tribe to get here and rewarded with playing the number 3 seed from North America. And they're making it look easy so far. SSG have to contest. They have to find a win. They're going to have to hold this Eternal push.
Trucius on the right-hand side, buying Sans. Bobby should be able to defend this, but again, that last down gadget is pesky. And Frixie now behind this perfect wall. Can't find Chino, so good jukes from him. Fanstorm out for Sans, and Frixie's a prime target. The dive gadget there as well utilized, and Sans will wait. Gets the pickup. Better from SSG, good control. Not too long to the respawn, but Sans can dash. Will he be able to find this goal? It's going to be a one-man band, a one-man army. Can he find it? He goes down! Defense is there for Eternal.
And a costly miss there. Went for it. Definitely wasn't a guarantee by any means, and they're lucky that Eternal don't capitalize any further. All they do is have the ball in a little bit better positioning. Oh, Sans is able to get right through that gadget. Excellently done. Once again, we're going to see another aggressive Bobby gadget here. Switches position and will move forward, but Frixie is putting them to a halt for now. Aliana's getting frozen up. Gino looking for the kill. Grabs it. Sans with a fan storm. Batuchas pass to the right. No super available. Now Sans will sprint down this right-hand sideline. Switches to the Geisha form. Looking for an opening. Aliana's there to defend. Sans falls short once again. Denied.
Oh, Draco's just in such a great spot. Defenses like that do not come often in this meta. But that's one Brawl that can really do it. Bobby now trying to do his best. Now Gina coming in. They have the hypercharge. They might need to go for it, and they will. To secure, just get that Draco out of the mix here. Ball still back, though. Not too much time on the clock, but no goal is definitely a thankful thing for the side of SSG. But again, that Draco hypercharge could certainly be around in this potential overtime scenario. But SSG want this goal. They know that they need it. They can't really afford to go into overtime really here. Let's see. Can they make something happen here? Because against the match point, if the goal comes from Eternal's side, there will be no time to reply.
Great dodge from Sans there with the gadget to avoid the Amber Super. Several shots on goal so far, and they're looking for an opportunity. This is a great way to start it off. Frixie gets marched out. It's going to be 2 versus 1. Alianis has to be a perfect goalkeeper once again. Not this time, though. SSG knock one in with 15 to go.
Absolutely huge. Can Eternal get a goal in the final 10 seconds? That's the question now. Alianis is alone, and then Sans comes in for the helping hand as well. That gadget pop is not going to do anything at all. SSG will survive this just about, but what a close call. They deprived Eternal of a match point. This battle is absolutely far from over.
Sans just going to take a quick lap alongside it as well. Easily the most exciting set so far of the day. Nicely done from both of these teams. And look, SSG have been here before. Can't say it enough, though. With each passing month, this gets more and more intense, especially now that we know there are some guaranteed teams to the World Finals. We're running out of slots. It went from 4 to now 2 available postseason slots, more than likely. LCQ already grabbed for Tribe. Obviously, that world spot still has to be won over, but SSG give themselves at least a chance.
Just give me this match to watch and I'm already happy. I'm set for the day. Honestly, we had some great moments here. A beautiful goal by Frixie with the mind control. Sans going absolutely ham on the Kaze. I was very certain this would be reflected in the stats. I'm happy it does. And Space Station Gaming does claim that third sets, they prolong into set 4. We finally have a game. I'm so happy. Draft-wise, I feel like this was actually the first time that I feel like Space Station Gaming had the better draft in their hands. I agree with you, Kenny. You called that they should have maybe picked up the Draco when it was still open. It went over to Eternal. Really good brawler, also into Kaze. But what I didn't really understand was that Ember pick. I feel like that hurt them in the long run here, Ark.
Yeah, they're trying to kind of like pair it, I guess. Ultimately, you know, it's a great counter into Draco. So if you're going to pick Draco, pick a good counter into it as well. But I think I've got to surrender shout out to Chino. You know, we saw the Lu in the previous map in Bounty, just didn't really do much on the hands of Bobby, but Chino really did shut down that Draco as much as he possibly could. That freeze stun that he was able to obtain really did make a lot of difference, and was able to cycle a lot of hypercharges throughout that match as well. I think that he did a really great job there, and Sounds, of course, you know, steals the show on the Assassination Brawlers as you'd expect, but I think that backbone was very much needed there for SSG.
Now we move forward to Ring of Fire. Hot Zone, a completely different game mode, but Lu could be a con candidate here that we see once again. Feels like it's a brawler that SSG have really leaned on, but in terms of the ban stage, maybe he shows up. Sometimes we see a lot of these anti-tank brawlers get into the mix. It depends on the team's strategy, but we have those aggressive brawlers, the common ones that we were talking about at the top of this match, and then the other ones like B and Lu. Crow's somebody I'm also going to keep my eye on out for here.
We did have that one missed hypercharge by Chino. I do have to call him out for that. That was a bit unfortunate, but they turned it around in the end. Space Station have a game, another live now, and they move on into set number 4. We have some bans in already. As you mentioned, Lu is going to be a great pick here. Of course, he's going to be banned out. Ali, if she has a good map, I think it's that one. She wins on this one. At least like 50% of the times, her win rates aren't really through the roof. B's going to be banned out as well. And once again, one of those long-range brawlers that we claimed Space Station Gaming loves to play and is so good with is going to be banned out here first up, Kenny.
Yeah, several candidates for starting lines here, but Draco is the top of my mind just because of the place he's in, the meta, the hypercharge. The issue is with an early tank pick, even as good of a brawler as Draco is, now you're going to be trying to come up with countermeasures, and it's clear that SSG probably wanted the tank, right? You see the B and the Lu banned down that top right-hand side, so I think they're thinking tanky thoughts, but on the left-hand end, there's still popular brawlers like Charlie who can come out. Obviously, the flamethrower can pierce through the spiderlings that Charlie brings to the table, so maybe SSG just feel a little more comfortable in this now that they've got their bans out of the way.
Yeah, I was seeing it with the Lu ban. Certainly, SSG wanted the Draco as their top brawler pick in scrims. Now, Eternal here, got some choices here, for sure. That's exactly what I was about to say. The Lumi is the downside of picking the Draco first, because that's still a pretty decent brawler into a Draco. The freeze will helping hand things for sure, but once Draco has that speed, that's where he's so dangerous in the hypercharge, of course. So even a Lumi will struggle without that stun landing the mark to be able to shut it down. Bo gonna come in, not the flashes, but it does leave a third and final pick, sort of surprise pick here for Eternal potentially here. Looking potentially at like a Kenji would be very much up their street. The B ban, by the way, on the side of SSG is definitely directed towards Eternal. They are very strong with it. Hank is still available here, so big tankier brawlers and certainly some heals could be on the minds of SSG if they can overrun the zone, and you know, maybe even something along the lines of a Hank and maybe you know, even a Doug. They do bring it in sometimes on this map. It's a very bold thing to do. Get Jay on for the heals and the speed. This might be a potential Doug or a potential Hank here.
Do they double down? Yeah, I think your mindset's in the right place. We had a great conversation about this on SA's show yesterday, but I just feel like this is such a difficult map to draft on because there's just so many good options. I mean, Bo's only shown up 3 times this month entirely after yesterday, and even he's still appearing here. Lumi, Draco, some of the obvious ones, Jay Young, but you just mentioned so many good choices. And with so many good choices, sometimes it's a little bit of, you know, fear in how many choices that you have. So you got to make the right one as well. Bell. Okay, not the one that I expected, to be honest. We listed a lot of choices. This is not at the top of my list, but they at least give themselves a sharpshooter. Now they have a damage amplifier and a marker if the other side elects to go with something more tanky or aggressive. And plus the nest eggs are great for control. So a very well-rounded composition, I will say, for SSG.
I wish you could see my face when that brawler showed its face.
Was it good or bad?
It wasn't great. It wasn't great. I guess SSG having some insurance here of any, again, shock final pick here from Eternal. Gonna be an Amber. be able to burn down a lot. But I just don't think the Bell was the play for me. It can pop off. It can absolutely do work here. And certainly, East Asia really do champion the Bell more often than not. Very, very high pick and win rates for this brawler. So in no means in any way a bad brawler. I just think the synergy though with what they were cooking with the Draco, with the Jaeyoung, it just didn't really kind of cry out to me, oh, let's throw in a sharpshooter. Certainly the mark is kind of like the biggest attribute. And I just didn't really kind of see too much on the side of Eternal as to whether that was going to be a targeted approach. And the final pick didn't really convince me either. So I do like the bow. I did give it a lot of stick in the early part of the season, but now it is warming to me gradually over time. I've always loved the brawler, but just didn't really kind of feel like it was in the meta so much. But so far, so good. A little 10% on the zone for SSG, and the taps are paying off from Bobby. And again, he did say on Twitter that he misses the sharpshooter meta. Well, this is your time to put your money where your mouth is, Bobby.
Opportunity for Bobby to really showcase what he can do with Bell, and so far, so good. Bell with a 67% win rate so far after yesterday's tournaments. Oh, nasty work coming out of Batuchas, though. What was looking so good for so good for SSG has now just completely flopped.
Yeah, and that burn from Elianis, if he chooses to go for it, which he does, it's going to expose that entire left-hand side. SSG now are relying on these taps. Frixie is marked. Oh, that was a very clutch booster there from the gadget. Be able to tank it. Nonetheless, he will still be marked and will have to evade that right-hand side. Petrucius has hypercharge. Do SSG know here? They will do now. He's put his head out and he will find nothing off the back of it. But nonetheless, Sands overextends. A hypercharge there from Marianos as well. It's going to bring things to tie ball game soon if SSG cannot shake Eternal off this zone.
Puddle of gasoline covering the map. 3 bow mines still available. And Frixie is marked up. Chino trying to move down this left-hand end. Stunned once again on the right. Sands falls. Flamethrower goes down. Chino! What a team wipe! Clutching up for SSG when they need it most. Season on the line. Those are the big-time plays necessary if you want to make a semifinals.
Absolutely huge. Chino going to town. Now back in Dragon form as well. Ripping into Ariana's. Frixie's next, and maybe in a double, triple. Imagine that. Patricia's though off the spawn. Wasn't really in a good place for him. Missed the stun. That's going to be quite a big blunder there onto Bobby. The freeze, however, will force him back. But SSG have done a lot of work. Last stand gadget pop for Chino. Bobby there in the middle as well, getting the heals from Sands. And SSG are looking back in business. That's the game on the board. But the way that they've been able to bring this series back so consistently, when they were against all odds, against the match points, they're now starting to find themselves once again.
They are so close to yet another set 5 appearance. For whatever reason, this roster, and especially Bobby over the long term of his career, has just been in these down 0-2 situations and clawed his way back. You can never count them out, especially right now versus Eternal. Alianis up the middle of the map. Frixie going to be playing the center, and Batuchas ice rink on the left-hand side as Sands approaches this right-hand in, trying to punch his way through Alianis. That's a nice takedown, but a loss on the other end for SSG. 1 nest egg down. Lumi has a marker on the ground, just waiting for Bobby to make a move. Doesn't elect to use a gadget there. Bobby with some nice jukes. Oh, but a missed shot on the marker. Tough beat.
Yeah, it's a rarity from Bobby, but nonetheless, 1 nest egg. Alianis is going to pop it. Lovely pickup from Bobby. Beautiful. Those nest eggs are so valuable, and you've got to keep cycling them on the zone, so control, consistent control for SSG is a must. Chino going in yet again onto Alianis and should come out on top. Better that in the bottom right-hand pocket. Going to be a pest. As Frixie just trying to come through as well. Finds him, though. That's quite key. Will stop the healing. Chushis, hypercharge. Going to find Chino as well. Lovely juggling there, but Chino's surviving on for a little bit longer than I think Eternal here would like. But now, Sands battling this mid. The Alianis is still marked up from Bobby. And this is so much better from Space Station Gaming. They're starting to find a rhythm here.
Bobby in the middle of the map. Long-range sharpshooter. Chino up in the faces of the enemy. Alianis pouring out the gasoline, and its trades going both ways. Batuchas falls, and now SSG just have to work through these mines.
Hypercharge mine certainly going to be... Oh, the mark gets the kill! Bobby is tapping. He's back on the sharpshooters as he said that he loves to be, and it's working. Going to be surely a set here for SSG. Eternal are not even going to bother trying to get out this spawn. This is now a game. What looks so bleak for SSG is now equal in just quick succession. Unreal scenes.
We called him out a couple of times now for that tweet for Bobby saying he likes to control meta. Back to control, and there you go. He really showed off his bell. Worked out wonderfully. The Draco pick also just had to be the first pick for SSG, and they did it correctly. China was absolutely stunning on that brawler. And Kenny, I think you put it quite perfectly. SSG seems to feel most comfortable when they're on the back foot. We see this so often with this roster, with Bobby specifically Sens as well, that they just start to really play some Brawl when they're 0-2 in the back.
Yeah, I mean, I really don't know what it is. Whatever works to get you a win, you know, spin it however you wish. But when times are needed most for them to perform, it just seems like they find a way to come through. Now, obviously, there have been times as well where these really good teams from North America and Elevates and the Tribe Gamings of the world have just swept them away. There has been no set 5. It's just been a 3-0 deficit. For whatever reason, SSG in these quarterfinals, once again, pushing this all the way to a set 5. Drama really building here for these postseasons.
We're now heading over to Crystal Arcade. Whoever wins this one will move on into the semis. And I want to reiterate here how close the race is for that third World Final spot that we still have to give away in NA. SSG really needs that win. Otherwise, they're gonna be caught up by one of those teams, Pioneers, STMN, or Team Electros today. Yeah, let's see whether they can hold on their winning streak now, whether they can take this momentum also over to Crystal Arcade, or whether Eternal Esports can make their dream come true and win against SSG today, Ark.
Yeah, it's not going to be an easy task, not by a long shot for sure. Going back to last month when SSG were able to reverse sweep STMN Esports. Like Kenny said earlier, you know, they do seem to perform so well when they're under pressure. One reverse sweep in June, can they get another in the quarterfinals for July? It's just very risky for me. You know, they're banking on so much on a single draft, and this is not the season for it, you know? If they just step 1 foot out of line here, then all this effort to stop the unthinkable of Eternal coming out on top here, it's going to be such an important draft to get right on the 5th and final set in this map mode. It's going to be a really, really tough draft.
And talking about draft, here it is. We're heading into our very last draft of this match either way. Crystal Arcade, such an interesting map. Also one of those that just came in now with the map pool changes. For lanes, I love to play some Shade, some Hank, because of the wall in the middle of your lane. Or we did see some Griff before as well. You can't just decide to open up as well. Maybe that long range Gump is gonna come in clutch again. Bans are in now. Ash is gonna be banned out. Janet and Terra from Space Station Gaming. 2 of those brawlers I would not have expected this early on. Lily, Ellie, and Gray on the other side. Those 3 definitely good ones on Crystal Arcade. No surprises here. What I kind of expect here now, Lumi could be an option. Sandy, quite good on lane as well. What we did see before, of course, Kaze, and she's not banned out again, Kenny.
Yeah, the Ashe is a very peculiar one, and I think that's partially because they want to go tank. And Tara's become more normal, I would say, as a ban, especially at least on Gym Grab, and nowhere else that she shows up. I just think the Hypercharge Super is just such a good reverse mechanic. But Ashe goes down, and therefore I'm thinking, hey, maybe Hank, maybe Draco, and that's exactly what they go for. I just feel like it's a really good brawler. It's hard to pass up on. There's a lot of really good brawlers right now, but as far as play rate's concerned, Draco one of the higher ones.
Yeah, absolutely. So Lumi, I've got to feel like is certainly an eternal pick here, especially with the Tara ban. Yeah, Charlie potentially as well is their #1 brawler when it comes to the scrims, and you know it's going to work well into the Draco and for anything else that might come up. Like I say, I like your Hank shout there as well. Kaze. Yeah, this is a dangerous map here for Eternal. Lumi, even Mortis with the Lily ban in play, they can't bring that in, but this is a very dangerous map, I feel, here for SSG, because Eternal can be just really reckless and aggressive in their assassination brawlers, and getting the Kaze in this stage, it's going to be a very, very good one to bag here early. Let's see what SSG wants to combine with this Draco. Certainly going to be on the minds of maybe a Gus to be able to have that shielding, because this map is going to be so open. It's going to be tough to push into a lot of this. So something to helping hand things in that regard, or some heals wouldn't go amiss for me. Let's see. Yeah, he's going to be the Gus. It makes a lot of sense in this kind of map, so I quite like it.
Gus paired with Draco's going to have that shield available, the long range in the mid. They have to be really careful here on this 4-5 turn. You still leave one pick available for Eternal to try and counter out this comp. So I imagine that SSG are probably going to go for a more well-rounded approach. That's why we see such a contrast from something like Draco, who's close range, has the hypercharge that gets up your facing. Gus is going to play point guard position. He's going to be in the middle of the map, dishing out those shields, trying to collect those gems for you. And with this final selection, SSG have a lot riding on the line here. Currently the number 3 seed entering the day, and they go with Shade, one of the better brawlers in the game right now, especially now that he's equipped with a hypercharge.
I like the brawler. I don't like the position in the draft though. Eternal can really kind of just double down on this. Doug or Jackie is pretty much the number 1 counters, but I mean, opening up the map here as well wouldn't be the worst of ideas here for Eternal, or just run it down with something tanky. Let's see how they're feeling towards it. But certainly Shade is a very, very tough brawler to deal with. Lou going to be that brawler. I mean, it didn't really work out too well for Space Station Gaming against the Shade earlier in Bounty. I feel like if Shade's able to have super and utilize the wall, then it's able to pretty much stay away from it. I mean, let's see though. It's going to depend a lot on the agility on the side of SSG, whoever is playing that Shade pick. I don't mind it. It's very tough to call either of these two sides the winning draft. I've got to be honest though. I mean, I'm surprised it wasn't a Doug or a Jackie for Eternal for sure. It's going to come down very much to how this Lou fares with this Shade, and whether that's the brawler really to shut it down.
SSG have once again found themselves in a set 5. They're going to have to pull off some magic once again, but this is going to be a tough start on the left-hand end as Chino falls. Bobby, 3 gems to his name, have taken over the middle of the map, but Alianis there to scoop up every single one of these kills, claims the life on the right-hand side as well, and an immediate sweep. Eternal have swung it their way.
Again, Eternal are dangerous with the assassination brawlers, and that is the meta. Bobby said it himself, stunned out there, slowed and frozen. As it stands, it's looking bleak so far in this game. SSG need to get their head straight and get things together, because they're a bit all over the place, missing a lot of these shots as well. Alianis now having the hypercharge, a dangerous spot by Chino as well. Just a couple of taps away from a fan storm, no doubt about it. A shield for Bobby. To kind of what end didn't really kind of seem to do too much for me. Alianis falls now. This is a chance for SSG to reposition themselves and get into a more advantageous spot.
Sands has to pop off here with the early loss in positioning. Batuchas has just been bullying his way up that right-hand side. And a missed super from Frixie. Doesn't really equate to much. It's just no contact. Makes SSG walk around a little bit, but ultimately Chino's still holding this left-hand lane. Now more ice pours out onto the ground. Sands stretching, connects, drops down Lumi. This is the first time that Lumi has really lost this lane, so now Sands can put himself in position, and he's going to need to hold on to it. Oh, Alianis with a dash forward, though. Hypercharge still available. Chino has now been stunned out. Can't activate super, and Frixie will scoop up every one of the gems.
This is what I'm worried about. Alianis is so dangerous. Frixie with 11. And SSG have got to close the gap very, very quickly. Sands going in. Hypercharge pops. This could be a chance to reset things. Frixie's low. The Dragon's Breath will burn him down. But Sands is stunned. Be taken down in the spawn. And SSG going to have to do that all over again. It was hard enough doing it once.
10 on the clock. Chino can't move a muscle, but Tuches has frozen him. Gadget just to try and preserve his life. Alianis, right-hand side, has a dash available. Supers just to give himself a little extra coverage. And Eternal now on match point. They are looking to bury SSG right here and end their hopes of a comeback.
And the confidence returned. Eternal there with some big smiles. It's not over yet. But it wasn't too convincing there for SSG. This Kaze pick is a huge thorn in their side. I do think the Shade has got more to be seen yet. Sounds certainly a very accomplished player on brawlers like this. Let's see whether they can try to get some earlier hypercharges here, some earlier control for sure, as they kind of always seem to be trying to make up for lost time.
SSG rush 2 aggressive brawlers down that left-hand lane, and as a result, Eternal will migrate to the right-hand side. Jim spilled onto the ground. Alianis, Frixie there to defend. Now Batuches all the way up the middle of the map. This is another early lead here for Eternal. 2 times in a row now, they've gotten their early lane victories, and that's such a hard thing to come back from. We saw Sands really struggle there middle of the set. Until he could really grab onto these walls, it was really tough. Once again, a big dash forward. This time, Bobby gets the victory, though. That's a big one for SSG.
Huge. Shoots on the left-hand side and finds Chino. Chino pops the gadget, but to what avail? He'll still fall regardless. Alianos is just so deadly. Bobby with the popping of the shield as a deterrent, just about staying alive, but not out of the woods yet. And Sans coming in, trying to go and get some of those gems for himself. There's only 2 remain for Eternal to be on a countdown. SSG have got to find some way to reset this, some way to stop Eternal in their tracks. Well, this one is going to be all over.
Chino just hasn't been able to grab a super in a long time as Bobby shifted to right-hand end. It's a countdown for the blue side. Alianis with 3 in the pocket. Frixie with the majority at 7. Super goes down. Bobby from the distance, stun on the left-hand end. Chino trying to pop the Dragon's Breath, has the gadget of Indestruction. Sands popped away. Eternal, all 3 members standing tall, and hopes and dreams from SSG of doing it once again end here. Perfection required, and a little shaky throughout it, but Eternal nonetheless come out on top.
Disasters for SSG. The reverse sweep dream was so alive for a moment there. It wasn't to be. It was the case last month, not for July.
The 8% has won. Look at that. Eternal actually did it. They made it out of the quarterfinals for the very first time. So they surely are celebrating. I hope they're just as prepared for the semis, because what they showed us so far today, honestly, I want to take this opportunity and thank both of those teams, SSG and Eternal, for this great match. It was absolute cinema. The steal from Eternal in that round 2, then the reset from Chino, just beautiful. Betoric here with the most kills, most DPS as well. Yeah, overall, just phenomenal performance from Eternal, even in the 2 sets that they lost in the end. Maybe that was due to draft a little bit. I still felt like they played perfectly, Kenny.
Yeah, Batucha's on the Lumi, just a problem. Lumi is just something, it's hard to let it slide in these drafts, and it popped off once again. Kaze's a good brawler. That last draft, I feel like they had the distance with Gus, but then the other brawlers at times when they lost those early lanes just couldn't catch up. So as a result, it's going to be Elevate versus Eternal on the top side. The lower side of the bracket, though, is where we're going to turn our attention to next. Stamina versus Newcomers, Prodigy Esports, Team Electros versus Tribe Gaming. My must-watch of the month. How can you not want to see that?
Now we're taking some time to cool off after that one. Make sure to get your predictions in. What's coming next is STM and Esports versus Prodigy. One of those 2 teams can still make it into the World Finals directly today, or at least they can make it onto that 3rd spot. August will still matter to them. And Prodigy on that side, it's a mixed roster. Some EU players, some NA. We're going to discuss that after the break.
Pues la verdad me hace gracia como de que me pongan el sombrero y tal, aunque el personaje se me parece mucho a mí. La verdad estoy muy feliz. Es un equipo que ya he jugado con ellos varias veces, pero es un proyecto nuevo y que me emociona mucho poder volver a competir con mexicanos hablando español. Y no sé, solo estoy muy feliz de estar en una org, representando una org que me apoya, que apoya a los mexicanos, y siento que podemos hacer grandes cosas con ellos, con el equipo y con la org.
Only 2 quarterfinals down so far. Exciting that we still have so many matches to watch today, and the next one is going to be a banger as well. I hope, at least. STM versus Prodigy Esports, but we're going to come to that in a second. For now, we're getting back and ready. I'm sure you watched the match. Who was your MVP?
Okay, I'm going to say Betiches. Let's see if everyone who was watching and voted agreed with me. Otherwise, I might be missing out on some pro pass XP. Yes, I was right. I hit the 1 and 3 once again. And also, Betchiz looked so fantastic there in that final set on the Lumi, I believe it was. And we agreed that Lumi, just such an issue. We even addressed at the top of the show where she was boasting a ridiculous win rate of, what, 67%? I mean, you remember Larry and Laurie when that was busted? That was like hovering in the mid-70s. So we are still approaching OP territory.
He was looking so good, especially in that Lumi in the last round. So yeah, with everybody just tuning in then and having to vote for the MVP, very logical that they would pick him. But I feel like, yeah, he was doing great overall. The whole roster of Eternal moves on into the semis for the very first time this year. Great to see. Now let's head over to some, or at least one, a bit more experienced team than Eternal. Stamina. They are in that close, tight race for third place and the world spot. On the other side, we have Prodigy Esports that is such a fun little wildcard story arc.
It really is, and I cannot wait to see how this one fares for Ready Set's predictions. I'm all for it. I'm all for it. Starting with STMN then, I mean, certainly experience is on their side, no doubt about it, but they have struggled quite substantially this season, again, not being able to escape those quarterfinal stages. It's been tough to reach the semis, so today I think they probably stand the best chance to date.
Stamina, they have to win this one to still make it to that third spot. It's such an important win for them. Now that SSG is out, that spot is technically up for grabs. Their opponent that is just one place ahead in the leaderboards, Pioneers, is also out, so Stamina now has the best of chances to claim that third slot. It has to be now or never. On the other side, such a beautiful story. I just love to see it, honestly. They are capable of pulling up an upset today. Is Prodigy Esports, previously played as Old Bob's Aura, known for their elite drafting throughout the monthly qualifiers. They are backed by European staff, and they also have a mixed roster. Mine from EU is currently on vacation, so this very young Polish player is now playing for his very first time in the monthly finals, but in North America already.
Yeah, according to him, he is a Tier B EMEA player, and now he just pays a visit to North America, and he does what anyone that plays Brawl Stars would prefer to do over the weekend, which is stay inside and play in the monthly qualifiers. He makes his first ever monthly finals, and he brings his Polish friends over to do the analyst work, the coaching work. He's filling one of the roles as well. Cappy, their coach who's been drafting for them, has been one of the major forces driving this team to success.
It's just so fun to see, honestly. And I know between the two of you, that's gonna bring out some discussions as well as to how a Tier B player from EU makes it into the monthly finals in NA. Again, just a super fun wildcard stories. These are the maps of today. Once again, we have some new ones showing up here with New Horizons, for example. That has brought out a bit of a different meta again, with some Rust comps to just wait out for the two teammates to get a bit tankier, and with some other brawlers that just wait for their super to happen, like the Buster, for example. These are our predictions. Let's see what also the people at home have voted. For now, Ready? Why did you invest in Prodigy Esports so soon?
Look. I think they did fairly well in quals. I feel like it's possible for them to beat STMN. STMN did well in the last monthly final, but I feel like they didn't really have the most challenging opponents to make it there. They had to face, I believe, New Heights of Gaming in order to make it there. I don't know if Juan Carlos is really the solution of this team, but this is 100% an STMN favorite match. I just had kind of a feeling today. I'm probably going to be wrong, but I'm rooting for you, Prodigy Esports. Don't sell my prediction.
That's phenomenal. I love to see it. Rooting for the underdogs, and they have more votes than Eternal Esports. Kind of feel bad for Eternal now, but let's go. I love to see when hearts are beating for the underdogs arc.
I do too, and I really hope that Roddy gets this, because he loves to put on those shades, doesn't he? He really does. I mean, it could happen. It could happen. I don't want to discount them too soon. We've seen crazy things across multiple regions in the BSC, and just again, the number one thing to remember is to never underestimate your opposition. So if STMN do that, then they could fall victim to it. So Boom Canyon, first map up, and the bans are in the Bonnie, the Kazi, and the Ali for STMN, the Charlie, the Ali, and the Amber on the side of Prodigy Esports. Going to be very much a tough matchup for sure. They've got the coin toss for Prodigy, so they've got the first drawing hand. I think things like Chuck here are actually opening the Melody too. So there's definitely some big heavy hitters that are available for them in that regard. But the body ban certainly for STMN, I think, yeah, had to say it. It's now down to STMN to counter this.
Definitely a good call from you here, Ark, that Chuck pick first. We do still have the Cordelius open, for example, that is like to be played into the Chuck just to get him out of the equation completely every time he tries to roll onto that safe. What we've seen here very often recently has been Eve, maybe an Angelo, just to get that bit more control into. You have some water on that map, so those two brawlers could show up here. Bonnie also an option, but she's banned out here. What else is there that could be aggressive enough to counter this? It's Colette. Not aggressive, not that much, and we didn't see her in such a long time already.
This is very true. She's just not as strong as she used to be, and it really just comes down to the brawlers that surround her in the meta. She doesn't have as many great matchups. Also, her value here on Heist is diminished because the amount of damage that you can do is like more or less capped at 25%. Now, what I was looking for from either of these teams is probably an Angelo. I think we see this as a pretty common response to something like Chuck. You get Dominion over mid. You're also able to clean up against Chuck fairly decently. Nothing that floats over water has made an appearance just yet. I feel like Eve, without some way of dealing with Carl, might be a big risk for them as well, which is another pick that could come out here. You get free positioning at mid. But the STMN strategy so far is going to be try and take control of mid. They're going to stick Lily over there, and she also gets great damage. She can also defend against the Chuck, put him in the Shadow Realm. He can't use a super to get away when he's in the Shadow Realm. Now I'm also looking at this Crow over here. That is going to be for taking mid control and holding onto it for as long as possible.
Yeah, I like it. It's making a comeback. I think it's definitely got a spot where it's kind of creeped back into the drafts a little bit here and there. I feel the Carl pick's a great shout. Would like to see that come through. Meg, Project Esports. Again, I'm not too opposed to it, not too for it. I'm kind of somewhere in the middle, I would say. Lola's an option for STMN Esports here as well. A bit of an underrated brawler pick, but Angelo could still show its face, could shred down the Meg quite nicely here, but I think Nicole is the best shot. They've got to have a stronger ability alongside that Lily to be able to counteract this Chuck, and I think dive comps are the way to go about it. Just literally just storm the safe in that regard. 8-bit, that's a similar idea. I'm not opposed to it. I actually quite like 8-bit in Heist, generally speaking, but it's definitely a tough map to make 8-bit work. It's going to be very slow for the majority of the map until you can earn that utility. So certainly though, you get that damage booster on the safe, the extra credits gadget will absolutely tear through it, and it's yeah, it's been a while since seeing it in North America. It's definitely one of the brawlers that I think is quite underrated though. But is it going to be tough to play against the Chuck? I mean, the Chuck's going to have a setup speed for sure. I would prefer the Carl.
Would be interesting to see a Carl in this place. I think one thing that STMN might be lacking is safe damage. Let's see Pain, how he fares against this Meg. Immediately, Meg taken out of the mech, but it's fine because she has a star power equipped. It's going to blast that Lily away. Needs to get back into that mech as soon as possible. Takas is already out with his first super. Juan Carlos with his super down as well. That's one shield already procced on Prodigy Esports is safe. It's all about defense here for Prodigy Esports so that they can allow this Chuck to get as much damage as possible. But their safe is simply evaporating. It's down to the final shield already.
Juan Carlos did so well there. An immediate super in the perfect spot for it, in the takedown there as well. And you can just see there's so little left now that Pain can just whistle it down alongside things going to the realm if he needs to. 14%, but in the meanwhile, Project Esports are getting some damage as well. Attacker's now on the safe, 4%, 1%, one more tap is what he needs. How close is he to super as well? Can he maybe get one off the back of this? It's shut down mid-super! Unreal, but Pain, he does get it. Lovely stuff there. A little bit close to call towards the end, especially when that Colette got taken out. That was amazing, but there was helping hand. And STMN do get it done, but certainly this base race could continue on.
Close for sure, but this is how you have to approach the Chuck matchup, because Chuck is pretty much just a countdown to your team losing. So what do you need to do? You need to crank up the momentum, and you need to get safe damage on the enemy side before they can take yours down. And that's what Juan Carlos was able to do on the left side with Pain going in to draw the initial hits. Juan Carlos working on that safe as well as trying to get his super. We see Pain moved back in the left side. That's fine. Juan Carlos is still able to tap up the safe, and he's gotten it down to the very first shield. Already procced it out, and now continuing to work on it. Almost getting down to the second one, in fact. Meanwhile, on STMN safe, just now have we seen the Chuck setup.
I think STMN are playing this really well, and it's not really giving the Shark too much of a look in on the safe now, however. And Juan Carlos is just trying to get that damage booster back online. Should get put down here in the mid, so that's going to buy a lot of time to get him back into position now. He has got super, a hypercharge for mine going in onto the safe, shredding it down to below that second stage now as well. The time is very much against STM, and they've got to start to bring things back into order.
Prodigy Esports have one more shield left to work with. Pain's going to pop into the Shadow Realm, has that super, might opt to demech Bryn if he gets the opportunity. He's inside of this bush, decides not to go for it, not just yet. Instead, get that shield out as soon as possible. It's one left, and Tacos can one-shot it if he gets a super. They're very well aware of Tacos' position. Meanwhile, on the home front, STMN, they're down to their final life, but Prodigy Esports will be taken down by all of that damage in the final moments. Well done, STMN. They've bested the Chuck for now.
Making it work with the 8-bits. Not an easy feat against the Chuck. Juan Carlos did really, really well in that regard. I was very impressed, and yeah, the early pick as well. It kind of left a lot of guessing work on the other side of Prodigy Esports.
I really liked your description, Reddy, of how it is to play into Chuck. It's really just a timer trickling down until your team loses. You can delay that by playing something like a Cordelius just to counter him or defend him for as long as possible, or you just go something that plays super aggressive into it. And we see it here. They completely disregarded any of their opponents. They were just trying to get their supers off onto that save as quickly as possible. More kills on the side of Prodigy. But Stamina just played for the objective. Just put everything onto the save that they got.
I like some of these matchups as well. Like STMN coming out here with the 8-bit pick. The thing that makes 8-bit not so favorable in the meta is just what he's up against, really. He's still good. He's got health. He's got damage. He's got even more damage when he gets that super down, but he doesn't really have speed. And that is, for the most part, his downfall. And it's why Colette is such a good pairing when you pick up the 8-bit, because she's kind of his #1 counter here on Heist. Intelligent draft, really old school from STMN, but it gets the job done.
Definitely. I feel like Prodigy Esports had a very good draft in their hands as well. Stamina just had the perfect answer to it. Again, either you want to defend the Chuck or you just play super aggressive, went with the second option, and it worked out perfectly. Now heading over to that new map we were talking about. New Horizons, not a fan favorite, or at least not from the player's perspective. I love watching it. Many people just watch the pro players wait it out really until the last seconds, where they have a Buster ult available with the Ruffs. Their teammates are tankier than ever. Yeah, they're just really waiting for the smoke to come in to throw down in the last seconds arc.
Yeah, Buster and Jae-Young, for that reason as well, are very highly regarded brawlers here. Bonnie as well, Gus for sure to be able to combine with that body. I feel like Ali is a big threat here that just has to be banned as well. And of course, Lumi, Kaze, those kind of brawlers too. The Ollies, the kind of brawlers that are going to have those big final moments, and they can kind of herd the sheep around the map, so to speak. You've definitely got to pay close attention to this kind of draft and this kind of map. It's one that is, I would say, one of the more challenging maps in that regard when it comes to this game mode. So we'll see how both sides are feeling towards it, but there's definitely some heavy hitters, Grays as well, things like that can be really quite pesky here.
A lot of things to consider. Some of the new Horizon strategies that we often see rely on hiding behind these walls and getting supers for free, especially hypercharges that you can get for free. Daryl always comes to mind as a little sleeper pick that can show up here. Sunny already alluded to the Buster making an appearance here because he can group up next to your teammates. And there's also the good old-fashioned control lane playing. We've seen it over the course of this weekend so far. We saw it last weekend as well. One of the ones that often gets banned out that is quite good here is Gene as a mid, because it's really just a countdown till he eventually gets a super and he's able to pull someone in a crucial moment and bring a 3v3 to a 3v2.
Do you like the team pick as well, especially paired with the Buster that we talked about so much already? Should be working pretty well. But yeah, I do feel like so far, more often than not, that wait it out comp has prevailed over the long range comp. Let's see what those two teams are going to show us here. The draft in the first set makes me feel positive that we are going to see some good drafts from both sides. Colette is something that we haven't seen at all. So Stamina is good for surprises. What would be a surprise to you, Ark, that could actually work out on New Horizons?
kit.
Oh, good
Throw that one
shot.
out there.
Mine too.
It is Juan Carlos after all. You know, I do feel like that could be something of a bit of a surprise pick. You know, we've kind of seen that kind of brawler combined again, as Reddy was saying with the Daryl, and it's just very, very hard to deal with a lot of the time. So it's an option. I think that it's sometimes even worth just placing a ban for it. It can be quite an issue. Let's see as the lobby now set and the bans shortly coming in. Certainly as well, Angelo will have a pretty decent time of things on this particular map as well. Charlie as well for STMN could be a decent shout, or even Brock. I mean, it is, you know, not my favorite brawler, but I can understand it. It's a very quick and early break. But also, I mean, we've seen, you know, Gray last month in the North American region with the Grand Piano gadget, just opening up everything as quickly as possible. Those kinds of ideas on this particular map can work quite well. So, but certainly, I want to see a Bonnie ban. We're going to see it. No Bonnie ban. Wow, that's the kit ban. The kit ban is there for us, TMN. You'll have to see it.
So many of those brawlers that we mentioned are actually banned out. Brock as well as Jean. Byron, one that we didn't really have on our card. Jaeyoung and Buster, we did mention those. Kaze is going to be left open, immediately picked up. She's a good tank right now, if not the best. She's the most picked up at least, alongside Draco. Is she going to work out on New Horizons, where you either need to have some range or just wait it out to the end? Maybe you could pair her here with some support in the back. Gus, maybe. Byron is banned out, so that's not an option anymore. Barry, maybe, just so she can survive in the end. Doug will have no problem surviving at the end.
No, he will not. Okay, so this is very cool from Prodigy Esports, and this is what I think is going to happen. So Prodigy Esports, they really want to sit behind a wall. You can tell because they've gotten rid of Jean, and they've also banned out Brock that would be used to break open walls. And a way that can also break open walls is using Gray with the Grand Piano gadget. So they've gone ahead and taken this away. Not necessarily, in my opinion, because it's like the best pairing for Doug, which it can be once he gets his, or once Gray gets his super and sets it up properly, but I really think they just want to take away additional wall break, and they want to sit behind this wall for as long as possible.
Hank could be an option here for STMN, really. I think the Lumi's a fantastic pickup, absolutely so. Or Ollie could be a good shout as well. If they're all going to be hung down behind a Doug and you're going to go in with a Hypnosis, I mean, sure, the Grey can kind of TP away, but I'm sure there'll be teammates, hopefully, to be able to deal with that, and then you're kind of in a good spot to bring them back into the map. Sometimes throwers as well. Tick wouldn't be the worst of shouts in that regard. Just a little bit susceptible to the Greys, so I think the throwers probably best to be kept away. Charlie going to come in is STMN's top brawler pick, slightly below 50% though in terms of their win rate. So the Brock, however, was at 85%, so it's a pretty targeted ban there from Project Esports also. I do feel like they haven't really kind of looked at the strategy that you've been able to reiterate already. I feel like they could have maybe done a bit of a better job there, but certainly, I mean, when the gas comes in, they do have to enter the map. Janet going to come in as that drop the base will be a big deterrent of that as well. And I just feel like STMN will probably just kind of be happy to sit back here.
I think so too. I think they get pretty free access to mid. They're not going to be pressured too much by Doug. He doesn't have any movement abilities. He's just a big block of HP, and he's got some damage when he gets in close range, but he's going to have to get it the old-fashioned way by walking at STMN. And as far as support from his team, I'm not seeing a whole lot. We'll see what Prodigy Esports cook up here. Are they going to immediately go into a corner? They're thinking about it. Ult Bob is chilling over here on the right side. The objective is going to be have the teammates take damage and then heal it up so that Ult Bob can get a hypercharge super for free. That will allow them a lot of pressure there towards the end of the game. And also combined with the Janet, I believe when Ult Bob uses a hypercharge super onto Mine, then when Mine goes up in the sky with his super, they should be able to get those Doug attacks down on the ground. So it's very much a cheese strat, but it's quite communicative of where Prodigy Esports believe they are in this matchup. They know that they're the underdog, so they're going to be pulling out the cheese to win.
I think it makes a lot of sense. Look at this freeze. The great value there from Juan Carlos. And triple stun. Oh no. Oh, again as well. Mine is stunned down the left-hand side as well. Unreal. What value there from STMN. And now the gas coming in as well. Those Morning Stars going to get some great gadget value if they choose to use it. I think best to reserve it though. Mine, yeah, not going to be able to even get the heal for Doug there as well. Goes the gas. Oh, Bob, that's the way to go, I feel. Whew, what amazing value there, for sure. Unreal. But I think that you're right. I feel like that when you're the underdog in this kind of scenario, going with a cheese strat, not the worst of ideas. You know, STMN are definitely, in my opinion, the more experienced team. The team that are going to be able to keep their cool far, far better. And probably the more mechanical team also. Project Esports have not really had that experience, so they're going to be lacking of it. So try to get something cheesy and get yourself the upper hand.
Well, the biggest issue for Prodigy Esports right now is that they have one half of this strategy. They had that hypercharge on an ult bob. Now they need to get a super for Mine, but they haven't been able to do it just yet. Mine is outranged in, I believe, every single one of these matchups. It's not really easy for him. He is able to pierce through some of those Charlie spiders, so that's definitely useful. But the only thing he's going to be able to get supercharged off of is tacos over here. And he's been denied that matchup every single time. Bryn also is being very mindful of his super. They have the positioning they want. Not quite the tech, but here comes the hypercharge out from Ult Bob. It's going to keep Bryn alive. Now, Mine up in the sky, looks for value, looking for tacos as well, but tacos is out of reach. He's the last one alive and gets taken down. Things fell apart there for Prodigy Esports. They didn't get a chance to execute on that strategy. Also, the attempt there at the long pull for Gray with that tech was way far off from what it needed to be for success.
Juan Carlos is playing such a great game so far today. Fantastic on the 8-bits in Heist. And now on that Lumi, I mean, the amount of value that he's bringing in for his team, unreal. Let's see, though, whether Project Esports can make something happen here. Already, Taco's getting some immense value. Going to be dashing away, though. I think that's probably wise. He was getting a little bit overrun here. Now, Juan Carlos pushing from the left as Payne trying to find some angle on the right. Gets the cocoon as well. And that's going to be quite a good connection onto Ult Bob. We're sitting back in that top right-hand side now, but that's going to allow Juan Carlos to get set up as well. It's not necessarily a good spot here for Project Esports.
They're being forced back in the back right. There's the pull, though. It actually breaks down their wall, so maybe not the best interaction, but at least Bryn got some super out of it. On the right side, Mine is pushing into Tacos, and Tacos goes, yeah, I'm not going to be giving you any super, buddy. We're not going to get cheesed here. This is not a potato BS TikTok. Pack it up, buddy. Let's go ahead and go to set 3. But they still got a few rounds to get through before, honestly, the inevitable could happen. All they have to do is deny the supercharge to Mine. Taco's taking quite a bit of damage on the right side. That's a stun onto Ult Bob. They decide not to commit. Just let that hot dog run out before they get the kill. Excellently done. Once more, it's just Mine left, and he's trying to deny that hypercharge. But Tacos gets what Tacos wants. Dashes into the poison to get the hypercharge and give them an excellent round 2.
Yeah, STMN are handling this absolutely stellar. It's just not looking like it's too much of a feat. Stun for Payne. Gets the cocoon as well. Tacos has got his hypercharge as well. Goes straight in for the juggler. Gets 2. When he finds 3 as well. The TP away, but it's 1 versus 3. What can realistically Bryn do? Not anything at all. STMN looking so strong. Claim yet another set and go 2 sets to 0.
No clip farming for you, Prodigy Esports. There will be no Doug Hypercharge, there will be no Janet Super, and there most certainly will not be a set win with the cheese strat. Denied and well played by STMN, but you can tell by those comms that the Janet just was not going to work out.
We talked about it often, how those new teams that never played in monthly finals before often get a little bit nervous at the start. Maybe what we're seeing here is also kind of a little bit of nervosity. But just looking at the stats here, it's very clear who won that knockout sets where it's all about getting those kills. But again, maybe it was nervosity, maybe they're gonna show up a bit stronger now in dry season. After all, they did get, I think it was above 20% in the vote, so people are believing in those underdogs. And a little reminder here as well, they had a good run in the monthly qualifiers. They did only drop down to the lower bracket after they had to face up against Elevate, and then beat teams like Rip OG, that is now playing with Charles, Second Best, and Sam, and then also real ones with Razo and Tooney and Snowy. So some very well-known names that they did beat to even make it here, Ark.
Yeah, again, being in the monthly finals is a whole different kettle of fish. You know, you've got all eyes on you, you're being scrutinized, your every move is being talked about by everyone watching. It's definitely something which to those that are, less kind of prepared in that regard and less experienced, it can be a huge weight to bear, actually. And certainly making the draft super, super tense. Every single move that you make could be the wrong one. It's that reason why we see these teams that have got the experience just able to really come out on top. They had the lowest of the scrim rates, just high of 33% on the side of Project Esports. So again, when you're winning just kind of 1/3 of your matches, it's really hard to feel like that preparation is enough also. So not to say that STMN's in that regard wasn't the best. It was about 50%, but that's still quite substantially better. But let's see, maybe we can see a set go the way of Prodigy here. It's going to very much depend on this draft, but so far STMN, they just haven't skipped a beat.
But 1/3 of the matches, or the sets, we're now in the set 3, would mean that they win this one round, right? Is that working out? I mean, 1/3 isn't bad at all. If you claim yourself to be only a tier B player and then scrimming against those top 8 teams in NA and still winning 1/3 of your matches, actually not too bad. Bans are in now. Mr. P, Bell, and Brock banned out on the side of Prodigy. They do have the first pick here, so they did leave open many of those first pick worthy brawlers. Gray could be one of them, would not be on the top of my bingo list, but hey, Kaze, Jean, and Ollie are going to be banned out. We do still have some tanks open here. We do still have some snipers open that we see a lot of times at the moment. Bell, for example. Lumi is going to be left open. Angelo, so many options. Carl was one that we saw every time we saw this map so far, just to get the blue star at the start, because this is a map where you can very easily spawn trap your opponents ready.
Yeah, and so you have to ask yourself, what conditions would make someone prioritize Gray over those top brawlers? And the answer, very expectedly, is Prodigy Esports are going for something very specific here that they plan in advance, some kind of, at risk of, using the dairy products and name too much, cheese strategy once again. They have the 4-5 over here. They're going to be, hello, Pain. They're going to be facing this Jae-Young and the Hank, so they're going to have to have something that does like substantial damage into that. Shade is going to have kind of a bad matchup into stuff that heals and also into like that Hank, but it may be something that like STMN decide to go for in the end stages, because Jae-Young should be able to get that blue star pretty easily, and then they can hang that.
Draco gonna come in for Prodigy Esports. Kind of indicates maybe the need for heals, but I mean, the Lumi's open. I kind of feel like you kind of have to go with that. It's going to play well into the Hank to slow it down. And Hank, Jae-Young, it's already a dangerous comp that STMN are running here. I mean, Bonnie is open. That's definitely a brawler that I think could work right here. Yeah, that's a good way forward for Prodigy Esports. They've kind of brought things back around into a form of order here, because I felt like STMN was starting to really run away with things there. Sometimes they bring in Penny here as well, which I think can have a matchup. It's not the worst of ideas for me, but Ali's open here as well. That's another really quite dangerous brawler, which, that or the Bonnie, I think the Ali would be not a bad shout here to consider. Let's see what they kind of go with. I think that Project Esports have got a good comp, no doubt about it. It's all about how they play it now. Charlie going to come in for STMN, and I can't not hate it. I think it's always going to be a fantastic brawler in this meta, able to shut down the Draco, and the Spiderlings, of course, will do their thing.
Yeah, it makes sense here. Charlie is going to help them not get run down. With the Jae-Young and with the Hank, there was real potential for that Draco to be a pretty good one into them. STMN knew that this Draco was coming, and yet they decided to go with the Hank anyway, because they knew that they had this safety net of a last pick if something too aggressive came out from Prodigy Esports. So let's see. Here comes the speed immediately from Tacos. He gets additional speed by staying next to his teammates and attempts at an upset. Whoa! Okay, Bryn. He gets the kill off the beginning. You have to have some pretty good precision in order to pull off that early game kill. Now the script has flipped. STMN's composition largely revolves around them getting to hang back. Prodigy Esports now find themselves in that boat, but they've taken so much damage, especially with the gadget from Tacos. Bren once more avenges his teammate, looks for a kill onto Pain, or at least some damage, but he gets denied by the Spiders. But the TP is already set up. Old Bob in hot pursuit of Juan Carlos, shut down by Pain, and a takedown in response by Lumi. Prodigy Esports are only behind by 3 stars at the moment, and Brent has to be well on his way to getting a hypercharge to now penetrate STMN's backlines.
That was an absolutely wild start to this game, but now STMN bring things back to order and go on the defense. It's gonna be tough. We need to see some breaks here from Bryn for sure. Nice coverage. Ooh, Alt Bob on the right-hand side. Going to pop the last stand gadget into the cocoon. But coming straight out into a potential Hank bubble here. Oh, the timing. Oh, the timing. Juan Carlos, dirty boy. Love it. Absolutely fantastic from STMN on that defensive. Now double the stars of Prodigy Esports and that blue. Hypercharges, though, for Prodigy Esports are a bit of a blessing here. Certainly, I'm looking at the Draco, and I'm looking at that Grey.
Oh my goodness, what a long pull, and Tacos gets taken down. Prodigy Esports are just 5 stars behind, and they still have the Grey Hypercharge. Might be waiting for that next hook from Bryn so that he can get even more value. Olbob's going to come in with the super. Must have that confidence that he can get that Hypercharge going, which he does on a Pain on the right side. Gets cocooned at the last second. Bryn's got to help him get out of here. But in damage, now the gadget popped by Tacos. Olbob going to pop that gadget to stay invincible. On the right side, looking for the kill, but no. STMN bring it to 20 stars before we see any more kills come out of Prodigy, and it's match point.
Clean, but slightly chaotic that time around from STMN. I felt like they were still in control. A great start from Bryn, no doubt about it for Prodigy. I loved what he was bringing with the Grey, but then all that hard work, those 4 stars and the blue above his head, just eradicated so swiftly. And then STMN back on the defense. Kind of what they'd like to see. All nice slow there from Juan Carlos. Straight away going to find Olbob. Last stand though, going to keep him alive. And just the nick of time there as well. Until the follow-up. Lovely. STMN looking so strong here. 4 stars now. Just the blue with Prodigy Esports, but already what a grand position that they are in.
Juan Carlos deserves to have 5 stars here. Ooh, he's going to have to pop a super to stay alive. He baited out a gadget from Olbob earlier to get the first kill of the game. That was just beautiful. Another one coming online for Tacos. It was a double kill as well. Prodigy Esports are in a horrible situation at the moment. They're 9 stars down, and they have a Charlie with the Hypercharge in their spawn. A miss, though? Okay. Pain might start to feel some of this heat. Olbob is in pursuit of him on the left side, but he is well flanked by Tacos. On the right side, finally, Juan Carlos falls, and that brings the gap between our 2 teams to 4 stars. Prodigy Esports still are not in a comfortable position. They don't have those Hypercharges that they need to get in a good position.
With this pinch, Pain going to be able to find the pickup there as well, and out of the cocoon, and surely down. But Olbob, last stand though, yet again keeps him alive, but not for long. 17 and the blue. It's just so dominant here for STMN. Pain having the Hypercharge now as well. Juan Carlos as well. And Tacos, so much utility, and not enough being seen from Prodigy. They're going to try for one last ditch attempt with the Hypercharges that they've got, but it's not looking good.
30 seconds to go. STMN just need a couple kills in order to bring this to 20 stars. It's a Hypercharge in for Bryn, but really it just gets positioning for a final play from Olbob. It's going to be tough, though, to acquire 11 stars right here. Quick math, that is going to be enough to tie if they can team wipe, but they're going to face 2 Hypercharges at the same time. That's a stun onto Pain. That's going to be important. And the gadget is expended by Bryn. Now Olbob in, has that Hypercharge. They need to keep this value. Just 3 stars is all that they need. Pain with the missed Hypercharge to the right side. Juan Carlos needs to fall. Now it needs to be 2. 1 star away from STMN taking victory. They get it, and they're going to the semis.
Very clean for STMN. A great result, but again, they did not underestimate their opposition, and that was key. There were moments where it could have gone the other way, a little bit here and there, but for me, STMN was starting as the favorites, and they finished as the favorites.
Never underestimate anyone, even if they are the underdogs. And honestly, Prodigy Esports can be very proud of themselves. I mean, at least they did make it into a monthly final. I think it's the very first time for all 3 of those players. And come on, it looked like mine was playing from a hotel room. He's just on holidays in NA. Probably would not be able to play in August anyway. It was a great showing. We now know those names, and maybe we'll see mine again in the EMEA monthly finals one day.
Oh, maybe so. Look at these stats from STMN. They absolutely deserve this. Juan Carlos stole this away on the microplay as well. I remember seeing him like bait gadgets from Draco, which is a matchup that Draco's supposed to win. I think it communicates a skill diff. Also, we just saw like some better drafts, attempts at cheese from Prodigy Esports that didn't work out because they didn't give themselves a good draft, basically. I'm thinking about Janet on set number 2 there on Hideout. Just not really what they needed. It puts STMN here in the semifinals.
And a really key time for it as well. I mean, again, looking at the teams at which they're battling against, you know, Space Station Gaming and Pioneers going down those quarters now gives STMN a really fantastic opportunity ahead of themselves.
We're now heading into the last quarterfinal of today. After that, we're already heading over to the semis, and we just saw it in the bracket as well. It's Team Electros versus Tribe Gaming, and the name that is above is usually the one qualifying from the upper bracket. Yes, you saw right. Tribe Gaming actually only qualified through the losers bracket in the monthly qualifiers. That will give us a lot to talk about, I'm sure. But we take a quick breather first. Welcome back to the July monthly finals. We're in our fourth and last region, but I'm very happy that we still have one more quarterfinal in this region at least. We got Kenny back as well. Super happy to see you too. You watched our previous match. It kind of went the way we expected, but Prodigy, again, can be proud of themselves, Kenny, and I feel like they had some great drawing still.
For sure. I mean, Prodigy Esports making the top 8 is a huge deal no matter how you sit it. Obviously, there's some consistent names that show up here every single month that we fall in love with, but nonetheless, a huge accomplishment, especially for some players that maybe don't have the history that some of these other teams do.
And our MVP, Juan Carlos from STMN. Can't really argue with that. This guy was stealing all the stars away as Hank there in the final set. And you know what I've noticed is typically the star player from the final set gets MVP. We'll put that theory to the test later, but I think he deserves it. He's a new addition to the roster, and upon him joining, they immediately saw better results.
I do think it's a little bit of recency bias. Maybe people that just tuned in will just vote who they saw in that last set. We're gonna test it later, as you said already. First up, now, before we head into the semis, we have one more quarterfinal to go, and it's a good one. Tribe Gaming versus Team Electros. On the one hand, we have NA's Rising Dark Host. They did sweep Pioneers and looked very dominant in qualifiers. And then on the other side, we have Tribe Gaming that had a perfect streak in NA, at least, until last month, where they lost to Elevate, and now they also lost in the monthly qualifiers, Kenny.
Should be an interesting one to say the least. Team Electros have been on the rise, and obviously grabbing his Livy during the halfway mark of the season is a big pickup. One of the better players historically in this region, Rafiki and Bilal, some cracked little 16-year-olds as they were described last month. Really excited to see how these guys perform.
Team Electros still a pretty fresh roster, came together now and already looked very dominant in the last monthly finals. They must win to stay alive in the LCQ race, otherwise their post-season hopes could end here. We had the chance to talk to Levy, talking about the team dynamics. Again, they're not the oldest team in the monthly finals.
I would say if my team was down 0-2 in sets, I think Bilal would probably be the one to try to motivate the team. He's pretty good at making jokes, even if we're losing or the vibe is bad. So I would proudly say that I am the most serious when it comes to scrimming. Long story short, if the team name wasn't Team Electros, it would be called Livvy's Daycare. And that should answer that question. I would say that we all work pretty hard. You know, we all scrim. We all try to help out in draft where we can. And obviously that is the most important. And I think we all play the game outside of scrims a fairly good amount as well. So.
Multiple factors led to their monthly final participation. Again, they are scrimming a lot. They're playing the game outside of scrims a lot. And as Livy said, they also have 3 great drafters on their roster, which is very important at the moment. We're looking here at their July monthly qualifiers performance ready. It was smooth sailing.
It was. They threw out both of their opponents there in the qualifiers. It didn't lose a single set, and look at some of the names they took down. New Heights Gaming, we saw them in the top 8 last month, and Space Station Gaming, which we saw last month. They won their quarterfinal, and they made it this month as well. But those open waters are kind of behind them now, because ahead of them is pretty much the Kraken of North America.
Usually you get rewarded by qualifying through the upper bracket. Well, Tribe dropped into the lower one. Very unfortunate for Team Electros. Now they're facing Tribe, and what should have been an advantage is now a terrifying prospect for Team Electros, Kenny.
Lord of Lightning as well on his way to trying to crack that ship. I mean, it's definitely a tough one, right? Team Electros have been so good on the up and coming, and they get rewarded with the old Tribe Gaming, who've made the final round every single month. It's been Elevate versus Tribe Gaming for 4 straight months. Now we're on number 5. I think this is a tough one, though. I really do believe in this Team Electros roster. I do think people are bringing down Tribe maybe a little too much. I mean, RBM, Luffy, Zeus. As far as the top 8 is concerned, last month was the first time that they lost. So I'm not really sure why all the hate's flooding through all of a sudden.
We usually have Tribe Gaming in the winners' interviews in those monthly finals. Not in June. Elevate beat them 3-0 in the end. So, yeah, I'm very glad that we still had the chance to catch up with them behind the scenes.
Actualmente hay muchas cosas que hemos cambiado en esa forma de ver la perspectiva del draft, en las cosas que hemos enfocado nuestro enfoque como equipo y tanto individualmente, y eso nos estaba afectando a que no estemos dando el mismo rendimiento en varios puntos diferentes en comparación de la primera split, y cosa que siento que aún estamos a tiempo para arreglar, para tener el mismo desempeño que la primera mitad de año. El plan principalmente sería volver a lo que nos hacía ganar, o sea, volver a nuestros antiguos hábitos, a volver a hacer bien las cosas que solíamos hacer bien antes, pero enfocarnos más en todo lo que nos hacía estar por un paso delante de los demás.
So yes, we didn't hear from Tribe Gaming in a while, but it's great to see that they're still motivated and they're trying to go back to the roots, and those roots have led them to 4 monthly final wins, so it's not wrong to do that, I feel already.
No, not at all. In fact, their old routine was pretty much play Brawl Stars constantly, nonstop, all day, plan out every possible draft. A really work-intensive, really labor-intensive strategy, and it feels like they kind of backed off the gas, tried to live life a little bit, get outdoors, and that didn't work out for them. Not when you're trying to be #1 every single month. So they're going back to the same old stuff, at least according to Killer.
It's actually just 3 monthly final wins, sorry, my bad. We just saw the predictions as well. We're not all on the same side. I, again, just went with the obvious in this one. Tribe should take this one, or not, Kenny?
Obvious, I think, they should be favorites. I really do believe that Team Electros are showing some good stuff. Obviously, in the up last month, now with another month playing together in the qualifiers and scrims, they've looked just as good to me. So I am going to go with the heart a little bit here. I think it would cause a little more chaos in terms of the region. I think that is an insanely disrespectful amount of percentage points. Again, the last time that happened, Eternal got a W.
I love how the people are voting today. Eternal had 8%. They did win against Space Station Gaming. Team Electro is now only with 6%. And then we have Prodigy with above 20% of the votes, and they got swept 3-0. So, yeah, I don't know. those predictions are not really hinting towards who's winning. If we follow the same pattern here, then Team Electros is going to take that one, and Kenny and Reddy will be in the right. Heading into draft now, the very first one in this quarterfinal, number 4. Team Electros is banning out Pearl Amber, picking up that Terra as first pick. Don't mind it on Double Swoosh, very bushy map. You want some control. Janet banned out as well. Ellie, Draco, and Kenji banned out. So Tribe was kind of thinking Team Electros is trying to go for tanks as first pick. They picked the opposite of that, Reddy.
Yes, Team Electros, they banned specifically for Tara. It's so common to do here on Double Swoosh, and I'm honestly a little surprised that Tribe Gaming didn't catch on, because you can see that from the play rates in scrims. But evidently, Team Electros were concealing it. You can see from the bans of Amber, Janet, some of the best things to deal with that potential Tara, especially Amber. It's going to be gone now. Lumi now appearing from Tribe Gaming. Don't want to overcommit on how passive this brawler can be, so this will be to hold down a lane, but they're going to have to get something with strong defensive capabilities to pair up with it, and they need something solid specifically to deal with Tara. Something like Sandy is totally on the table, Buster also a strong possibility for them right now.
Yep, that's a good call out. Both of those were at the top of my mind as well, so good identification there. And I think the Lumi is your best bet at this point in terms of an early pick. That's a very powerful brawler in the meta. If you let that one go, I think the other side's just going to scoop it up. So I think into the face of something like a Tara, obviously somebody like Charlie comes to mind at the top of the meta, but the Spiderlings get eradicated because Tara can pierce through it. Obviously the super is really good, so if you want to run something tanky, you have to be really careful. But obviously Buster is a little specialty case in that category.
Back over to Team Electros, it's time for a bit of Lily. So, two-pronged approach here from Team Electros. Usually you'd have just one of these brawlers trying to target the enemy gem carrier. With Lily, it's all about getting that hypercharge and then diving the gem carrier at the perfect moment. It's going to be quite demanding on the comms from Tribe Gaming, so that's something to note for Tribe Gaming's approach here. But I wonder if it's a bit of an overcommitment. which lane are they going to put Tara on? Because usually, at least from our perspective, she's going to be running up the long side. She's going to be going up the left. Now Gray making an appearance here from Team Electros. So now we have a full understanding of what the operation is here. Lily has that flexibility of diving a gem carrier. She can also just get free positioning with the Gray teleport, which is not necessarily the most common thing to pair up with the Gray, but putting a tank in Gray here on double swoosh is a historically very successful strategy.
I mean, this is nasty work coming out of the left-hand end. I think grabbing Tara gives you a comeback mechanic. Lily as well. It's just giving yourself more outs between a hypercharged gadget combo, a hypercharged super from Tara. Other end gets the opportunity to grab Hank, though. That's a really nice pickup, I think. Great teleport, of course, can help out, too.
Okay. Tribe Gaming are going to be playing a quite passive game. Areas where they could be lacking range, but really the same goes for Team Electros. Tara has some pretty respectable range, but she wants to be hitting at least 2 cards. She also wants to know where those targets are. So I'm, throwing up a question mark here as to what the lane layout is going to be from Team Electros, because usually you don't see these two paired together. They're going to send Brawl up the bad side. It's the hardest lane to play on this map because you are facing bushes, and Tribe Gaming seemed to debate over whether they were going to double stack it off at the beginning. Okay, that's unorthodox right there, but it makes so much sense. On the left side is Livy's also working on his hook, and on the right, Rafiki in for the kill on Zeus. This looks awesome from Team Electros. I love the change-ups.
Like the Drat, and honestly, a good call out from you on the gadget choice, because oftentimes we're going to see the support coming in from those spawners, but instead, they know that every single one of the brawlers on the other side just pierces through them and is going to immediately eliminate them. So rather than go with that as your opportunity for vision, why not just go the other way and just give yourself a glance at the other side anytime you want?
It's huge. They don't really have any issues with these bushes. And look at Bilal. Now he's going for the lane swap over the left side. Going to try and catch people off guard. Oh my goodness, it's a double pull and a double kill. Luffy also hung out to dry here on the right side, as Livy doesn't really care. He's got a hypercharged super. Now he can use that to get away. He can also use it to get a better setup. Bilal taken down by the combo of the super from Zeus and a bubble from RBM. And Luffy wins on the right side as well. This is bad for Team Electros. They don't have control over these bushes anymore, as Livy's still going to try and disrupt it. Luffy on the right could get the TP in, look for the kill, but they're not very interested. Rafiki instead trying to get in position, in a shrewd peek there into the bushes from RBM. Team Electros have the comeback potential. They have this hypercharge for Rafiki, and they have as Livy in a super safe position, but they just don't have control of their own bushes.
Since that double kill, it's been all good in Tara's front, but Rafiki gets a kill. RBM responds. Zeus, low HP, runs away with that hypercharge. A forced teleport to get out of harm's way, and now Bilal finally can approach this right-hand side. It's going to be a battle alongside Buster, dropping a gadget there for a little extra visibility. They're going to need some kind of X-Factor. There's the Tara pull that they needed. One goes down. Rafiki now on the other end, looking at RBM, has a super, charging up that bubble. It's a game of chicken and the mouse, just seeing who strikes first. It's going to be Tribe who respawn. Nicely played, and they'll take a lead with the gym count.
That's a countdown for Tribe Gaming. Team Electros can take control and get 2 more to tie things up. There's one, but the next one's going to spawn closer to Tribe Gaming's side, and RBM could not be more aware, as Livy might have to send it. Rafiki's also hoping for a super, but he's not going to get it. Not until he gets close versus RBM. Now into the Shadow Realm, going to pop up right underneath RBM, but Zeus is ready to tank it. Just expert positioning from Tribe Gaming. Shrewd positioning. Wonderful team play to get this comeback.
Great job from Tribe. Just some good disciplined Brawl stars. Didn't lose their minds over things like the double kill early on, especially with how many threats are on the other end. You have Lily hypercharged gadgets. You have Tara with that super that obviously popped off there early on in the game. There's just a lot that you have to keep your eye on. So I think good communication from Tribe. Well played in addition to that. And obviously it was a close game overall. So Team Electros still very much in this.
Team Electros also having to face a switch up on the right side. Rafiki's going for the same thing he did last time, but Tribe Gaming switched up their matchup. Not only Zeus on the right side, they also switched RBM over to the left and had Luffy come in for the matchup versus Tara, which he should be winning. So nicely done by Tribe Gaming to fend off that first push in on the right side. They're going to find themselves in a similar position to last time if they can get a brawler firmly planted over there on the left. Bilal's going to be trying to sneak up, revealing his position on the right side. They have to be aware that Luffy is encroaching on their territory, looking for a gadget, also sneaking up. There's a gadget and super from Rafiki. Now chasing over to the right side where RBM's aware of his positioning. Tribe Gaming are just so smart when it comes to knowing what the behaviors of Team Electros are going to be on their respective brawlers.
Yeah, Rafiki did a good job of shadowing the other end, but they were aware of it, got the elimination, and Tribe still has 3 members standing. It is a stun, but the teleport goes through, so they will stay alive. Bilal looking at Luffy here. Now, Hypercharge Super will keep him up. On the other end, it's going to be a trade, 2 for 2. Luffy clustered up together alongside RBM. Bilal flanking, just looking for angles, and now has that Hypercharge Super ready to go, so they've got a weapon in their pocket.
Rafiki with the gadget in. Usually you want to use that to get out, but he's doing anything he can to get the super. Taken down by the torpedo from RBM. A missed super on the left side. Bilal with the hypercharge that did take down Zeus, but didn't get that much value. Would much rather have taken down RBM and Luffy there on the right. Because Luffy's going to pick up gem number 6, and Team Electros are crawling back. They can't really give this next gem to Tribe Gaming, but they might not have a choice. It's spawning so close to Tribe. They're going to get it. No, is Livy. Oh, and the long pull. What a play. RBM gets taken down, and Rafiki's in the Shadow Realm to bring things home for Team Electros.
Had an escape mechanic ready to go. Luffy left hand in with the shield. Low HP. Bilal hunting. Goes down. Now a 3v2 situation. Gems dropped though. Rafiki standing tall. Trying to posture. The gem count is close in the middle of the map with 1 to go. They can't quite claim it. It's going to be Team Electros tying things up.
Wonderful team play there towards the end. I had to question things a little bit when I saw his Livy miss a hook onto Hank. But then he made it happen a second time, and he got the long pull with it as well. He had the hypercharge ready, so I feel like that one was quite unexpected, you know, to use the super without using the hypercharge in such a crucial moment, but he executed it when it mattered. Really just ice in the guy's veins to pull off a move like that, and a much different layout from the beginning. Let's note that too. Team Electros go for a different rollout. They've got some pretty good damage on Tribe, and now they have the vision in onto RBM. Zeus is going to be the first to fall, and that's all they really needed. They've got an aggressive positioning, and what a beautiful positioning on the teleport from his Livy.
That is some nice setup for later down the line, because now Rafiki can get aggressive if necessary. Bilal, if he charges up a super, can just pop up in the enemy's eyes. So going from one side to the other, a bigger deal than it may look. Bilal was kind of hovering over it too. They're going for vision. Rafiki getting sent in, grabs 1 kill, now staring Luffy in the eyes, right-hand side. Bilal climbing up. Rafiki low HP, but does have that hypercharge super as a result. RBM forced to use a super as well just to stay alive. All 3 members of each end up, gem count even. Tribe slowly moving into the middle.
Rafiki really wants to find an optimal gem carrier to put in the Shadow Realm. He's got the hypercharge and super ready. And it's going to be tough to get it back before Tribe Gaming get to 10 gems, but it is possible, as Libby also has a hypercharge ready. He's looking for a hook. Would be wonderful. It'd be such a great synergy with Bilal. Just going to go for it. Once more, same old move, and a hypercharge cycled out by Bilal. That's 2. Rafiki needs to come in for the kill. Bilal also needs more damage. His reload's so bad, but his Livy with the respawn and the super up to get 9. That's fine. Would love to have another. Rafiki's in an over-aggressive position now with the gadget back. Luffy can't reach him, not with the wall in the way. Just a few seconds to go. Rafiki's running for the hills, as Livy also with his back against the wall. There's the interruption that Tribe Gaming needed. No kill onto his Livy just yet. Luffy's gonna get it. Now Rafiki needs to interrupt. Needs 1 hit on the RBM. No, healed up. Now hypercharge up from Rafiki as Livy with the hook and another interruption. Bilal closing in from the right side. Can't get RBM. Needs to focus on Zeus, who's down to his last legs. Once more, an interruption, and this match persists.
Rafiki has to get a reset here. 8 gems in Tribe's pockets. Hypercharge pop. 10 still remain with Team Electros. And Tribe Gaming backing off for now. Gonna make one last ditch effort here to move towards the mid. Tie up that gem count. Rafiki, though, with a shield on his head, pops up in front of Zeus. Gets the kill. RBM hunting. Luffy pulls. Rafiki goes down. Crucial pickup here for Tribe Gaming.
As Livy has the hypercharge super, he's gonna have to send it. Couldn't bait that super out of RBM, not till now. He's gotta pop that hypercharge to get to safety. He has all of the gems that Team Electros need because they can't interrupt here. All the gems spill to the ground from Team Electros. Tribe Gaming stay alive. Oh my goodness, what a comeback. Such an exhilarating set and a narrow victory for Tribe.
Big time moments across the board there. Team Electros showing they can compete with NA's #1. It's been a team on the rise, but Tribe Gaming, one of the craziest games I've maybe ever seen of Gem Grab, just holding on for dear life.
That was beautiful to watch, honestly. I don't know if anybody knows that, but in Gem Grab, only 29 gems spawn in total. 23 of those 29 had to drop in that game #3 for anyone to really gain control over that match. I think you said it, Kenny. They had everything except control over their bushes in game #1 on the side of Team Electros. that was the domain of RBM and Luffy on those tanks completely. That's how Tribe Gaming won that game number 1. After that, Team Electros kind of turned things around, gained some more control over the bushes, not completely just opened them up, broke them down, and it worked out for them. In the end, yeah, I mean, you saw it. It was a back and forth that could have been anyone's game in game number 3. So this first set, yes, it goes to Tribe, but how close was it, Reddy?
It was just back and forth so much. That was the most excited I've been over a Brawl Stars game in a while, and I got pretty excited about this game. Team Electros, what happened was they fell back really quickly there in game number 3, had their backs against the wall. Tribe Gaming closed in for the kill, made away with the gems, but only a little bit. Things kind of made their way over to Tribe's side gradually, but man, was it scrappy. Tribe Gaming, they're here, they are on the map, and Team Electros have proven themselves a worthy opponent for Tribe in spite of taking a set loss here to start things off.
A little reminder here as well, if Tribe Gaming makes it into the semi-finals today, they too clinch their spot for the World Finals. After winning 3 monthly finals in a row at the beginning of the season, they're not even the first ones to qualify for Worlds. It's actually Elevate, but they still have the chance to close it out today, Kenny.
Now we hop into pit stop. Tribe Gaming up 1-0, and I think that's a big set for them to grab. I mean, you all could see it with your eyes, how close that was the whole time. Really could have gone either way, so the fact that they won the coin toss does give them a little bit of a benefit as we push forward. Shade on the right-hand top side, going to be banned here. Barry, an interesting one, but one I've seen more common. Those Barry comps do come out sometimes.
First pick coming in from Team Electros. How are they going to opt to start things off on pit stop? You know what seemed to be a high priority for some reason in South America was Cordelius. And wow, say his name and he will arrive. It's like Beetlejuice. You say Cordelius 3 times and he'll show up as a first pick. So this is going to be the anti-selection. It is all about stopping the enemy pushes, which Team Electros evidently expect from Tribe.
Well, now that Cordelius has been picked up early, that's a defensive brawler, not necessarily looking to get high save damage, but brawlers like Draco, who are normally at the top of lists here, do make you hesitate a little bit. I mean, unless you're all out aggressive, Cordelius can really only focus on one brawler at a time, so you either just commit or you just hold back, grab some defensive, more control brawlers of your own, and that's quite the opposite. They're going to grab a longtime brawler for Tribe Gaming, RBM known to play this brawler quite well in the region.
I suppose they just have that confidence that Ashe is going to be a better matchup into Cordelius than something like a Draco would. Oh, okay. I guess we're monkeying around. Yeah, take a quick walk-off cam, Luffy. Did he really just pick that? I suppose so. So who's going to be monkeying around is another question. We know that RBM gets the Ashe. That is his signature brawler. Team Electros also do have something to deal with this monkey. I feel like also Charlie could be a way of dealing with it, but they've already committed hard on picking up this Cordelius first as a, counter to this potential Miko selection, also just anything like super aggressive. So now they're going to be going stuff that gets to the enemy side quite quickly. Also, Buzz is just one of the best things that you can do into Ashe. It's one of the reasons that we don't see Ashe as frequently these days, because he is quite straightforward to counter.
So Buzz going to be that first selection for them on this 4-5 turn. They get one more to go, and then Tribe Gaming get to respond. Still no Draco pickup here. It's a very popular brawler. Miko, one of, if not the most popular brawlers selected on this map for Team Electros specifically. So it seems like Tribe Gaming either knows something or it's something they've experimented with enough to have confidence in as well. Carl, the 5th pick, is going towards Team Electros. So a very well-rounded composition. Cordelius, like we mentioned, there for defense. Buzz can get some serious damage on that high safe, and Carl, of course, has plenty of mobility to go around.
Carl also gets countered pretty hard by that Buzz, so if they wanted to go the Carl, then Buzz was a good thing to pick up alongside it. You're also able to slice through some of the spiders from Charlie, do pretty well versus her in some of the wall peak matchups, in case Tribe Gaming were thinking of doing something like that. Nope, it's time for the Bulldozer. He's going to be going through some of these walls, gets crazy damage on this safe. So Tribe Gaming have a composition that gets just nutty safe damage. It's going to be about running it down. You also see that Bull can get some pretty good matchups into stuff that doesn't stun him. So I do have some question marks about how he's going to be faring into this. Buzz, for example, should be outliving the Buzz, if nothing else, because Buzz really is an assassin, and Bull's a tank. He should be winning that matchup at point blank. And he should also be getting crazy safe damage. 5K for each shot. Let's kick it off. Team Electros once more going to attempt to throw hands with Tribe Gaming. They almost did it with a set win in set number one. They weren't able to bring it to fruition.
Zeus already on the back lines as well. RBM striking that high safe. It's a little back and forth on the other side. Rafiki putting in plenty of work. Neck and neck right now. A Shadow Realm will claim them. Luffy hopping in on the action. 4,000 plus damage every time he does so. That'll be a cleanup there. Still on the other end, Rafiki putting in some good time tags and gets this high safe almost down to 52. That 2 percentage point, though, important. Remember, there are heist shields up. So until 50%, there it goes. Won't climb down. So now even ball game.
Bilal now shoving Zeus into the Shadow Realm, looking for the takedown. Zeus is going to try and come out right on top of the safe. Now Luffy jumping around, gets the safe down to 33%. Meanwhile, on Tribe Gaming safe, Rafiki has won his lane, but he hasn't gotten the safe damage to match. It would be a little useless to pursue the Miko here. They're thinking about it as Livy on the left side is trying to go for some damage. Rafiki popped the Hyper, but didn't get any value out of that super, unfortunately. Still, here comes the damage in. 24% remain as Livy is dedicated to staying alive. Needs another super to do it. Can't get it. Now, just a few percentage left on Tribe Gaming safe. It's down to 15 thanks to some of that damage from Carl. But 2 more shots, really just 1 more from that Miko could do it. It's down to 1k HP. Zeus coming in. Got to get rid of these rats. Zeus looking for the next super into the Shadow Realm, but there's nothing really to defend against RBM, who lays this safe to rest.
Real unfortunate miss there on the top for the offensive side of Team Electros. You just hate to see it. I mean, there's such a good squad, but a little bit of a mismechanic there for sure. Nonetheless, it was still a close one. I mean, very much in this, but once it became about less than 25% for each side, it's really just a matter of time before one little Miko jump gets you the other way. Miko is such a powerful force to get this high safe damage. It's really hard to focus him. I thought they did a good job in the early side of things, sitting as Livy now, especially if you can get the extra burn from that gadget. It's a way to bring Luffy down just a little bit quicker. Bilal already has his hands full, though. Both tanks on this left side.
And he's going to have to rotate over here onto the left. Rafiki's already doing his part with the stun, and he survives the bull interaction. On the right, Bilal rotating over towards Luffy. He's the dedicated defender. Decided not to super? Okay, I guess he was trying to go for the perfect timing, but it is going to give some damage to Luffy. Really, 1 shot, now onto the shield with a couple more. On the side of Tribe Gaming, however, they're taking a beating at the hands of Team Electros. Rafiki's going to go in to get some initial damage as Livy now looking to get this shield out. A couple of pickaxes slapped against the wall, but they only get it to 77%. The burn is going to help get it down to 76, but they were unsuccessful in getting this first shield out, which is going to hurt them on the next push.
Oh, now Zeus coming in. There's the Shadow Realm, so Bilal drags him down. Luffy up top, still putting in some solid work, though. Pickaxe swing up and down. They're already below 50%. And unfortunately, for the side of Team Electros, they still haven't gotten through that first high safe percentage. They still need 1 more to get through 75, and they're sending Buzz the other way. This could be the end.
Very well could be. Hypercharges popped 2 for Team Electros, and they got to defend this Miko. Bilal needs to time these attacks perfectly. 1, 2, 3 dodged in a row. Luffy gets it done with a final Miko super, and that's 2 sets on the board for Tribe.
That one was much less close than our first one, unfortunately. Tribe Gaming really showing their teeth there. That Miko pick was a clear pickup, a clear win condition, and just something that ultimately got away from them.
Tribe with a super aggressive comp, they simply overwhelmed them. Not even the Cordelius was enough to really defend here. What was really curious to me, whenever we do see a Buzz on Heist, he's often on brawler duty, defending, and not responsible for the save damage. They kind of had that mixed up in Team Electros, as Livy was the one defending with the Carl in the back. Rafiki tried to do some save damage, but he would have been much better on Miko duty, in my opinion, just to stun him out of existence. RBM with the most damage here. His rats did a huge deal of that damage. Ash is a brawler we don't see too often anymore. There are other tanks that are way more prevalent in the meta, like the Kaze, like the Draco, but I feel like into this matchup specifically, it worked wonders.
It seemed like there was this never-ending onslaught from Tribe Gaming that Team Electros were struggling to deal with, trying to get the right brawlers on the right matchups. And at the same time, they didn't really have a clear, dedicated DPS for the enemy safe. There were times when, say, like Carl made it all the way up there, but he doesn't really have the sustain that something like Bull, for example, does, where he's able to dash around, he has a hypercharge to keep himself alive. Carl is like a respectable damage dealer, but really didn't answer the call when it came time to base race Tribe.
We had that call before where we said Chuck is the one that makes it so you're just playing against a timer, you're just waiting for your save to lose some damage, and you need to be faster. I feel like into this matchup, it would have been better if they just rushed to save themselves, especially the Carl, because the Miko, it's so hard to defend him. Once he's jumping around onto your save, actually hitting him, super hard to do. In double swoosh, you can make the case that Team Electros could have won that set. In pit stop, it was all Tribe, Kenny.
Now we move on to Gold Arm Gulch. After a close set one and not quite as much in set number two, Team Electros really have to find a way to win. They're taking on Tribe Gaming, NA's #1, 3-time champion so far this year. And they've made every single grand finals. Sometimes it's luck of the draw a little bit. I mean, the fact that this team's kind of come together in the second half of the year and they get through the upper bracket just to find Tribe Gaming the other side, it hurts. I mean, there's a good chance that these are the top 2 teams in the region this month, obviously, preceding what happens after this. But I think coming into it, I really did believe that Team Electros were quite solid. Obviously, the resume shows that too. Going to be waiting to see if they can pop off here in set number 3, because otherwise, postseason hopes are looking bleak.
The way the bracket is happening today, Elevate and Tribe Gaming could both make it into the finals again. And as you mentioned, Kenny, they have been in the finals every single month so far in North America. Today could be the day where we finally don't see Tribe Gaming at the top. They are in the lead now 2-0. Let's see if Team Electros can still deny them their World Final slot and them moving on into the semis. Because yes, if they make it to the semis, they're also qualified for Worlds. Heading into the draft now, we have the bans in already. Tribe Gaming gonna ban out some long-ranged options here with Gus and Angelo. Jae-Young is gonna be banned out as well, so they do not want to see those supports alongside tanks. We do have some tanks banned out on the other side. First pick for Team Electros as well. What do you think? What they're gonna go with here, ready?
I feel like something safe right off the bat is going to be the method. We'll see if they decide to go for something long range, like a Gus, Ollie. Okay, yeah, cool. Just like do the exact opposite of what I was thinking. But there's a reason that these guys are in a monthly final, and I'm just in the commentary desk. The Ollie first is very curious. They must have decided that this is such an important brawler for them to pick up that they got to go for it now. But there are moments where Ollie isn't even worthy of a last pick, so it's a big question mark for me.
Wonder if Brock comes out here as wall break. Sometimes we'll see that be a way to combat Ali, to open up the map and just make sure that he's not generating much damage at all. So it's a little bit harder for him to charge that super. G with some consistent poke damage and early start here. Daryl, another one I'm going to keep my eye out just as general as we proceed through this draft. It seemed that throughout Tribe Gaming's drafts leading into this and scrims, Daryl, Ollie, a couple of the top 2 for him.
Another one now for Tribe Gaming. What are they going to pair up with this Gene? Gene does fairly well on his own. They just can't afford to go anything that's too passive, basically. That also stands for their last pick. And Daryl is now the approach that they're going to be taking. That's an RBM brawler. He's going to be sitting back and charging up that super and hypercharge for free. Just needs to have some appropriate defense from the rest of his team members so that he can stay alive back there long enough. Going to be also moving that super in towards the end when the poison forces everyone together. And I believe he should be able to win the matchup versus Ollie. Just needs to get that kill before Ollie's hypnosis procs.
So more than likely, going to be looking to try and give some kind of support option to pair alongside this. Ooh, Mr. P. Okay, so a popular one right now running around scrims in North America. Showed up a bit in South America yesterday as well. And obviously, we see Daryl, Shotgun Brawler, not necessarily a perfect matchup. Having some spawners is nice though, but into Gene, it's about as perfect as it gets. It's about the hard to counter as you can get to.
Last one out from Team Electros. I think they've really hit the nail on the head here with the Mr. P because it's such a great counter to the Gene. And final selection, something to bolster this Ollie and keep it alive. They don't go for it here. Tribe Gaming most certainly will. Bell could be a good way to disrupt some of the enemy stuff. Yeah, that's what they're going to go with. Because it makes sense. You know that this Daryl's going to be hanging back. You also know that it's going to be staying close to the Gene, so why not go for it? And this is one that you called out, is the Brock. Now coming in as a last pick. He's so counterable, so he is usually reserved for the end of the game, unless we're on like a different knockout map. He's a great first pick on Out in the Open. But no, we're not on Out in the Open. It's time for some Bell's Rock.
Paper matchups going to both sides. 2-0 lead right now for Tribe Gaming. Time is running out for Team Electros. If they want a shot at the playoffs and to progress forward, they have to slay North America's #1, and they have to pull off a reverse sweep.
Triple stacking the right side. Team Electros are already disrupting this rollout from Tribe Gaming. Luffy's trying to come in for the pinch from the left side. Successful so far, with Zeus also getting some chip shots in. Now Luffy closing around the left once more, opting not to get too aggressive. but he's still getting some nice shots onto Rafiki. Meanwhile, really, the strategy for Team Electros is going to be get the super for Livy as quickly as possible. What a pull for Zeus! Bilal was hung out to dry on the left side. Rafiki feels the heat from RBM as well, and now Livy's just a glorified super battery for the rest of Tribe Gaming as they're taking round 1.
Luffy now has a super as well, so Rocket Rain can pour out at any moment as Livy can drop porters at a moment's notice too, now that he has a super. And Rafiki, of course, is the super to keep your eye on. The Hypnosis guarantees some free kills at a pro level just because it's so easy to get those follow-through shots if you can stun them out of doing anything. Little bounce shot going down for Bilal, not equating to much. Now Rocket Rain to cut off this entire left-hand side. Daryl making his move now. Hypnosis goes out there looking for a trade. Marker goes through as Livy will narrowly survive. Has a hypercharge available too, getting some extra taps on Zeus. Nice connection there. Electros even things out.
One more to go for Tribe Gaming, however, to make it to a match point and lay Team Electros to rest with some lightning pace. They've got the tools in the toolkit to do it as well. Some utility online for them. RBM has the super, Luffy has the hypercharge. But the key error, so does Team Electros. They have infinite porters unless Luffy can take them down. He's doing his best. That's an early pick. RBM looking for another. He's the last one remaining, and they get it. Tribe Gaming move on to match point.
Just some devastating early kills have set Daryl up for some big-time rolls. So the second they find a frag, they know they have the numbers. They can get aggressive and did it right then and there. Just got to see a little more caution, a little better skill early on in these games. Those 2 rounds were tough takedowns, to say the least, for Team Electros. Once again, going to be engaging fully on this left-hand side, sending the Penguin to do their scouting report for them, so they know Brock's there. Zeus in the middle, throwing down some fanning shots, a little evil spirits for some connections too, and Rafiki just has to be ultra careful.
Tribe Gaming have Dominion over mid, and they're applying so much pressure to Rafiki here on the left side. Taking a lot of damage, no kills just yet, as Livy's doing his best to keep this Brock at bay. But it really feels like it's inevitable. Luffy is going to be pushing them back into their spawn, and RBM has the super ready. Not going to commit on it just yet. Could become a hypercharged super given enough time, which Tribe Gaming seem to have plenty of. They're not at any risk of getting pushed back. They don't have to make an urgent move, and RBM's got great positioning as well. You saw he got hit by Bilal a moment ago and opted to move away. Now he's going to be going in. Looks for the kill on his Livy. Won't escape with his life unless Rafiki decides to prioritize a completely different target. Went for Zeus, then on the left side to finish off RBM, and Bilal has the kill. It's a verified 1v1, but a takedown for Luffy brings us to one final round for Tribe Gaming to take it all.
With the fog on his back, Bilal just had nowhere to walk. Easy lineup shot there, and of course the incendiary from Brock's regular attack does linger on the ground, so either way, it was trouble. Hypercharge available on that bottom right-hand side as well. They are looking for a flank. It's Zeus in the middle too. Those magic hands certainly could lead to a death. Bilal with no super as Livy has the porters down and Rafiki just lurking. They have to make this Ollie super count.
Mr. P just hasn't really been the Gene response that they needed because, yes, it's good into Gene, but RBM is doing so much in terms of providing pressure. And you see how frequently Zeus is flashing that super just to inflict some bad, evil thoughts into Team Electros that they are so vulnerable. Hypercharge out from Bilal, gonna go for the long one onto RBM. That's perfect. It is exactly what Team Electros needed right now. Almost an expert snipe there from Bilal to do some more damage to the entire Tribe Gaming roster, who are all grouped up. Bilal would love to land a single shot onto one of them and start getting some damage for the team.
Now Hypnosis going down, could connect with multiple brawlers, and it does! Down goes 2. RBM there to be a shotgun brawler and scoop up the rest. And Rafiki felt the need to pop a super just to be safe, as Livy there to click away as well. 1-1 once again in rounds, so another shot at redemption here for Team Electros.
That's a wasted hyper for his Livy though. Put that one on the counter. And it's unfortunate because he needed that so much. That's Mr. P's win condition, is getting his hyper. Oh, RBM's just gonna send it. Bilal was so vulnerable, goes for one, looks for two as Livy decided to tank with his super. Now in, Rafiki gets one. Zeus has the opportunity to pull. No, he's hypnotized as Livy and Rafiki get the kill together. Now they just need to pinch Luffy. As long as they're at full health, they should get it. 1, 2 for Luffy would do it. Rafiki gets the dodges a super out from Luffy, but it's not enough. Team Electros persist in the face of this match point.
Rafiki was feasting right there. Goodness gracious. Really well played and honestly saved their day right there. That could have been a Tribe win. We could have been done and dusted with this match. Instead, though, a team wipe for the young man. Excellently done. That's the ceiling that Ollie brings. Hypnosis is so valuable in Knockout. And while Mr. P hasn't necessarily been the hard counter they're looking for, I feel like all these guys are showing solid mechanics. It's just this early game awareness is something to be careful of. Rafiki, though, overstepping a little bit, is trying to get closer to Luffy. Going for a hop of his own, will now get a trade 2v2 situation.
Really helps to get one brawler out of the way, but it's only a trade. In fact, the two most impactful brawlers still seem to be on the field. Bilal is vulnerable to RBM, so is Livy, and they don't have any CC that would have been available if Rafiki were still here. Team Electros are playing this one nice and slow, hoping to get some of their utility farmed up. Same goes for Tribe Gaming. The longer they can stay alive, the better, in fact. Zeus and RBM are also being mindful of the gap between them because they don't want to get any shots reflected by Bilal. Livy's keeping up the pressure as well, just gradually working on farming up that super and a hypercharge for later on. But the gas is what's going to make this interaction actually happen. Zeus doesn't have a super to speak of, also used the gadget earlier, now rolling from RBM. Free kill for him. Bilal looks for the kill, no. Pulled by Zeus and the wall break. Little twofer here for Tribe Gaming to get as much value as possible out of this one round.
If you could read to it, I don't think they would do Ollie for Brock, because he made a great point. Once it was down to Daryl versus the other two, as long as Daryl gets a good roll in, it's really difficult, even with the marker, for them to eliminate him quickly. And of course, Zeus was there for a magic hand as well, so it was just too little too late at that point. Two supers available for Team Electros. RBM hypercharged super due to his heroics in the first round. This is setting up very nicely for somebody like Tribe.
Range matchup for Team Electros goes positive for Bilal because he's got his hypercharge now. Means he should be able to hit it on RBM once he pops his head. An attempt from Bilal once more to get a long-range shot onto RBM. Almost successful. Really, the one that I'm looking at the moment is Livy. He needs to get this super. Oh, gets it! One shot onto Zeus is all it took, and now it's in a great position. RBM could take this down, but Rafiki is guarding it carefully. That is Team Electros' lifeline. It is the artery supplying the energy to their team. Zeus is going to look for the pole, gets it on Rafiki! He's got to get out there! No, taken down at point blank by RBM, who's now coming around the top left as Livy, a bygone memory, and Tribe Gaming with a 3-0 to go to the semis.
The three-time champion, four-time grand finalist Tribe Gaming sweep away Team Electros in our quarter-final four. Certainly wasn't on my bingo card today. Well, Team Electros have been very solid. Tribe Gaming, a lot of doubt walking into this month. Obviously, the people at home's predictions did not change in the slightest. They were not wavering, and Tribe could say the exact same thing.
Tribe Gaming did it again. They walked through so many of those monthly finals with a 3-0 history. Last month, a 3-0 in the quarters, 3-0 in the semis, to then end it on a 0-3 against Elevate. Let's see what the fate brings them today. On the other side, we have Team Electros that is now not making it onto that third spot. They're part of the tight race for third place and that last World Final spot. Only STMN from those 4 teams that are part of that race actually makes it into the semis. They have not yet caught up with SSG, but they're only 5 points behind them. If they make it into the grand finals today, with that, Stamina would be in that world final spot as well. And we can congratulate Tribe Gaming, because with their entrance into the semis today, they did make it into the world finals ready.
Excellently done, and there you have it. They've locked it down. I think I might have willed this into existence at the beginning of the day because I mistakenly said that Tribe Gaming were already at the World Finals, but good grief, okay? At least that won't age like milk because they have done it. They've gone ahead and mathematically locked the World Finals. They don't even have to show up next month, and they still know that they're going to be at the World Finals.
You willed it into existence and then also voted against them, so you helped them with the anti-jinx, right? That was all. That was all according to plan.
Yes. Well, let's talk about this bracket and how it is shaped up. Our quarterfinals are all complete, and it's been a pretty efficient ride through. The only one that gave us a real run for our money was Eternal versus Space Station Gaming in the upper side of the bracket, which went to a 5-set series. But in the bottom seed, my predictions were not that great. STMN and Tribe Gaming will make it into the semifinals, and we'll see them face off as our second one.
Coming into the semifinals, we have some great storylines going on here. We have Elevate and Tribe Gaming, our 2 world finalists now from this region on the opposite side of the bracket. It could be the 5th round where they're facing off against each other in the grand finals of the monthly final. And then we have Eternal that despite only 8% voting for them, did make it into the semis, and then Stamina, that with a win today, they would claim that third spot in Worlds. Not confirmed, SSG can still catch up to them in August, but at least for that whole month, they will be sitting at that third spot. We're gonna talk about that and more a little bit later. First up, grab your snacks, get your votes in, and see you in a second.
This victory against Try Gaming just gives us more confidence to beat most of the top teams. Like, we have the confidence to beat everyone right now because we beat Tribe, and Tribe was the main difficult team, so we have really big confidence right now. I think one of the things that make Elevate one of the best on the region is that we all try to work together. We don't have ego players in our team. Like, we all try to work like a team. We just try to do our best as a team, and that's the thing I think is the best. Like, play like a team, be a team.
If you just tuned in now, you tuned in at the right time. We are ready for the semis. We have our final 4 teams in the race to the July monthly final winners. Welcome back, Ark. That match was one for the history books. It was a close one, yet it was a 3-0 from Tribe, like we're used to seeing.
Yeah, I just put in the chat whilst I was watching that first set. Holy, Gem Grab was just absolutely insane. It was just so back and forth, super enjoyable. Tribe looking very, very solid today, considering that they sort of faltered a little bit last month. So I'm really keen to see how they fare for the rest of today. For MVP, I mean, I think RBM for me personally, whether that's whatever, yeah, I think that makes a ton of sense. I think that Tribe to me today just looked like they were just so much more in sync, despite having a bit of a rocky qualifiers. Then it really did a fantastic job of just proving a lot of people wrong in that quarterfinals match.
Very solid player overall, and I do feel like the kind of narrative around Tribe Gaming may be a little too harsh, considering they've lost 1 qualifier and 1 grand finals. They've won 3 of them, and there's been a lot of donuts in their path along the way. I mean, they have been the clear #1 so far this year. Obviously, with double points kicking in, Elevate have closed the gap.
We're now heading into another, I hope, banger match. I hope it's going to be a bit closer, another 3-0, like 3 of our quarterfinal matches have been. It's Elevate versus Eternal Esports. Elevate, a rising star here, the first to qualify to Worlds in NA, and they made it into the semis with a 3-0 sweep against Pioneers.
It was a fantastic match to watch. I mean, Patchy as well, by far the best retired player ever. I mean, people sometimes forget that. He is retired, and tweeted earlier, just making this look easy. He's really enjoying himself. I think that it's great to see Patchy in the way that he's not got as much pressure on himself, it feels to me at least, and he's just really just embracing things, and it really just shines through his gameplay. I think earlier today with Griff as well, what a spectacle that was, getting that cycled hypercharge. Really, really fantastic gameplay from him so far today.
Eternal, on the other side, they qualified for the first time from the winner bracket. I don't think they're gonna make it that easy for Elevate, despite only 8% voting for them in the quarterfinals. They did beat SSG, and now they're up against another Goliath run here, Kenny.
Yeah, tough luck. I mean, you went from SSG number 3 at the time entering the day, and now guess what? You're facing last month's champion, so they're just working their way up the ladder. If they pull this off and Tribe somehow made it to the end, it would be a full circle moment. For them to have a chance at a postseason, though, it basically has to be perfect for these 2 months, and there's probably some things that aren't even in their control that would have to go their way. So they're clinging on for dear life. They're staying hopeful, and the fact that they cleared out SSG, what was almost a reverse sweep, does go to show that these guys have some skill.
Eternal want to shake up the story of NA. It could be rewritten today, since every single month we had the same 2 teams in the finals, Elevate and Tribe Gaming. Elevate is trying to prove that last month wasn't just a fluke. They can win a monthly final again. Let's see if they even make it there first. I honestly, again, mind and heart doesn't always say the same thing. My mind is saying Elevate should probably win this one. I'm rooting for Eternal though, which just make for the better story arc.
Well, going back to last month, Eternal did lose to Elevate, so that was a 1-3 scoreline in the quarterfinal stages, 89% as well. Whew. That is a large margin on the side of Elevate. But they had, again, a fantastic quarterfinals match, really, really enjoyable. And I would say that for me, Eternal had a much more grueling process. They've been through so much and a lot more ups and downs. So how that's going to affect things, I'm not sure, but they've had some good time to at least reset themselves both mentally and physically. So coming into the draft for open business then, it's definitely, for me, Elevate going to be feeling very, very good about things, especially when you consider the performance last month as well. It's sometimes a lot to live up to though, and we can't forget that. Pressurization can sometimes get the best of all of us. So let's see. Again, the heavy hitters have got to be heavily considered here, I feel. I'm not sure that it's maybe the best alley map, but I just want to see it banned regardless. I'm looking at brawlers like, sort of Hank, Charlie's. B for Eternal is definitely a top pick as well. And the Griff, as we know, the Kaze's, these kinds of things are definitely in hot zone, definitely high consideration brawlers to ban.
Open business to me is one of the only maps that throwers have a place. You can play them on the sides. Nobody can really break open the map quick enough for you to lose control here. Wouldn't be just too surprised to see one of those. Shade and Hank are going to be the #1 counters to that strategy. And Mac is a brawler that was featured quite heavily so far. She's left open here. Hank banned out. Shade also left open. But yeah, a lot of the same brawlers that we've seen across all the modes and maps are banned out here. Let's see if we're going to see some specials. Draco, not really a special, also one of those brawlers that is good everywhere right now. It's going to be a safe first pick for Eternal, Kenny.
So this is the first overall pick, and they lock in Draco. And that first overall decision is sometimes an interesting one, and maybe a little tougher than it seems, because Draco's such a great brawler. Obviously, the hypercharge is awesome. All of us at home know that in our ladder games. But because they take Draco, you go with a tank. Tanks are counterable. Brawlers like Lou are still in the mix here, so they can answer this, and especially with revealing that card kind of early here arc, they are kind of showing their hand. Elevate can counter this if they wish, and their choice for that going to be Amber, and that's not necessarily a hard counter, but you can feed Super very easily off of Alianis, presuming he plays this Draco, because Draco doesn't have super long range. Amber can just constantly gun it down, keep that oil flaming, and that's a big perk coming in for Elevate.
Yeah, I quite like it. Fight fire with fire. Amber is definitely not a bad brawler pick into Draco whatsoever. But with the walls where they are, Draco can definitely start to creep forwards for sure. So he's still got to bag it as that first pick though. Eternal did well. Lou gonna come in as well to really double down, I guess, on that Draco and any other potential tanks that may come in. Maybe Kenji, but at the same time, the Hank ban is really the biggest of offenders ruled out here. Not to say that we might not see some other big tanky brawlers, maybe even the Doug coming in as well to combine with that. But breaking the map now, is the question mark here, and whether Eternal want to do it. It could take away from the Draco, but the Griff and the B pick definitely can do well on this particular map for sure. Let's see how they're feeling. Bo gonna come in again. It's not the flashiest, but it really does help with that sort of delaying of the fuse on that mid. Give yourself more time to really carry out the objective at hand. I quite like it. Stu, okay, interesting stuff. We saw a big rise of Stu this month in South America, now North America, taking a leaf out of that book. And it's always been very, very good on Hot Zone as a mode. It's simply the meta at the moment just hasn't been kind to Stu. It's kind of a tough brawler to kind of really pack the DPS needed to take down the heaviest of offenders.
Stu is somebody that has certainly been hurt by the amount of health points going around this meta. So the fact that we see a Lou and an Amber, not the healthiest brawlers, but the beefiest brawlers. So I think it can kind of work here. Looked like the left hand end really committed to control. We'll see if they grab any form of aggression. So they're going to grab a tank. Going to be Buster there to reflect shots. The flamethrower coming in. Shield, Stu, shield, bow, shield. So you got options here. Once again, I'm really impressed with Elevate, obviously all throughout the year, but especially this month so far. It feels like they've nailed every single draft. I don't think Eternal did a bad job by any means, but I love that Elevate had the mindset of doubling down on control, one of those brawlers countering out Draco, which is a threat in the meta right now, and then for the end game, they grab a smart tank of their own.
Quite like Eternal's lineup here, honestly. The bow is a really good, solid pair of hands in the mid, and the Draco, what's not to love, you know? And I agree, I think the Stu can have a good time here. Not having the best of starts though, low HP. Evex as well, almost went down himself. Alianos though, again in this left-hand side, is being quite a nuisance, and will need to get a good pinch between Evex and Diego Gamer. Low HP for Alianos. Probably going to get the gadget pop as well now, and he does for the last stand, so just surviving on, but I think wasted super there as well, so not the greatest of deaths to be fair. Mine's triggered with ease by Elevate, and they now take back the mid.
Diego Gamer connects just enough shots to get the freeze, follow-up shots from Patchy, and Evex already with another super by clustering up together. They charge it, and obviously Evex has been getting some nice taps as well, so those supers are cycling. He's even willing to use a hypercharge, probably knowing that he has that super ready to go. Lex better with 2 kills, no need in wasting a valuable super, so they're going to hold the line, now climbing to 60% in complete control of this map.
Yeah, it's a flying star. Oh, Alianos there straight into the ice rink. I'm going to fall for it. Patchy just triggering these mines with Evex, and again, very nicely done as they approach 75% now. Hypercharge pop for Frixie. Couldn't find the supercharged mines, though, off the back of it. Now hypercharge for Alianos. Oh, but blocked and stunned. Oh, bad to worse for Eternal. Elevates made that look so clean. And look at that. Static on the zone as the objective is all theirs for the taking 100% to only 14. A flying start.
I'll say it, the nobody moving at all is underrated. That's the ultimate taunt to me. No pins, no spinning. They just let the game do the talking. Nasty work coming out of the young men on the left-hand side here. Patchy joining in, and the mechanics clearly not lacking. Like you mentioned, for a retired player, he's still got it.
That was very convincing. But again, good shutdowns by Elevate there. For the Lou especially gave Alianos a real problem to have to deal with. Again, mines popped with no problem at all. Burn into the mid. As Patricia goes on the left-hand side, choose to heal there instead of go for Patchy. And the ice rink down by Diego Gamer. That will delay things substantially on the side of Eternal, allowing then Evex to come back into the thick of things as well. Nice takedown there, Patricia too. So already Elevate's getting back to business and already back on that objective.
They just are rotating brawlers so well between ice rinks and amber supers, and then Evex kind of leading the front lines to just shield and progress the team forward. Just awesome to see this synergy come together. Another one going down. Bo just dropping mines, maybe with the intention of trying to break down these walls and open things up. It doesn't seem like Evex mines. They're just going to tear through this map. Alianos on a gadget here, just trying to preserve his life as best he can, but it's not enough. It's looking closer and closer to yet another team wipe. Elevate wiping Eternal from the map.
Stunning plays, absolutely stunning. And for me, Eternal just kind of walking into this quite willy-nilly. They're not really pushing as a whole team here. Alianos stand out yet again. But now Eternal finds some good firefights. Gets a bit of percentage on the zone. They are well behind here. They're going to have to hold firm for a long time to be able to even out this scoreline. It's just that the spawn cycles were heavily against them. They just kept walking into the line of fire. Now, though, with more control, this could be better. Oh, Evex down the left-hand side. Lovely gadgets. Gets the pull in, and now approaching 90% on the zone.
Diego Gamer right hand in, trying to work forward. A couple spare mines, and now a hypercharge set on the ground as well. Alianos forcing his way through. Will be eliminated as a result. Diego Gamer holding on to the super, and Evex climbing his way up the map, triggering one map at a time. Oh, and that's a misstep there. Now the mines on Evex's head. This is going to be a tall task for Eternal. They have to force Elevate away with just a few percentage points to go.
Eternal cannot skip a beat. There's a nice hypercharge stun there. Patricia's now being able to use the gassy hill to come out of it. This is looking, well, much better for Eternal, but Evex now on the zone should be able to finalize things off. There was a little window of hope there for me, but it was not to be, as the set will go the way then of Elevate.
These fellas are looking fierce today so far. An early lead here with a 1-0 up. Now, Eternal did show some good stuff against Space Station Gaming. They had a hot start, then SSG climbed their way back, but they ended up getting the win. I mean, this is the team that took out Tribe. That's one thing that both of them have in common. They're the only two in North America to do so.
What a beautiful matchup then. Those two really are the only ones to beat that top seed. Yet still, Elevate kind of made it look easy in this one. A clean 2-0. They stood still at the end of the match, as you said. The biggest way to assert dominance. 11 kills on Patchy. From a retired player, it's not bad at all, Ark.
Yeah, not too shabby, you could say. Yeah, absolutely so. Just confidence being exuded by Elevate and fantastic synergy. Really, really is a spectacle to watch. Eternal had some great aggressive plays, but again, just a little bit all over the place, just floundering somewhat and not really kind of working in unity in that regard. And you can see the spawn cycles there. You know, one falls and then someone falls slightly later. It just doesn't really help things to really retake the objective as a unit. So definitely some things to iron out in the next set.
The Song of Fire and Ice worked out again for Elevate with the Ember and the Lu. It's just a super good combination on any single hot zone map at the moment because you have so much area control. Stu doesn't really have the range to get close to them. Draco, super good into a Buster, I feel, but same problem here. Just doesn't have the range to shut down the Lu and the Ember. So Elevate really had an answer to everything that Eternal played here. Dry Season is gonna be up next. Also, a very open map. It's all about getting that blue star early because you can't just hide behind those walls in your own spawn. We did see some matches in Dry Season end on a just 1-star lead in the past. So I really feel like blue star on this map is more important than on any other bounty map, Ark.
Yeah, it's definitely a big balancing point between the offense and the defense on Dry Season, and eradicating things like Kaze, things like Hank, and brawlers that can really keep you on those back lines and pushed into a corner, really. I kind of want to see a heavy consideration towards the Grey here as well. I feel like brawlers like him can definitely cause a big problem, and with the Grey band, you can consider potentially throwers as well. I still feel like the assassination brawlers and the tanky brawlers are the way to go here. Brawlers like Bonnie, Gus as well, to combine with some of those dive big, HP brawlers, go a long way here. So the band's in Kaze, the Grey, and the Ali for Elevate, the Hank, the Lily, and the Bell for Eternal.
Wide variety can show up on this map for sure. No throwers in the ban stage so far, but wouldn't rule it out. I just feel like, especially on Dry Season, there's so many different choices. And it seemed like Elevate, very unafraid, a very wide variety as well in terms of what they can select just to have some kind of winning combination. I mean, we saw it demonstrated last time as well. They picked a Lu and an Amber, two very control brawlers. They still managed to excel with it, whether it's aggressive, whether it's control. This is a team that I fear. Eternal with a decision to make here on the first overall pick, and it's going to be Angelo. So this is a common one, I would say, in Bounty and Knockout across the world. Angelo, a very successful one throughout our last few monthly finals leading into North America, so they're going to put their faith in that.
Quite a high win rate, but not necessarily the highest of pick rates. C, Elevate, then have their choice now. Lumi's open here, and I really quite like that as a brawler here. Got a lot of shutdown ability, the ice freeze as well. Really quite good at pushing into those spawn sides. But certainly, again, having that is a great counter tank deterrent. Mr. P is the first pick brawler coming in now for Elevate.
This could get dangerous.
Would be a nice pairing with the Lumi. He's going to be going with the Gust, however, instead does leave themselves wide open to a tanky brawler to finalize their comp in a nice place in the drop when they can see the whole picture here. But Lumi left open. It's kind of a rare thing to see, considering how strong she is currently. Jaeyoung as well could have a very good matchup on this particular map too, so I'm looking out for that one.
Mr. P once again showing up. People are loving those porters, and especially in the face of an Angelo, which is a single shot brawler, and if any alongside it came through there, it would be very helpful. It does rule out the possibility, I would say, of Gene on that right-hand side too, so playing a little bit of chess with these draft picks over on the left-hand side. This is a great way to counter out those porter, though. Carl, aggressive, especially with a shield, and his tailspin can just pierce through all of it. His regular shot can do the same. It just makes it really difficult for Mr. P to get any valuable out of his super, and that's his namesake.
Good signs of aggression for Eternal with the Carl. They got to find the value at the same time. Trush is shaking his head slightly, thinking this one through. I think that's probably wise. I do like the Angelo. We saw a great pairing with the Charlie earlier where we just cocoon your opposition and then allow the Andrews to wind up the shot. Bonnie, yeah, it's very, very high in the pick rates and the win rates on this particular map. So I like it. It's top 3 brawler for me on this map. so to get it as the final brawler. But now here, the question is for Elevate, combining the Gus with something tanky, is that what is on their minds here? Because it would be a great pairing, and they are lacking a little bit of a punch in that regard, or some pressure, to say the least, because the Mr. P, although the portals can definitely do some good work, it's not necessarily going to be getting the job done unless you're going to be pairing it with something to be able to push. So what have they got on their minds?
Yeah, I was mouthing it on the sidelines, but I was waiting for the packing a punch that you mentioned. They needed some damage. They needed it badly. And this is a brawler that in North America especially, they are not afraid to bring out on dry season as a last option. And when you look at the other end, somebody like Angelo and Bonnie, they're going to fall victim to the creature of the night. Love this decision. This is a confident one. If you pick Mortis at a professional level, we saw it, for example, with SK Gaming last weekend. If you're going to make this as your 6th and final pick, it has to be perfect. Love this decision making from them. At a bare minimum, it's just exciting, right? So Mortis going to be the assassination brawler of choice, not going tank. They're just going for straight aggression. They're going to be running it down against Eternal.
Thought FX may be thinking Buzz, but ultimately the Mortis able to dash in a much similar way to Carl, get that blue star and sit back. But it is a high risk brawler, no doubt about it. But it can get a hypercharge as well, then it can stun on the way out and on the way down. So FX has got to be very cautious, and Patricius, if they feed him too much, can certainly utilize that idea. Diego Gamer, and of course that portal immediately eradicated as well. Vex going in, but thinking better of it. Still just a blue star, is looking to gain that utility so far. Actually will get a nice cookie popper onto Patricius, but nothing too much to write home about. He's now all healed up and healthy. Has jump now to hand also.
A perk for Mortis, like you mentioned, is grabbing that blue star. It's a way to contest against the Carl, because a flying hook, obviously a way to do that. But Tuchis diving in. They have porters on the side, though. That seemed a little extra aggressive and unnecessary. Vex now able to branch out as well. Porter spawning on the ground, and he is threatening, looming on that middle side of the map. Alianis getting tapped. Has to back off for now, relying on just the little individual walls in this map just to stay up.
The gadget, Diego Gamer, but immediately taken care of. They've got to be so cautious for Eternal. They can't be just jumping in like they did. Alianis low there as well. He's ejector. Going to be causing Patch to be very low here. The stun goes in. Patricius doesn't find anyone. Actually goes down himself. He's down to Frixie to pick up the kill. 5 stars to elevate. 2-star lead. Staying in position here as well. Dangerous territory. Frixie's got to jump away, and he does just nick of time. Oh, the escape. Oh, 2 double kills. Beautiful stuff for Eternal now on the escape. With 15 seconds to go. They've stolen it.
Blue side has to grab 3 stars. They have the blue on their end. And now a Vex making a move. Patchy flanking right-hand side. Diego Gamer working this left-hand end. Now a Porter on the ground. There to distract. Focusing the right-hand end. This is going to be a swoop coming in hot, but it's a kill for Eternal. Make it 2. Red roster survive.
Very quickly there. Eternal learning from that early mistake from Patricius and making it count. Didn't quite expect it, I'll be honest. And that Mortis pick definitely didn't really show much for me in that game. It's definitely a brawler that you'll be very concerned about and definitely can't turn your back on. But even so, it hasn't really done the greatest amount thus far. Eternal, though, do not get the blue star yet again. They're going to have to be going on the offensive this time round. They have to be more calculated in that approach. Both sides just picking away at each other. Patch from the right-hand side, just narrowly missing those 2 shots there as well. The gadget also goes into the mid, but again, not going to be doing the most. And Diego Gamer would really like to get their portal spawners down as quickly as possible.
Patchy just poking his head out on this right-hand side, taking a peek, trying to land a few shots. Right now, each side trying to grab some valuable supers to give themselves any kind of advantage, especially for a team like Eternal right now. If they have positioning and the extra utility, it's going to be good. Vex diving in, not enough to get a takedown, though. The squad is lacking damage. Diego Gamer, Patchy can put some pressure on, can help out, but in terms of the kills, they really have to rely on a Vex, and that's just something we didn't see in that game number 1. Now starting to gain a little bit of a swing. 3-0 lead, grab an early pickup, and Eternal now the ones who have to respond.
Nice cookie popper there from Patchy. 3-star lead and the blue are back on defense, and that's where Elevate crumbled last time around. Can it be the same story this time? Shield of Patchy might go to Evex here. Pop in the gadget as well. Can they connect it? They didn't quite manage it, but nonetheless they find something. Brexy jumps away, but not really what they were looking for there. That Gus shielding really needed to land onto Evex. He was forced back and couldn't really complete things out, but nonetheless a lead. Eternal do need to make the plays. They find Patchy and Evex. or even Evex and Diogo Gamer, any of those two combinations will be enough with that blue star, most importantly. Let's see, Alianos is going in, knocked back by the shield Apache. Now Evex goes in, the jump away from Angelo is great. Let's see, as Patricius goes in, finds a kill for himself, back into cannon form as well, but the Porter will body block.
Oh, and Diego Gamer manages to grab a couple there. They're extend the lead. Eternal only able to muster a kill. Otherwise, it was Elevate the whole way. So much better stuff there. I felt like they were able to take advantage of the one-on-ones with the Mortis, and I think that's just something that Eternal have to be aware of. I think one of the win conditions for them is playing as a group, focusing down that Mortis. You can't put yourself in a vulnerable situation. Otherwise, he's just going to tear through you.
Again, blue star straight into the hands of Elevate. Frixie conceding some shots early on this time round as well. An early gadget pop from Patricius as Eternal really are going on an early push. I really quite like this. They got to stay composed, not falter. FX not able to do too much, really just staying behind this wall. Would love to go in for Frixie, but it's a bit too far away now. And Alianos will be able to block it as well. Patricius just lurking his right-hand side, trying to find Patchy, whittle him down, try and get that assassination jump in. Elevate definitely on the ropes this time round, quickly.
Once again, Elevate in the back lines. Diego Gamer under heavy fire. Batuchis finds the frag. Frixie hop away. And now Avex trying to move in towards Alianos. But he's being focused by multiple brawlers right now and will have to back down. Patchy looking to collect a super. Diego Gamer gets one in the ground. So now they'll have some extra support from the back lines of the map. But more than anything, they have to progress forward and they have to find a kill.
Now it's Elevate's turn to go on the aggressive. Patchy with a nice gadget yet again. Evex with the shield this time round, but forced back as a result of the gadget and the super of the Carl. Patricius jumps in. Will he survive? Gets the heal off as well. 2,700 HP now, body blocked by Frixie. That was nice by Eternal. Able to come out with a 4-star lead and that blue. But this is where Mortis can really come into its own. And Evex knows that this is a great opportunity for him to demonstrate why this probably was the best final pick that they have. 5 stars now, just needing 2 more on the side of Elevate, but they need that blue also if they want to have an extra chance here as we pass that 30-second mark.
Frixie's a brawler to keep your eye on here. Patchy moving towards this right-hand side while Avex and Diego Gamer take the left-hand in. Porter's there for support as well. Alianos holding on to this hypercharged super and a gadget being popped for Frixie. Now it's going to be this right-hand side moving forward. Avex cycling through. Alianos decides to go for the hypercharge here. Avex has a super available. They have to find the tags. There's one. Blue star available. Elevate. Scoop it through. Batuches can't find the connection. It's not enough. Elevate sweep their way through another set.
A huge sigh of relief there from Patchy. That was close, but it was also quite calculated. I love that Mr. P hypercharge there towards the end, maximizing down of the opportunity. What a great dive it was from Elevate. And now 2 sets ahead. That easily could have been an Eternal set right there.
We had a very similar image before. Eternal faced off against Space Station Gaming first. They did take game number 1, then 2. The second was closer than the first one, and then SSG started to turn things around. Maybe Eternal can now do the same as their opponents did before. That second set certainly looked a lot better from them than Open Business did, Kenny.
This is now 2 straight sets as well that Patchy has led his team in every single category available that we track the stats on. That's unbelievable. Most DPS as a Gus, and Avex did manage to grab a few kills in there. I think the blue star is something you have to look at and add a little extra value just off the map. You know, this is something on paper you're not going to be able to keep track of, but you can feel it, you can see it during these sets. So everybody doing their part and contributing at least 3 kills for Elevate. Eternal were certainly in that, and I think the fact that Elevate grabbed that after a really risky draft, 1, going to help the confidence, but 2, probably going to put down Eternal's hopes.
We'd love to see when the support brawler, I do that, has the most kills here in the end. Mortis definitely worked out. It is a risky pick, but as we mentioned coming into the draft, if it's picked up, it's probably good. Those players know what they're doing with that pick. Yet still, Patchy with the Gus will take the most wins or the most kills here. It's 2-0 now for Elevate. Something we kind of expected to happen, but again, that second set looked a lot closer than the first one, Ark.
It really did, and certainly today with Gem Grab as our next mode, it's just one of those modes today that just seems to be very unpredictable and just so back and forth. It could be the mode where maybe we might see a potential comeback occur, but Elevate just are that team. You know, there were so many people at the beginning of the year just wondering whether it was a fluke, you know, wondering whether Elevate really had what it takes to continue this level of greatness. And they've just proven so many people wrong. I love that for them. I really, really do. And so far, this series proves to be no different. Let's see though. There's still plenty of time for Eternal to bring this back. They've already been under immense pressure today versus SSG. And they were able to still come out on top there. So you can definitely assume that they could do so again.
It is crazy to me how you make it into every single monthly final as Elevate, always come second to until June, and people are still saying, is it just a fluke, or can they really beat the big names as well? The players weren't that known coming into the year, but they definitely are very well known right now, and definitely a team to look out for. Draft has started. We're in Crystal Arcade. I love to see some Lily here. Usually she's going to be banned out. Shade and Hank both left open. I still feel those have some strong arguments going for them on lane here, because you have those walls on the lane. They're the only ones that can really hide behind them yet still shoot effectively against their opponents. First pick here from Elevate should go with something a little safer, maybe not a tank first pick. Never mind, there's the Hank.
Yeah, Hank gonna come out here early. I mean, in North America, it's not that uncommon, especially in this map that's plagued by walls. I think it makes a lot of sense to try and scoop up your Hank early on if you're going to grab him. No Lily is an option, Ali out of the equation, Kaze, so they're losing a lot of those more aggressive brawlers are gonna. I think on the other end, now you're debating how do we counter this. We've seen a lot of Charlie in terms of the general meta right now. This escapes the ban phase too, so in terms of play rates and also combination of the map plus the Hank pick, wouldn't be surprised if Eternal are looking at that.
Yeah, Charlie and Draco are my kind of thoughts there. You know, combine the two, they're definitely two brawlers that would work well together. Or Lu as well, which does seem to indicate that maybe Draco is coming next in that regard, because you'd love to be able to shut down Draco with that Lu. And that would give Eternal a really fantastic start in this draft. And Lu, of course, great into Hank also, and that's exactly what they're going for. So I'm really liking this starting hand for Eternal. Plenty of time for Elevate to consider their options here and get some potential counters, but that's a very good starting draft.
Great analysis coming out of you. Draco is a traditional counter pick into Hank, and especially now with the hypercharge, it's almost a must. Lu, Charlie, some of those brawlers are ones that are going to be looked at for control / countering tanks as well. So Lu traditionally going to be a way to do that. Left-hand side, I'm curious what they're thinking. I wonder if it's like something like a Jae Young combo for support, or if Hank's just going to be a standalone and doing his own thing. Here comes the Charlie for themselves now. So now they've got their mid-range brawler. This is a possible lane option, and especially with those walls so clustered together on those left and right-hand sides. It's close quarters, therefore the yo-yo is going to come back just a little bit quicker. It works the same way as something like a Carl pickaxe, for example. So I'm sure that's part of the influence for grabbing it here too.
Yeah, I like this for Elevate, certainly so. Charlie can just do so much work in this current meta. We've seen massive play rates for her all region long, all weekend long, across both this weekend and last. So Amber as well. Yeah, I was thinking it's got like a very, very low play rate, but again, into the Draco, it really does give yourself a very solid chance. The hypercharge as well for Amber, absolutely brutal on this map as well. To be able to burn down the side lanes is going to go a long way too. So I quite like how Elevate have responded to this. Certainly, no, Draco cannot be underestimated. Yeah, I kind of wondered. It was like one of the sort of top 5 brawlers for Eternal in their scrims, funnily enough, but it's going to do well into the Amber. Certainly the Dancing Flames gadget is a concern, so you've got to be having quite a lot of precision with that particular brawler. So really, it's going to be focusing primarily on the Amber and then trying to get that out of the equation to allow the Draco to do more work. So I understand the strategy for it, but again, Mortis so risky. It's kind of funny to me that in 3 sets we've seen Mortis twice now.
2 in a row. I mean, that's crazy to think about in 2025. The amount of brawlers we have where he stands in the tier list, and down he goes early on an exit for Mortis here. So he'll be going to the graveyard for now. But Tuchez just working his way down this right-hand side, dropping a gadget. He's just trying to force his way through, and it is not enough. That's another kill. Vex, prime position on the top left-hand side. Alianis lurking, though, and there's that matchup we were looking for. Now Alianis has a super cycle.
Yeah, Alianis is doing a great job just focusing primarily on that one particular brawler, as it's going to be just deflating what Diego gave. Can brings the equation. Lovely cycle of the bats there as well, staying at a nice level of HP. This is so much better from Eternal. Great control. And again, Alianis just mirroring Diego Gamer. Diego Gamer can't do anything at all right now. Now he finally gets the helping hand to come back into this match. But it's taken a while for him to really feel present. Got the burn now as well, so Gasoline going to be going down that left-hand side. The burn, but not really the lane side. Oh, I get it. Aliana's dangerous. Patchy can't find him either. So he's going to linger on, heal up, and be back with it with a hypercharge to hand this time around.
Oh, and Vex trying to gun his way through with the supers, and it's not enough. But Tuchis is still able to find a way. There's a big reason why Draco plays right into Hank's hands every time. Patchy dropping a cocoon. This right hand in as well. Tuchis trying to pop out, will go down. Diego Gamer there to focus. Vex moving up the middle of the map as Alianis dashes down. It's going to be a scoop of a gym here. Elevate going to try and steal one, but they're in prime position to just hold on. Patchy with a nice pick up there too, getting one from Eternal's lane, and now the fire trickling down. But Tuchis pops the gadget to do his best, but still not enough.
Yeah, not the greatest of Draco hypercharges at all, and Patchy finds out one single yo-yo, and now coming back with 10 gems for the countdown. FX with a nice slow there allows Patchy to get a couple more shots too. Lovely angle there for him, and a burn there from Diego Gamer brings Elianas down low, but the hypercharge, it will suffice. Cycled as well, Patchy's in danger. 5 seconds, is there enough time here for Eternal to go in for the jugular? They're going for the dive. Patchy is safe, and Elevate move on to match point.
Patchy has been phenomenal this series. I feel like he have called his name so many times. We've seen it in the stats, and right there dropping a clutch cocoon, grabbing the kill that allowed them to get that gym count and positioning in the first place. This guy has been on the money all day long, and now they're one game away from entering their 5th straight grand finals of the year. Wild stuff.
I remember hearing the rumors around the World Finals last year that Patchy was going to be retiring. I remember seeing the retirement tweet and just thinking, such a waste of talent. You're so good, but so many other things going on in life you've got to consider. But so great to see him back. It's arguably his best year yet, and who would have thought coming in that we'd ever see him again, yet alone in this form? It's just spectacular. 5 gems for Elevate now to the one only of Eternal, and it's tough to see Eternal coming out and breaking this mold, as they've really struggled, but this Mortis gives me some hope. But so far, Elevate done a good job now of just working together a bit better. Patchy's in danger, though. Just come out on top still. 4 gems now.
This guy is working hard. Right hand into Vex was ready to go with a super or shot combo into the cocoon. So they place the cocoon down, wait patiently, and Vex lines up the easy shots for kills. That's part of the strategy rolling around with Elevate right now. Vex now trying to get up this top right-hand side will go down. So that's a big lane pickup here for Batuchas, a much needed one. It's still fairly even in gym count though. Eternal now contesting and positioning here too. Batuchas will hop on the dragon, now riding down this right-hand side of Vex. Can't close the gap, and Patchy left all alone with 3 Eternal Brawlers swarming him.
Yeah, really immense pressure. Look at Patchy just juking his way forwards as well. I love the awareness of Patchy there, just knowing to not overcommit, not to move forwards too deeply into the map. Hypercharge for Alianas. FX is low. 1 hypercharge cycle again, and Patchy still survives. It's exactly what you need from a gem carrier. But in the meanwhile, 9 gems to Eternal, almost the countdown. And Elevate have got to go into the mid now, pushing forwards with the hypercharge as well now. And FX in a great spot for it. Now, on that left-hand side, got super to hand as well for the potential heals. 8 gems to Patchy. It's neck and neck.
Now Amber going to be dropping a super there. Alianis swoops through, bludgeons his way through Amber, and will bury her for now. Batuchas dueling, left hand in. Vex dropped a super, not enough to stay alive though. Patchy knows he has the cocoon, is trying to go for that extra gem. You can see it in his eyes, trying to move down there. A reset here though. Diego Gamer gets the super off as well. Hypercharge goes down. All of a sudden, blue team have the countdown in the elimination.
Absolutely insane. The way that Patchy's playing and just being so cautious into the wind. Lovely cocoon cancels out the hypercharge of the Draco, and an immediate shutdown as well, as Elevate should be in the clear and going to the grand finals in wonderful, wonderful fashion. Get the guns out, Patchy. You've earned it. And it made it look so easy on Twitter. Unreal stuff from Elevate today, and a real favorite coming into this grand finals. There's no doubt about it.
They're the defending champions now, have an equal seat at the table compared to somebody like Tribe, and they've certainly put on a show all day long. I'm not one to influence event.brawlstars polls, but please, for the love of God, let's get Patchy an MVP. This guy's been unbelievable.
Let's see if the people will listen to you, Kenny. I do feel for Eternal a little bit. They still proved so many wrong by making it into the semis. I love to watch Elevate play, honestly. This 4-player roster had more swaps than most. They always managed to perform and compete with the best in the world regardless. They started with Diego Gamer, Vegeta and Evex, came into Brawl Cup with Patchy, Vegeta and Evex, and now are back with Diego Gamer, Evex and Patchy. They're just always mixing and it's still working, Ark.
That's the thing. It is always still working. It's just a wonderful, wonderful synergy to see go down. Clearly, you know, these guys have just got so much just awareness of each other's game style and gameplay, and it's just working every single time. I mean, the consistency of this team, it's just unmatched, maybe only to Tribe, really. And but it's the growth that I'm seeing over the course of this season. It's like, you know, Tribe now teetering somewhat on that top side, but Elevate now have just gone from strength to strength. It's really, really quite incredible.
So Elevate made it into the monthly finals again. They are part of that 5-peat that we have going on in NA at the moment, with Elevate and Tribe Gaming in the finals every single month. Tribe's not there yet. They still have to win against STMN first, and that's going to be our semi-final number 2. Stamina is fighting for a lot here, as they are part of that 4-way race to that 3rd slot in World Finals for NA here, that last spot that is still open now that Tribe and Elevate are already moved on. So they have a lot on the line for them today. Let's see if that's motivation enough for them to beat Tribe Gaming today. We're gonna head into a quick break, grab something to drink. This next one is gonna be a good one. Welcome back. We had a little tiny break to bring Reddy back as well, and I hope you did grab a snack. You did bring something to drink, because this next one, I hope, is not going to be another 3-0. We had 4 of those today already. Reddy, who's the MVP of that previous match?
Okay, I'm going to go out on a limb here and say, Patchy, did I hit the 33% chance? I love the exhilaration. Yes! Oh my goodness, I'm 3 for 3 today. By the way, no insider knowledge. This is just my intuition. And also, Sunny, our theory that whoever gets the star player on the winning team gets the MVP.
Yes. And also, usually, whoever has the most followers will also gain some more votes. Patchy, definitely the most well-known, despite Elevate performing super well this year. Him coming back out of retirement has definitely made him one of the more popular players in NA right now. That first semi-final was over in just a couple of minutes. It was a 3-0 again, as mentioned. I'm kind of hoping that this next one is going to be a little closer. And I promise you, even if it's a 3-0, it's going to be a good one. It's Stamina versus Tribe Gaming, Arc.
Yeah, this is a really, really important match, and arguably much more so for STMN, considering that Tribe have already qualified for the World Finals. This is now an amazing situation in North America, where the points are so closely tied around, you know, STMN and others, you know, SSG. It's going to be a battle, I feel, that might come down to the wire next month. But if STMN can make the grand finals, it will definitely put themselves out in a much more advantageous position.
It's a really interesting match, as those two have actually never faced each other in the monthly finals. In the qualifiers, though, they have faced each other before, and it didn't always go too well for Stamina in those. Stamina has some work to do here, as twice already they have faced off against Tribe Gaming, and it was a 0-3 in the end, Ready.
It was, and that is quite unfortunate. is it not? I have high hopes for STMN's performance here today. I'm curious whether they'll be able to, grace past that not so free, but definitely one of the easier teams that they could have gotten in that quarterfinals. I think that has given them ample preparation here for the semis.
They don't have an easy task, though, to make it into the grand finals and claim that third spot in the World Finals race. They need to beat no one other than Tribe Gaming. Still the number 1 seed. They did go to Brawl Cup. They did win 3 out of the 4 monthly finals we had so far, Ark. That's a beautiful story. And if they make it to the monthly finals again, we do have that 5-peat complete with both Elevate and Tribe in the monthly final, grand final again.
It's going to be a great match, but again, as Kenny was saying before the break, this is a squad that have only lost to Eternal Esports and Elevate, and that is just an immensely incredible run. I mean, definitely last month, that sweep in the grand finals by Elevate is going to be on their minds, but they came back refreshed in the quarterfinals. I've got a lot of high hopes for them today.
It's always nice to also hear from the people behind the scenes, not the one on your screens whenever we watch the gameplay, but also the coaches, the analysts, the managers in the back to really make sure that a team can perform at the top of their level. That's why we sat down with Killer. He's the coach of Tribe Gaming. Let's hear what he has to say about his 3 players.
Examina, siento que aún tiene potencial que no han estado explotando últimamente, pero aún tengo esperanza también porque son amigos. Quisiera que fuera un poco mejor.
He has high hopes that they will do better again. We heard him in a previous interview as well, saying that they now have kind of gone back to the roots, looked at what they did so well at the beginning of the year, and they now want to come back, making it a 4-peat by winning the monthly final, not only making it into the grand final, but also that last month wasn't the Tribe Gaming that we're used to seeing. At least that's what he says. This month should be different again. He hopes for it. We kind of hope that maybe we're getting a different story this month, right? At least I do. I want to elaborate real quick why I voted for Stamina here. They are part of that 4-way race for 3rd place and the World Finals, as I mentioned before. And if Stamina now wins and makes it into the Grand Finals, they would actually take over SSG. They're just 5 points behind them right now. Also, with the Prodigy in the quarterfinals that they faced there, they had to put all their focus on the semifinals, really. They knew they would face either Tribe Gaming or Electros in the semis. Their focus had to lie in the semis here already.
I think that's pretty solid rhetoric right there. They had an easier quarterfinal, now they get to prep for semis, and the objective is literally just to make it through the semis, go to the grand finals. Whether they win there doesn't really matter, but it would be a cool storyline. It would be the first time that we saw 2 teams besides both Tribe Gaming and Elevate facing each other in the grand finals. So they got their round 1 out of the way. Now it's time to see if they can take down Tribe Gaming. We did pit Team Electros against Tribe Gaming in the quarterfinals. That was all their preparation done there. And they still got 3-0'd by Tribe. So I almost have the expectation that the same thing will happen to STMN.
Let's see if STMN can make it. They have to beat SSG 5 points ahead of them to claim that 3rd World Finals slot. They would keep it for the month. In August, things could still be changed, but Stamina still wants to make it to the finals. That's a huge motivation for them. Can they finally break this continuous cycle of Elevate and Tribe Gaming in the finals? We're going to find out now.
The Mo ban. Mo, Ollie, and Stu. Mo's a very odd ban, but Willow open here. Actually, no, banned out by Tribe Gaming as well as the Draco and the Lumi. So Ali left open here. Mo ban's interesting. Maybe you already got some insight in that in just a minute, but certainly Kaze definitely going to be high up there as a STMN brawler pick. Hank first pick going to come through, and that's already a scary prospect for Tribe Gaming. Looking potentially towards a Lou here to shut it down. Jackie and Barry came up quite a lot in their scrims here as well, so curious to see why they might be considering that. They did actually have the Mo down in their scrims quite a lot here, actually, so definitely a very targeted ban in that regard, and STMN doing their homework.
definitely have a good analyst on their side, making sure that that one doesn't head over to the side of Tribe Gaming. However, it's not at the forefront of the matter. They're better brawlers than Mo, and Tribe Gaming being able to play as well as they do on such a wide sort of palette of brawlers is what puts them at the top of the North American region. Tribe Gaming are coming in with this Crow that will be able to slow things down. It should be a good matchup for Amber if STM decide that they want to run that. Something that they got to be keeping in mind is potential shade coming in my opinion. They do have a thrower last pick to potentially deal with that. They can break walls. It would also be good to that Hank, but here comes the Ashe once again. They ran it earlier today, and it wasn't even facing a Hank. It was just sort of out there on its own, winning tank matchups, and Ashe is also a very typical way of dealing with that Hank when Draco has been banned out, which has been done by Tribe Gaming.
Yeah, it has an 80% win rate for Tribe, and it's going to be RBM. You know, it's the very brawler that if you say RBM to me, that's the immediate one that I think of. It's very, very scary in the hands of Tribe now. STMN got a chance to consider what their options are here. There is still a Lou open. They're going to go for the B instead, which might then give it over to the Tribe, and that was by far their most played brawler in scrims. So an interesting decision here. Choosing to leave the walls up for now also is definitely a choice. Let's say that to say the least here. Jaeyoung going to be a potential option here for the Hank to maneuver around with more speed. The heals as well, which it would bring, would be quite nice. There's potential for another tank really even here for STMN. Maybe even a Frank could show its face. Double down, Shay kind of come in. Yeah, it's a very, very tough brawler to counter, but it's just going to be countered by an immediate Jackie, I feel, from Tribe Gaming. They use it a lot in scrims as well, and it would be the ideal way to go.
I think Jackie, also Doug, is on the table if they want to go that route. Doug just has way better sustain than Jackie, but can be quite situational. Mind you, they still have to deal with this B, is really the other thing. You mentioned Lou earlier on. I clocked that as one of the biggest responses to Shade, so that is even possible. I believe even SSG decided to use it. Kenji, so none of the things that were in our minds is going to go ahead and be picked here as the last selection for Tribe Gaming. My question is just how do they intend to respond to the Shade at all? Tribe Gaming are making an educated decision here. They don't really draft badly. They don't usually make poor choices, so there's something at play here to deal with the Shade. If anything, Kenji should be able to hit through walls with his super, but as far as a direct response to the Shade, a lot of walls on this map and not a whole lot of ways to maneuver through them or around them from Tribe.
Definitely wasn't the thing that I was thinking. Maybe RBM likes to play the Jackie, and they had to place him on the Ashe potentially here, but now in a 3 versus 1, nothing that he can do, and that's a goal. It's surely in the opening 15 seconds of play. So Tribe had to have a strategy and a plan at this lead for that draft, and already they're conceding a goal.
Well, here comes the ball around the left side. Juan Carlos needs to clear it. Tacos with the second chain super in a row following the hypercharge. He's looking for 2. Hit the crit spot. Now looking to clean up versus Luffy because he knows he couldn't score that goal solo. It was a wise decision to stay here and farm up his super. He's well on his way to his second hypercharge as well. Luffy's going to do his best. Could get the takedown versus Tacos here. Intends to do it at long range with Kenji. On the right side, RBM looking for the optimal matchup versus Juan Carlos, taken down by a torpedo. Now this ball's around the right side where Juan Carlos is going to look to keep pushing it forward. Meanwhile, Tacos is still working on that hypercharge. Gets it in the same tick as his super. Now looking for the last one, just trying to keep the distance from RBM. Decided not to pursue it, interestingly enough, knowing that he couldn't get that KO. So it's wise for him to stay here, continue cycling to just hold up this defense for STMN.
This is my point, like, which brawler has been the biggest of problems for Tribe Gaming so far in this set? Well, it's Tacos on the Shade. Like, they've had a chance to really counter it, and they just went for the Kenji, which is now getting some good value as Luffy goes in onto Juan Carlos there. That right-hand side gets the pickup as well. Ball is free and open for Tribe Gaming, but Tacos got the speed coming down the line, and such a dangerous threat. Somehow RBM even takes care of it. I have no idea how, and the robotic rats should tank a lot of this from the B, utilizing the shield there as the amplified shot was reserved. Now a chance for Tribe going towards the goal.
Zeus on the right side has the hypercharge. He's very close to getting that super that can pierce walls. Take down the left side on the pain is going to leave a void in the STMN defense. Luffy intends on sniping it. Oh, what expert positioning from Juan Carlos and the intuition to defend that trick shot. Ball is now cornered. That's as defensive as it's going to get. And STMN have super passive brawlers. Just got to get rid of some of these rats. It's going to deal so much damage to them. RBM even looking to cycle a super. Dive bomb from Zeus. Things are opening up. Luffy needs to stay alive. Has the super, but can't can't get through. Juan Carlos and Tacos cornering this ball once more. 10 seconds to go. Tribe Gaming so far away, just no possibility of them even getting towards this ball. That's game one, headed to STMN, and in my mind, very much an outdraft. No response at all to this shade that proved to be a major thorn in Tribe's side.
It's kind of baffling to me, really. You know, Jackie was the second most played Tribe Gaming brawler in their scrims. Kenji, it's okay. I mean, it's getting some value, but it's not a direct response. And Tacos is so dangerous. But now, Tribe with an early start, a bit of a breakaway. And again, Tacos again. There's so much coverage on this map to utilize, and the speed of which they can bring this ball forwards again might even equate to another early goal. And it is in 14 seconds to play this time round. I mean, Tribe had the perfect opportunity to do something about this, and they just didn't.
They're gonna feel the heat from that hypercharge once more. Pain looking for the pass. Taco's still alive. An open goal for STMN to walk this one on through. And I'm just mind blown. Why didn't they counter the shade? Either there's something that I'm missing, or this is a massive blunder, a mistaken Kenji pick. It just doesn't make sense to me.
To me, yeah, Draft was better. STMN just also played it phenomenally. It did work out for them almost, perfectly. I don't know what else to say here. Looking at the quarterfinal matches already, I felt like Tribe Gaming, yes, they won against Team Electros, but I didn't always love their draft. Stamina played against Prodigy. It was kind of hard to tell if they won their quarterfinals simply because they are the better and more experienced team, or because they actually know what they're doing. But it was a 2-0 all the way for Stamina, so it was still a very impressive run for them. Now we're looking at the stats here. Shade with the most kills here, really well played from Tacos. He had some great moments. Triple dribble is the map for Hank and Shade. Both of those bowlers left open and handed over to Stamina. A huge fumble on Tribe's side.
It was allowed to have those moments. That's the thing I just don't understand. Tribe had the final pick, and they went with Kenji, and it was the shade all day long, and the stats say the same story. And they just didn't go with the most obvious of counters, despite it being their second most played brawler in their scrims. I'm so baffled. I'm so unbelievably baffled. I mean, they've qualified for the World Finals. If this is them just now taking it slightly easy, I don't know. It's the only thing that I can think to explain any of this. But STMN need these points, and they're playing so well. You can't just give them a draft on a platter. It's just kind of ludicrous to me.
That's exactly coming into this match what I was thinking. Stamina, it's such an important match for them. They need to make it to the grand finals to claim that third slot in the leaderboard, which is a world final slot for NA. It means a lot to them, and every single chance they get to punish Tribe for a bad draft, a bad play, a missed hypercharge whatsoever, they're gonna take it.
Still, it just puzzles me why the shade was left so open. I feel like it was quite telegraphed. A lot of times, Tribe are that sort of team that can leave something open as a trap, as a trap, and then they outdraft it, right? This was not one of those moments, though they did come close to scoring a few goals. I think Game 2 was the most egregious example. I, as well as Tribe, are probably ready to leave set 1 in the past, so let's do that. We'll start talking about Ring of Fire. It's time for set number 2, Sonny.
Lewis banned, Lumi left open. Those two brawlers always come to mind at the moment in Hot Zone because of the ice field, because of the area control they bring along. We did see some dog yesterday. Could work out here is left open, and many of his counters, many other tanks are out of the way, such as the Ellie. That this probably is her best map because of all the bushes, because of the water. She's really useful on here. Makes a lot of sense that Stamina bans her since they have lost pick. First pick is going to be that Lumi. Yeah, as mentioned, no surprises here. A very safe pick here. And I think that's what Tribe really needs here, Ark.
They definitely need, a lot of something, that's for sure. It was definitely a brawler which STMN would love to have got their hands on. The Hank being open here, Charlie as well, definitely going to be cause for concern, for sure. Glad to see the alley ban, no doubt about it. The 8-bit ban is definitely an interesting one by Tribe Gaming. Wasn't necessarily a brawler which really stood out to me by STMN, but Gray going to come in. That could be quite nice. Tribe might like to get hands on a Pam, and that can pull the healing station away from that. So certainly a big deterrent of any kind of thrower on this map. Not that they're that common anyway, but the TP into the middle is where the kind of cheesy comps can definitely thrive in that regard. And the Hank into the mid, that's what I'm feeling. Whether it's what, yeah, exactly. That's the plan for STMN. And for Tribe now, they've got a definite thing to be worried about here.
Have to face a Hank and a Gray at the same time. There are ways to deal with this. You could go with the Griff, just anything that can drop a ton of damage at the same time. Bow is often a way to deal with this. With proper outplay, it can be dealt with though. STMN just have to find the right lineup and be aware of where those mines are, and there are also mine placements to deal with it. But it would be very solid way to deal with this. Also, just note some of the possible counters. Pam, oh man. So this is actually a heat counter pick into the Hank because she does have Scrap Sucker and Hank has a big hitbox. She's going to be hitting a bunch of shots on those as long as Tribe Gaming can execute. Really the only time you'd go for Pam though is when you're absolutely confident that it won't get countered. And stuff that deals with Pam is something like a Bell, for example. And they're going to go ahead and pick it up. Okay, I'm game. Full aboard this Pam and Bell composition.
Well, Amber's still open here, which could be an option here for STMN, potentially here. Again, they've got that Gray. They can pull the healing station out of cover. So that's got to be a concern for Tribe Gaming. That I do like the pairing of the Belt and the Pam. Pam stood out massively so as their top play brawler in scrims. So we're looking for Juju actually makes an appearance this month. I was kind of worried and wondering, but it's a great map for her. I mean, I'm actually kind of all for it here. It's like the one place where I really think that she still has a very solid place, obviously with the ability to walk on the water, additional range from the bush, great sort of tank deterrent, and Pam's very, very tanky in that regard as well. And you can just kind of throw it on the healing station, let it do its thing and whittle it down, and then give yourselves back the position. So it's not my favorite brawler ever on this map, but I think it's still pick worthy under circumstances as a final pick for sure.
Well, if Adino's watching, I know he's like, pumping his fist in the air because I've seen him play this brawler on this map many times before, and it has been pretty good. Now, also note that one of the best things in a Pam is going to be any sort of thrower, and look at Pain at making use of the slow. Only problem, though, is he is going to be facing quite a bit of healing at the hands of RBM. STMN as a whole, though, have managed to get onto this point. Some assistance from Pain is especially due. He's just checking the positions over here, and he'll be taking down that Pam turret once it's put down. But he could really use some extended range to get over there to begin with.
Yeah, Pain finally taken care of, but Luffy misses the mark on the tacos, but follows up with a good shot. Juan Carlos straight into the middle, but that's a very swift takedown, and Tribe need to be doing more things like that. The swifter they can eradicate the Hank, the better they can keep the control over this TP going in. The heals as well. Now 2 members of STMN going straight for the juggler into the mid, and it forces back Tribe. Good taps there from Pain as well, but he is now low, and Agree taken care of quickly by Tribe. These eradications are swift, and that's a good promising sign that it's still STMN that are now approaching 60%.
It could have been Tribe Gaming taking this, though. They just missed a super from Zeus. Now they're going to have to pay in form of control and points gained by STMN. They will get 1 kill on Juan Carlos on the left side, another on the tacos, and finally the Gree will fall. They're all over this point, and they got to be aware of Pain's position. Here he comes, a sneak attack on the left side, TP in from Juan Carlos, and just like that, it's back in STMN's hands. Tribe Gaming need to get a Lumi Hypercharge out right now, but he doesn't seem to be close enough. Now pops the Hypercharge, super in, but it's too little too late. STMN get game 1.
I mean, STMN are doing fantastic work here. It's blowing by so quickly. I mean, from Brawl, which was just like one of the fastest sets we've seen today, to now this. It could be 2 sets up in a matter of seconds, in a matter of minutes. It's kind of crazy. I think Pain, with the amount of chemistry and communication between his team, the invisibility is going such a long way, and again, getting to a fantastic spot immediately off the bat, and great value, probably not going to be too far away from Agree already, and breaking 1 shot away now from it. That's amazing work from him already.
And Pain gets a trade on the right side to start things off, and here's a TP in. from Tacos. He's dead when he emerges, but really that's not for him. It's just for Juan Carlos once he dies, which is almost imminent here on the left side. Lumi's camping him in this corner. It's going to be tons and tons of damage, and Luffy finishes the job. On the right side, RBM throws down a turret. Pain's doing his best to deal with it, and it's in a vulnerable position for Tacos to take down. This is a much different story from what we saw in game number 1. Tribe Gaming have so much control over this point. They've finally gotten the setup that they needed, and they're cycling the Lumi supers like they needed to in game 1.
Power's working better into the Hank. Scraps like a gadget, of course, such a great deterrent of that bubble. But now, STMN get themselves some footing on the zone, but there's a lot of catching up to do. As Tribe have established 76% hypercharge now popped. Tacos on his own here, out of position, has to hypercharge as well, TP away. Oh, disaster. Tribe now in a very advantageous position and should be able to gain this game, but things can still change that. And one final ditch attempt from STMN, and it will go the way of Tribe. It's not too late to salvage this set.
Was pretty rough from STMN. They got that great TP up really quickly, but Hank was just in the wrong position. He was circling around the left side where he was getting camped by Olumi, and he really needed to be at mid. You also saw way better positioning from Cam. She got the turret when she needed to. She was staying alive as well. So overall, much better execution here from Tribe. We'll see STMN go with a different rollout. They send Pain up the left side looking for the early slow into RBM. Tacos gets the yank on RBM, but Pain can't follow up with the slow that would have otherwise gotten them the kill. Though STMN still have control of the point for now, they need to finish this off with a kill, but RBM's dodges are awesome. Pain taken down on the left, and Tacos falls at mid. Tribe Gaming are getting back this control.
Yeah, Juan Carlos went into the mid there. I think better just come back, wait for your team pushes the units, and Tacos now has got the dimensional doors going straight into the mid. Some good taps, but then again, eradicated so swiftly. And it's not the same as TMN so far. Their first game was so much better, and now they're just kind of pushing a little bit against each other. That's better though. All 3 members on the zone. No Walking Cane connection from Tacos. Zeus going to be able to heal up now as well, but choosing to use the Morning Stars to continue the pressure. And Juan Carlos falls there as well. Tacos muted, marked up there as well. And just Pain who goes down. That's the Tribe Gaming that I know.
They finally got that Lumi back in rotation. Oh, takedown from Tacos onto RBM. Now another onto Juan Carlos. Hypercharge out. That's a stun onto Tacos. Gotta hit the follow-up on the Pain. Thankfully, the Morningstar comes in because Luffy was not going to get that kill, shooting through the Gree. Now, Punishment in once again. This is the raw power of the Gray and Hank combo. They put Juan Carlos in an aggressive position, and then they sustain. Another super out from Zeus. This is what they needed after game number 1. They didn't have this cycle, and now they've got it going. They're counting up to 100, both teams in fact, because Tribe Gaming hasn't managed to get a solid foothold on this point.
Juan Carlos is doing a fantastic job here, but now Tacos brings the final percentage for his team. He should surely fall, but he has got the TP and survived for a much longer amount of time than I gave him credit for. His teammates now in the zone, and now it is dangerous territory for Tribe Gaming. Celebrations to STMN, hopefully not too premature, but they are 2 sets to 0 against Tribe in what is probably the most important monthly final for STMN to get this right.
And as we talked about coming into today's show already, it would be a 5-piece. Tribe Gaming and Elevate have been in every single monthly final. Stamina is just 1 set away of finally shutting that down, shaking up the story. We're looking at the stats here, many kills on the side of Tribe Gaming, but it's just sadly not the objective of the game mode. Kills, yes, will make it so the ones that are surviving can stand on the zone, but when Carlos didn't go down too often, he's very tanky and he can still stand on the zone even if his 2 teammates are down, even if he's into 2 of the other players. Stamina looked phenomenally in game number 1. Tribe did find a way to turn things around, but ready, that 3rd and final game in the end, it was a close one, but Stamina found their stride again.
Yes, and you saw the stats as well from Tribe Gaming. I believe it was Zeus locking down 14 kills here on the Lumi. Fell short in game number 1, couldn't get the hypercharge when it mattered, and also got baited out of his super a few times with Hank like hovering on the edge of that great teleport saying, oh, I'm gonna come through, baits out the super, and then everything falls out of cycle. He was really the kingpin, holding everything together, and when he faltered just a couple of times, it caught Tribe Gaming off balance and led to them losing the set.
2-0 now for Stamina. They're so close to claiming that 3rd spot in the leaderboard. Stamina, we didn't really see them on the leaderboard for a long time. Coming in with 1, he takes the point from was it Elevate? Into Stamina. Yes, he did take the points from Elevate. The original Elevate, not the one we're seeing right now. And now Stamina all of a sudden so close to being third, so close to making it directly into World Finals.
Yeah, it's honestly one of the biggest stories of this year. And look at Tribe, just so deflated. And that's not what you want to have when you require to turn everything around. You need 3 consecutive sets now. And, you know, I just didn't see this coming. I mean, head in the hands there from Luffy. It's really quite hard to see. But they've got to dig deep enough to be able to bring each other up. That's the thing. I mean, when you're down, you don't want to be out. You need to sort of get that communication rolling and just remind each other that, you know, you've been in this position before. You can do it again. Top team in the region all season long. And, you know, from just what was a bit of a questionable qualifier to now this, it's just, you know, it'd be the first time the Tribe wouldn't make a grand finals. That's absolutely wild all year long. Bans are in for New Horizons, the Bonnie, the Brock, and the Gus for STMN, the Byron, the Bonnie, and the Gene for Tribe Gaming. Yeah, this is a must-win draft here for Tribe.
Potentially the last draft here, Stamina wins it, and we're heading over to a map that is new to the map pool. New Horizons. I'm very sure Stamina has prepared it well since they have already played it into Prodigy Esports. Tribe Gaming on the other side, they had to focus on their quarterfinal match. It could have happened that they lose to Team Electros today, so maybe they're not as prepared for the semis as they usually are. New Horizons, Angelo, a phenomenal pick here. Tribe still in the driver's seat, at least if we're just talking draft so far already.
Okay, response into the Angelo. What do we have here? Gotta be some kind of aggressive brawler that will be able to get in close range versus him, or a respectable long-range brawler that will be able to contest him on the lane. Lots and lots of possibilities here. Could go synergistic, could opt to play this as individual lanes. We've seen both over the course of this weekend and last. But Kaze is a top priority on this map, and she has been all throughout the weekend. She gets that aggression, she gets positioning on the side lanes. She's also able to switch to a mid-range brawler whenever she really feels like it. The mobility is awesome for bringing in the possibility of some kills, and she'll open up the doors for a follow-up from another aggressive brawler by going into sort of the entry fragger and weakening enemies.
I really like the Jaeyong here. I think it's quite versatile, and with Kaze, definitely a threat. Ali's open here, by the way, and for me, it's one of her better maps, but not necessarily one of the brawlers which both these two teams were scrimming too much. But then we see that with every team, because ultimately Ali's as good as she is, so most teams don't even bother to be able to play her because she's often banned. Angelo's a good starting hand here for Tribe Gaming. Potential here, yeah. I was gonna say Gus, but Hank. And then potentially even the Gus, they want to pair that alongside with it. But it is banned out now, I see, from STMN. So the Gene as well, banned by Tribe. It'd be nice for some heals to be added there. They could go with a potential wall break even here with the Griff if they really wanted to. But I mean, Brock had a lot of high play rates, hence the ban from STMN as well. But no, Angelo and Griff, Angelo and Hank, sorry. I think it's a good starting hand. And I just wonder whether they might go for the Ali.
Delicious damage.
Could make an appearance. I'm not looking at many optimal brawlers to dive as an ally here for Tribe Gaming. He could get some solid damage onto RBM, maybe, but he's bound to get a super. Luffy can jump away. Zeus is going to super on you. It's just not looking like a strong one for S-Team to pick up that brawler here, and I feel like Tribe Gaming have had this draft quite influenced by the fact that that brawler is present. You know, these meta-defining brawlers, they define the meta around them, okay? They're not just the namesake of the meta. Sprout coming in as a final selection. No real counter to this from Tribe Gaming unless Zeus decides to start breaking open some walls with his super. I'm seeing potential for it to work here. It's just possible for it to be approached by the Hank, which does make me a little bit concerned.
Ali not banned or picked is kind of wild to me, I'm not gonna lie. But I mean, I love what STMN have cooked. I really do worry for Tribe. I understand the Pearl with the Kaze, makes some sense here. I think Pearl quite underrated as well. Definitely Knockout is her best mode. Is it this map which is her best mode? I'm not overly too sure. RBM under already intense scrutiny. And the Heels of Pain hand out equally as quickly. The Sprout final pick, you know, it's quite a scary prospect for me as well. And if Juan Carlos can shut down these lanes, it's definitely going to be a tough time for Tribe. Again, they've always made the grand finals, but STMN now have just been playing so exceptionally well drafting so intelligently and prepared for every outcome, it's hard not to side with them.
Certainly is, especially when they've already gotten a 2-0 lead versus Tribe Gaming, coming into possibly the final set if they can execute with the Sprout that they opted to go for as a last pick. And Juan Carlos on the Sprout is a classic combination. We've seen him play Sprout on this map many times before. Here comes some aggression onto Zeus. RBM's looking for something on Juan Carlos, also splitting up the team. Now Fanstorm in hypercharge style from Tacos. That's Juan Carlos stuck outside. He's going to be the last one to fall. Tribe Gaming had so much pressure in the mid that STMN weren't really able to respond to it. Because when you look at this team, they don't really have pressure at range. Juan Carlos is able to get a wall up, but the one that he didn't get any value for the team. Everyone was so far spread apart on that left side. Now they're going to opt to do it across the middle. Pain's going to get taken down, though. What was he thinking going so aggressive? Juan Carlos in the same boat. He'll get pressured by Zeus from the top, and Tacos is the only one left alive.
Yeah, this is going to be a chance for Tribe to get some utility, and that's a very swift takedown and, yeah, game for Tribe then. It's not over just yet. But again, the way that STMN have been playing, they can still bring this back. It's been a long time that we've really kind of seen Tribe have something to say for this series. So this might be the very thing that they actually need. If they can just start to slow the advance of STMN, remind themselves of who they are, I think is the best way to put it. Because as the top team of this region, you know, you expect to see them in the grand finals.
Well, by the looks of things, they've gotten a little lucky because it seems STMN is slowing themselves down right now. They just haven't really been executing with this draft so far. They're getting pressured so much, the Sprout isn't doing what it needed to do at all. We have yet to see Juan Carlos get a wall down that makes any difference right here. Because look at the brawlers that he's facing against. He's facing against an Angelo that should be outranging him in this mid, which is, folks, where the game is going to be when the poison closes in. And then RBM and Luffy, who are just realistically not going to die to his Sprout. He is basically a pea shooter, and these brawlers have practically infinite HP against that matchup. But I digress. Tribe Gaming have finally been pressured back. STMN are finding a foothold, but they have to be mindful of this gadget out from Luffy. Nearly a one-shot onto Juan Carlos, but Pain was there to keep him alive.
Yeah, clutch heals from Pain there. But now, STMN down to 2 men, and Tribe closing in for the assault. That is a very, very clean round for Tribe Gaming. 1 round away from taking this entire set as quickly as that. And that would be a huge result for them. Again, not even having to go up against the match point would be a massive blow, massive aid to their confidence, rather. And a blow for STMN. Let's see if they can start to turn things around. But it's definitely not been the set for STMN thus far.
Well, they got to find something here. At least they have Juan Carlos with a hypercharge. And here comes RBM. Predictably, he's able to shoot through walls. Throwers aren't going to have as much value into Hank, especially ones that can't really defend themselves with high DPS. Sprout is not a high damage thrower. There are other options that they could have gone with that would have more DPS, but they opted for the utility of having this wall. And my expectation is that they're hoping to wall off this Angelo or get him in a bad position so that Pain can swap to the healing, pop the gadget, and fire off 3 shots to get the kill. Here comes a hypercharge out from Juan Carlos. He was trying to get the punish onto Luffy, but it would have taken him 3 shots. Realistically, he's not going to be able to do that. The Hyper Fan Storm out from STMN, and Tribe Gaming completely unbothered.
Zeus with a nice tap down to Juan Carlos. The poison should tick down, but RBM is low. Takker's going in, finds one. RBM and Luffy are both so low here, and it should be easy pickings for STMN. Luffy gets the gadget off, but Pain, too high in HP, picks it off, and still a chance for STMN to survive this one out.
There may be hope yet for STMN. See what Tribe Gaming do this time and differently, because they've already won 3 rounds in a row. Hypercharge in from RBM and taken down on Tacos. Pain and Juan Carlos remain, but it's 2 brawlers that lack the DPS to make a significant difference. They know if they don't move now, then there's never going to be a chance. Hypercharge out from Luffy, baited! Juan Carlos throws the wall into his face, and he'll be able to recover that too, provided that he has the gadget ready. Pain also utilizing the speed to keep up the pressure, get people low. Juan Carlos on the right side is ready with his hypercharge. These 2 need to combine forces to make a difference, though. The best target for them is going to be Zeus, since he has the lowest HP. Now, hypercharge, pop for Juan Carlos. He's trying to get a takedown on the right side, but Luffy is moving away. Blocked off on the left, and Pain on the right side is trying to pursue Zeus. But it just doesn't look possible for them to get this victory here. The 2v3 is almost never a winning situation here in Knockout, and as Juan Carlos falls, Pain is soon to follow. A set victory for Tribe.
Yeah, such an important one as well. That just put a stop to STMN's plans. And a sigh of relief for Zeus there. Tribe now in a position where they can take some downtime, breathe that sigh of relief as the whole team needs to really recollect themselves here. STMN was starting to storm away with that and thankfully did not get onto a match point for Tribe's sake.
In any case, STMN did manage to evade that 0-3 curse they seem to have going on against Tribe Gaming. They never faced in the monthly finals, but in monthly qualifiers twice it was 0-3. And it's also not going to be a 3-0. One of the first ones today, as we have seen 4 of those already. Looking at the stats here, maybe that Brawl pick did not work out quite like STMN would have liked. RBM and the Hank with the most kills here. It's the perfect counter to any thrower here on the map because he can't just hide behind the walls. That's also why that Sprout was struggling so much. Tribe Gaming was just able to wait it out until the smoke comes in, closing out most of those rounds in the last few seconds because they have the tankier comp with that Hank, because the Sprout, again, out in the open, what can he really do, Ready?
To add on to that, I'm looking for the DPS from STMN, and I'm coming up empty-handed. Really, the only thing that can pack a solid punch is that Jaeyong, and that's when he uses the gadget. That one's on a timer. It's not like a reliable deterrent as well, and you're facing 2 really tanky brawlers on the enemy side. This was just not it from STMN. I guess, you know, things all balance out. Not the greatest draft from Tribe Gaming in set number 1. STMN follow up to even things out in that respect.
I really hope Stamina is now not just struggling to close it out after being 2-0 up already. I hope this isn't making them wobble now. One bad draft, it's okay. They let the door open for Tribe, but I kind of hope, also because I predicted for them, that they can now close it out. Hard Rock Mine is one chance they get. Hot Potato is going to be the next one if we're going to go all the way to set 5.
Yeah, we see it a lot, don't we, across many teams where they just on the cusp of greatness and just almost stuck inside their own heads to really kind of finalize things out. And Tribe are a team that have got a cool composure about them, so that's what that level of experience brings and success. Let's see, draft coming in soon here. I've got to be wary of the tanky brawlers here. Certainly Tribe having Hank, Ash, Bull, Draco, take your pick, really, honestly. It's definitely a really tough map to draft for that might go against STMN in that regard. Ash would be an STMN pick as well in that regard. So Kaze, let's see. Yeah, okay, we actually are seeing a lot of those bans. Daryl, Ash, Bull, and the Tara, Daryl, Ali as well. So good stuff all around.
I hope that Stamina can stay calm and collected here and not overthink too much. I agree with you on that arc. We see so many teams struggle in the end here. When Carlos with the first pick, it's going to be Hank, that one brawler that made it so they lost the previous set, is in their own hands now. A good pick, I think. A bit risky to pick it as first pick, but that's something that I've been saying all day, and yet it happened over and over again. I don't know if it's just something that is going on in this region, but tanks as first pick, if it's the best tank to pick, maybe that's just a strat to go.
Well, I mean, look at these bans. You say, is it the best tank to pick? It might just be like the only one. Triple tank ban from STMN, and Tribe Gaming have gotten rid of one as well. So you can tell that STMN really wanted this Hank. They made the call, they called their shot that Tribe Gaming would get rid of this Draco, and STMN also decided to ban out this Ash. So there's not really a great way of dealing with Hank. Could go for the wall break. Tribe Gaming are going with much different things here than we usually see, but Colonel Ruffs is a total sleeper pick here on Hard Rock Mine. He can sit in the back lines, you can give a hypercharge to someone that would usually struggle to get it, and Colonel Ruffs is going to be a pretty solid way of doing that. He has a good range, and he's able to bounce that shot down the side lane as well. That plus you have Finks over here. It's going to be great in open areas, and is always a solid response to a tank.
We're not going to comment on Zeus then, are we? I couldn't tell whether he was doing breathing exercises or falling asleep. It was like very confusing. But I think just yeah, taking some downtime to recollect his thoughts, and I think that's probably a wise call, really. I worry for Tribe because this is a map where they would love to go tank, and there's just no option really left now for them. So this Finks and Ruffs comp, it's definitely an intriguing one for me. Whether it was their A-game plan, I'm not too convinced. The Gus and the Hank, the STMN is already a fantastic start, and the Lily as well. It's a very good draft so far. But let's see how Tribe will fare. I think they've still got the potential of a Charlie here, which could be something of a pick. I don't think there's really a need to go into the Mortis. That was obviously play around with scrims. The comp doesn't really make much sense to play it into it. But Mr. P sometimes makes an appearance here as well for them. But, you know, this Finks, this roughs, it's two brawlers that we don't see very often at all. I'm still feeling like Finks is definitely on a bit of a rise, though. We haven't seen nearly as much as I kind of want to see, because I feel like he's still quite good. Buzz going to come in for Tribe. Is it one that they're going to be feeling really good about, or is it just like the final slim pickings?
It really does feel like slim pickings now, doesn't it? Because look at what STM have gotten rid of. Tribe Gaming, they have a reputation for spamming tanks, pretty much. This is RBM's specialty. He's not a one-trick pony. You see him on, like, the Bell every now and then. But when you take so many tank options away from him, then he's got to default down to what's left, basically. So yes, I think you're correct in that judgment. I think Buzz also has some pretty solid matchups into the Hank, and so we're going to see that matchup appear here. We're also trying to find out what these individual lanes are going to be. Tacos is trying to circle back to back lines. Meanwhile, Juan Carlos feeling the heat from RBM. He even popped the gadget, but he's still taken down by Pain, and it's only because of that 2v1 that he was eliminated. Overall, I'd say the Buzz is a pretty solid way to deal with this Hank.
Tacos is so dangerous. I mean, how often do we see Lily banned here, you know? The fact that it's escaped through this draft and in the hands of Taco is definitely a dangerous prospect here for Tribe Gaming. Let's see. It's a pretty even start, actually, in terms of the gems. Taco now into the realm and going behind enemy lines. Can't quite close the gap, though. And Luffy now, the time warp down, is going to deter Taco substantially. RBM now has the hypercharge as well, so probably not too far away from being able to cause some real problems. Tacos, though, has hypercharge and the super, and that's the difference. And if he can connect that, then he'll be able to bring someone into the realm and just really have his way with him.
Tribe Gaming have control at the moment. Pain has a bunch of sandbags to chew through. Juan Carlos, go take him down with your bubble, please. Oh, hypercharge out from Tacos on the left side. Goes for one, looks for two. Juan Carlos in with the surprise hypercharge as well. Now, here comes the hyper for RBM. He's off to the races, looking straight for the lifeline of the team. Pain blasts him away with the bubble. Juan Carlos needs a kill. Double stun for RBM, and he's got all the support in the world. Tribe Gaming, what a reactive play and a comeback. They have 14 gems to their name, and they're only 10 seconds for Estiman to bring it home to the enemy side. Tacos is equipped with a super, but he needs to get onto Luffy or onto RBM. Almost an upsetting moment there on the right side. Gonna be coming out of the Shadow Realm. Now, interruption on the right side. Mutually assured destruction. RBM also almost able to pick up these gems, and another interruption as we see all of these hovering over the head of Luffy. STMN, though, they must be out of gas. I don't think they can bring this back.
It's gonna be a very tough thing. It's down to Tacos, really. RBM's low, but he's not the person that they need to go for. It's Luffy that they need to be able to assert all their pressure to, and he should be safe and sound. That was unreal. Absolutely unreal from RBM. I mean, the only way that he really got out with his gems was to get a double stun, and he landed the mark. It really brings Tribe now into an advantageous position. One more game away from making it all tied up. And it's all thanks to RBM. He absolutely stole the show there.
Yeah, counterplay who? You see Gus pop his shield and he's like, I've done it. I've defended the Buzz. And then Buzz says, actually, I have a second one, so tough luck, buddy. Heists all of the gems with a double stun and brought him all the way home. But that doesn't change the fact that STMN did have the winning position prior to that big play. You cannot rely on hero plays dependably. You see Tribe Gaming look for a strong start. In fact, they've gotten a tempo lead of just a couple of gems, but they have allowed Juan Carlos to encroach on their backlines. Big issue, though, for Juan Carlos is that RBM is on top of him. He may go down now, but he will be returning with a vengeance in form of a torpedo headed to the other side. Juan Carlos also taken down with a useful wall break from Zeus, who does get taken down himself, but it's just fine because Tribe Gaming are playing the long game here with changing the terrain to be much less favorable for Juan, so much so that he has to change lanes to the right.
I really like what you said there about not being able to depend upon hero plays, and I think that sums it up really well. But it does give Tribe a bit of a lift, and sometimes that is enough. And they can just get this one more game. 2 sets apiece it will be. Hypercharge for Zeus. To be able to lay that one down. RBM going straight in now, but just kind of misses there. Tacos. I think it was actually a miss rather than him going into the realm, but nonetheless, Tacos going out of that realm now and into enemy lines taken care of. Juan Carlos and Pain now really are putting the pressure on. Tribe behind by 3 gems. And if Pain connects this hypercharged shield onto Juan Carlos, give him the best possible odds, he can just go even deeper into this spawn side. RBM's got to make some space, finds the kill as well, but not able to get a cycle. That little bit of a time warp there allowed him to evade that shot. And now pressure onto Pain, who's low HP, 982, has to pop the emergency hypercharged shield.
That's not very good at all. Thankfully, though, Buzz is out of the equation for now, but STMN don't have that positioning anymore. This is going to go to a tied tempo. They can trade out gems here. That countdown is bound to come pretty soon. Here comes RBM right after the hypercharge from Juan Carlos, and he cycles the stun as well. Pain still without a super. Thankfully, he's got tacos to peel for him, but Zeus is going to grab this gem and go one gem closer to tying up this countdown. Juan Carlos is here as a deterrent and looks for the bubble onto Luffy, but misses. Luffy teleported away to keep this gem count tied. 10-10. Next gem goes to STMN. Tribe Gaming had to fire back. They are fighting a 2v3, so it's not going to be favorable. Luffy doesn't have a gadget either. It's going to STMN, and now Tribe have to get to STMN spawn.
RBM's in pursuit, he finds Pain! That's huge! The reset is there, and maybe the escape, no! Shut down by STMN! 12 stars to 12 gems rather to 11, and now the 12 will spawn for Tribe Gaming. That was a huge moment there, and now it's bought Tribe just a little bit of time, but sometimes time is all you need in gem grab. It's countdown for STMN, but still, it can be reset from a gem in the mid. Time warp down and back into the hands of Luffy, and RBM is not done yet, finds Juan Carlos as well, continuing to keep the pressure on.
12 gems now for STMN, but they got to get one more. Hypercharge now over to RBM. He's not going to be taking it, not quite yet. Just a few seconds left. Everyone here from Tribe needs to stay alive. Juan Carlos trying to move in. Taco's going to pop out of the Shadow Realm, and RBM taken down, but Tribe Gaming still have all 13 gems that they needed. Butterfingers out here. They couldn't hold on to the gems. It gives a set win to Tribe Gaming. From the brink of defeat, they drag us to set 5.
We are gonna watch the first 3-2 of the day. It's either gonna be a reverse sweep if Tribe Gaming makes it into the grand finals and wins this set number 5, or it's gonna be Stamina struggling to close it out but finally find their way into winning that set 5 again. Both worlds would not really be satisfying, I feel. RBM with the most kills here, Luffy with a lot of damage. We have kills also on the side of Stamina. I think kills-wise, this was really even. It all just came down to the amount of time Tribe Gaming had a reset onto Stamina. Once they had the gems, they lost them again.
It all came down to one man as well, RBM for me. I mean, the amount of times that he was in the right place at the right time. There's one of those moments as well. I'm sure we'll see many. Obviously, a team effort all round, and especially in that last game, everyone had to do their bit. But another takedown there brings the gems back. He was just absolutely everywhere in that game, and I just feel like that made a massive, massive difference. Bringing Tribe back into the conversation here, as again, to not make the grand finals for them would be absolutely devastating.
This match is like running a marathon and you're almost at the finish line. You beat that one opponent that just has been beating you over and over again. He's the top runner. He's always winning Olympia. And then you kind of fall down and just can't get up. Whatever you try to do, your legs are crossed over. I don't know what's going on. You just can't actually walk over that finish line. You're so close. Stamina is so close, but they're now starting to overthink, Ark.
Yeah, and a lack of match point, to really kind of keep the pressure on to Tribe, really. I think that they've been able to manage that better than maybe Tribe would have crumbled. But so far, all it's really done is kind of aid their confidence. And their drafting has got better as STMN's has started to subside. And now, at this pinnacle moment in this series, it feels like Tribe are on the up and STMN are all doom and gloom. But what is a match that STMN really, really need to win? I mean, they are the favorites in this position. If they win this match, this one single set, to be able to make the World Finals. And right now, it's really up in the air, but Tribe have got all the momentum. That cannot be denied.
I hope Stamina can get back up again, untangle their shoelaces, pull their socks up, and finally cross that line. Tribe Gaming on the other side, they would also deserve that win now. Coming back after being down 0-2 is a very strong performance. I'm kind of rooting for both here. It doesn't work that both of them win. Still kind of feel for Stamina because that match just means so much to them. If they make it to the grand finals, I want to reiterate, they will have that third slot for the world finals. Not locked in, but at least until August, where things get a little tight again. Bans are in now. Shade, Kaze, Lumi on the side of Stamina. Tribe Gaming has the first pick, so it makes a lot of sense to ban out those 3 absolute monsters on Hot Potato. Ruffs is banned out, Cordelius and Griff. We don't say Ruffs too often, but they have just proven how strong he is on Hard Rock Mine. I guess they also know something we don't for Hot Potato. Ready?
Well, what they're doing here is they're banning out wall breakers. Griff is probably your #1 option to start breaking things here on Hot Potato, and then you will fall back to Colonel Ruffs if things are really rough. No pun intended there. But a first pick of Ali, I know you're satisfied with that arc because you were wondering, where has the Ali been today? Well, here it is. It was a sleeper pick that only rears its ugly head here on Hot Potato, and also it should be getting some pretty solid safe damage. That's a lot of, bush potential there in the mid, and I think that makes a lot of sense why Tribe Gaming would not want STMN to have the Cordelius to pretty much silence this brawler. And then also you have Colonel Ruffs and Griff, which are going to be breaking open those walls. But Amber will be able to break open bushes, so it's a necessary compromise for STMN.
Chuck not banned, but not necessarily the best of matches for him. I like the berry here myself as well. Glad to see the alley. I think despite the low win rate that it's had, it's kind of a bit unjust. It's such a dangerous brawler. On a map like this, the Amber's a great response actually, because it means that Luffy's not going to be able to have nearly as much jump. Ball as well coming in. For STMN, I really love Ball since the rework. It's in a great place. But Draco still available here as well. That's a scary prospect for me. Was wondering whether maybe Tribe wanted the Shade with that great ban, with that Griff ban as well, but it was banned out by STMN for good reason as well. Buzz could be an option here as well for Tribe Gaming. We've already seen it in the previous set, but it's definitely one which they experimented a lot with. Lumi's banned out by STMN, which is quite a good thing, I would say, but certainly, I think that you can't really go wrong with Chuck. Draco are going to come in, and I think that's probably wise under the circumstances, but playing the Amber could be a problem. I just think that there's no reason not to pick it.
Yeah, it's quite tough, really. Another hazard for Tribe Gaming here is that they're playing into Bull, which has a bad matchup, into Charlie, which is one of the best things that you can go right now. Charlie would also be, I think, pretty decent into that alley, but it's not going to be a good Charlie game for them because they had to play against Amber that can fire through the spiders. She has great range as well. She's always been a solid counter to that Charlie. So the final selection now coming in from Tribe Gaming. Are they going to assist this Draco and get into the enemy side? No. Oh, man. And that is why they banned the wall breakers, is because they want to fire Rico game down the mid.
There's also one of STMN's top brawlers on this map for scrims too, so it could be just taking it out their hands. I still would have preferred the berry, honestly. It would have paired really nicely with the Draco, but nonetheless, Tribe won those walls. The ball can also break them down, so there is that definitely on my mind. Yeah, Hank gonna come in for STMN now as well to round off what is a very, very HP heavy comp here. And let's see whether this Rico investment is going to pay off. I just don't know whether it's the meta for it, to be quite honest. That's the only thing, and it can definitely do wonders on defense, but you got to line up those shots, and I just feel like it can be problematic. Ball has never been in a better spot right now, so yeah, I don't know.
Another thing worth mentioning is a questionable last pick. STMN have been kind of spamming the Hank today. They're going to be playing it into a Draco. Now, they will be keeping it on opposite lane whenever possible, but this is a pretty passive brawler. Should be able to take down that alley quite nicely. Payne now looking for the defense versus RBM, who is laying into that safe with a critical shot. Meanwhile, however, Taco's found his way onto the enemy safe. A little bit of burn reaches over there as well, but Zeus has already gotten his hypercharge. And this is actually quite curious as well. Luffy's a very mechanical player, but usually he's the one on the Rico, so we'll get a taste of Zeus today. So far, he's been locking it down on the right side, hypercharge in, and it kind of goes nowhere. In fact, it didn't hit a single brawler, not even on the return pass, but it's okay because he still has his position on the right side.
Zeus has been tapping. He did actually get some damage on the safe, almost got the stage down. In fact, RBM on defense now into Juan Carlos. Should come out on top here as well. Hypercharge rewarded for his efforts. And Luffy as well in a good spot to come in to lurk and try to assassinate Payne. Again, Zeus is holding his own on this Rico pick, so I'm liking for that reason. And the stage down again. Tribe Gaming now in a very good spot. Juan Carlos going to slow down RBM though, but the last stand is a couple more jabs onto the safe, and now gives Tribe Gaming the lead by 5%.
Tribe Gaming moving in with this super from Luffy. That's lots of damage, and he's still invisible. Pain trying to check the best he can. Meanwhile, on the side of Tribe Gaming, they have had to defend against Tacos. Juan Carlos coming in for another attack to drop this safe down to its last legs. Final shield now brought out. Zeus is still having to play around the mid, but he's not being given a good matchup. He should have been playing around mid, instead opted to take the matchup versus Pain. And Tacos is literally allowed to straight line down the field, needs 2 more shots. Even a super could do it. 1 more shot, no. The pitiful reload speed of Bull came back to bite him, and Zeus gets the kill. 22% remains on STMN safe. It's anyone's game right now. A super from Zeus could change everything. Even Luffy's gonna go for it. STMN full commit. Hypercharge forward from Juan Carlos. A super from him, and the final bubble to take down Tribe Gaming in this game and send STMN to a match point.
Unreal. So close. Really is neck and neck. But I just feel like there's so much HP on the side of STMN. And Tribe couldn't really find the balance there towards the end as well between going the aggressive or staying back for the defense. I thought they might have just been able to shut that down in an amazing final moment and maybe could have turned it around, but it wasn't to be. Luffy straight off the bat there. A nice takedown. The ball exposed on the right-hand side, going up that right channel. Should be taken care of there by Zeus. Let's see RBM popping again that gadget, allowing Luffy to come into the safe now as well. There should be a stage down here for Tribe, and it is.
Tribe Gaming doing their best to defend here around mid, but Pain has proven to be a huge thorn in Zeus's side. He would love to get a matchup at mid, but when no one is playing mid, then he doesn't really have any great positions. But Tribe Gaming have punched through. Juan Carlos is doing his best to defend, but just doesn't seem to be working out. Meanwhile, on the side of Tribe Gaming, we have seen that shield dropped down. The second one of the game. RBM gets the wipe on 2 brawlers on this side, and now we'll bring STMN safe down to 32%, close to that final shield.
Insane. Insane from RBM. Now Luffy going to get that stage down as well. And RBM continues the assault. Hypercharge down to Juan Carlos, and that's going to be the safe. Absolutely decimated. Tribe Gaming level it out. It's match points, going the distance in North America for the grand finals. We wouldn't have it any other way.
Last month, we saw Tribe fall in the grand finals for the first time this entire year. And folks, now we could see it happen in the semifinals by no team other than STMN. An underdog in this matchup has brought it to double match point. Unfavorable matchups across the board for STMN. You see Juan Carlos could get diffed by RBM, who's opting not even to take that matchup. Luffy already on top of the safe. RBM much of the same. And that's just a distraction on the right side. Luffy's got 3 shots to fire into the safe. No shield just yet. He was barely away from bringing it down to 75%. Meanwhile, Zeus has been locking it down at mid with a super. Wanted to get a good reflection there, but once again, won't really get the value that he wanted. He gets burned up by Pain.
Tribe have not had this scoreline all season long. It's only ever been 3-0s, 3-1s. I'm going against them with losses. Unbelievable stuff, but can they seal it, or are they going to choke? Do they have the ice? That is the question, because STMN have got a banging comp. I'm really worried about this ball. Takis is playing it so well, and Juan Carlos as well. Luffy's escaped through the left-hand side now, going towards the safe. Thinking better of it, choosing the heal up as well, pops the gadget as well for more aggression. Gets the safe down to now, with RBM's help, the second stage goes down. That's fantastic for Tribe.
Tribe Gaming locking it down at mid, but here comes Juan Carlos around the left side. Looks for the slow on RBM. Perfect timing. Now, the defense against Luffy. It's looking awesome for STMN. Need to get this Amber Hypercharge down the safe. Barely going to get that timing, and Tacos is tanked by Luffy coming out of spawn with that respawn shield that kept him invincible. Now on top of Juan Carlos, looking for more. Juan Carlos risking getting that super back. Thankfully, he's bailed out by Pain, respawning and circling around to the left side. It's a close game, only 11% separation, and this shield is bound to come out from Tribe Gaming's side. But RBM wins the victory on this right side, has this position to get the safe taken down to just 25%.
Oh, Luffy's being sneaky. He finds the save as well, and Zeus with a lovely super as well. Whistles it down, 3%. Tribe just need a couple more taps, but there's no one there to get the damage. 21% needed for STMN. RBM going straight down the middle with the hypercharge. The Dragon's Breath gets the high safe, and somehow, some way, Tribe Gaming have done it. They've survived. They've made the grand finals, and full reverse swept STMN.
The journey is far from over, but boy, was that a gauntlet. The boys in red can still get it done. This one's for the doubters. Did they still have it? They were taken down 1-3 by Eternal in the qualifiers, and they almost lost to STMN here, but they held on.
What a crazy match, honestly. I was just like, I can't take this anymore. With a double match point in this match, finally a match going all the way to set 5. And Stamina, they were so close to becoming the plot twist in the script of NA's monthly finals, but we have Tribe versus Elevate again. And Stamina, they end their run 5 points behind SSG, and are at least in the LC Cluj slot.
Quite nice.
I had an inkling that Stamina would be able to surprise us today. They did at the start with a 2-0, but they were, despite cruising with that 2-0 lead, just not able to close it out in the day, at the end of the day, ready.
Yes, oh my gosh. Tribe Gang, they barely stuck it through. They have to face an Elevate that is literally only 3-0'd their opponents. It's been a pretty clear-cut day. It has been 3-0s and then only a couple of 3-2s. Eternal brought things all the way to set 5, only to be taken down by Elevate there in the first semifinal. In our second semifinal, well, in case you just tuned in and you missed it, Tribe Gaming barely got a win over STMN. So they're looking a little bit shaky compared to their opponents that are also the victors from last month, Elevate.
Again, same story every single month in NA, isn't it? It had to come this way. Tribe Gaming versus Elevate in the finals. And that's all we're waiting for right now. We just need a quick breather after such an exciting match. Some snacks and bring in your friends for that one. It's going to be worth it. I hope you're ready for the grand final of the July monthly finals here in North America. We're back with Kenny, and Kenny proved me wrong, but losing in a reverse sweep is the worst possible way to lose a match.
It's absolutely the worst way. I mean, that's got to be a devastating loss for STMN to see yourself so close against Tribe Gaming, 3-time champion of this region. And it would have really helped in terms of points too. I mean, getting themselves all the way to a grand final secures a little bit of extra comfort going into the final month, because this is a team that's in the hunt. There's no guarantees. Tribe and Elevate are the only 2 guarantees. And once again, Chapter 5 starts here. They're in the grand finals for a 5th straight month.
The MVP of that match has to be RBM here. The Draco against the Hang. It was just not possible for Stamina at the end. And ready, we kind of called it. Picking up that Hank as last pick might not have been the solution. RBM has been shining throughout that last 3 sets of the match. Yeah, very well deserved. And he takes that MVP quite often. So there must be a thing to his playstyle, especially when he's on tanks.
Well, look, he's always been an excellent tank player, and what meta are we in? Oh, right, the tank meta. So, yes, he's going to be playing those pop-off brawlers. He was against Juan Carlos on a Hank that actually took the star player for his team as well, so much respect has to be given there. Juan Carlos gave him a real run for his money. But I think we can expect to see much of the same here out of RBM. Pop off on those tanks. You can try and ban all of them, but it's still not enough to stop this guy.
Talking about much of the same, I'm super happy to announce our 2 grand finalists. It's Elevate versus Tribe Gaming. How else could it be, Kenny?
The inevitable. Death Taxes Elevate Tribe. That's all I know. It's just some good stuff overall. I think Elevate have been so impressive all day long, and Patchy has shined to me. We crowned him an MVP a while ago, but pretty flawless execution all around. I've been thoroughly impressed with the drafting more than anything, though. I just feel like they've had an answer. They have such a wide variety of brawler pool, aggression, and control. It does not matter. These guys have a plan in place.
and Elevate has only managed to beat Tribe Gaming once in 4 monthly finals that they had to go up against each other. Elevate only came out as the winner in June. Let's see what they have to say about them.
Tribe Gaming was the best team on the region. I think we can try to beat them. Like, we have the confidence now to try to beat them. So let's see how it works. I think we can win our monthly final again if we face them in the finals again. So we will do our best.
High praise from the man himself, Diego Gainer, on Elevate. He's back playing with them. Now it's Vegeta that is out. He's at the moment in East Asia. Patchy is back in. And we have that new Elevate roster. They did beat Tribe Gaming last month, but can they do it again with this new formation of their 4-player roster here ready?
I think so. I think they should be able to do it because they've got pretty much everyone important here, right? Not to say that Vegeta is important, but he's still going to be on comms to help things out and draft. I think that's really one of the biggest aspects that Elevate need in their back pocket. When we start talking about Tribe Gaming, I have to wonder, what do you attribute their performance in that previous match to? Is it that they put all their chips on the grand finals and weren't adequately prepared versus STMN? Is it that they've been on sort of a downturn lately? I mean, their performance in the monthly qualifiers would certainly say so.
We had the whole team of Space Station Gaming just post, thank you, RBM. They're very happy that they're still ahead of Stamina after their performance. Yeah, that's what happens if Tribe Gaming makes it into the grand finals. Nothing really changes in the leaderboard, except if Elevate does win today. So let's hear what Tribe has to say against those one opponents that were finally able to beat them in a monthly final.
Un equipo bastante sólido, bastante conocimiento del meta y del macro. Generalmente eso tengo de perspectiva de ellos.
We saw Killer once again, the coach. Again, so nice to see the people behind the scenes as well. They are a huge part of the team as well in making the team play or perform at the best of their level. Tribe Gaming versus Elevate. So far in those 4 matches, 3 times Tribe Gaming has won. Yet still, I believe, we all 4 voted that Elevate will take this one. Why is that, Ready?
Well, they took it last month. Case open and shut. It goes deeper than that. Tribe Gaming, they haven't been as dominable as previously. Elevate, they've gotten sweeps. They looked fantastic in the qualifiers. Tribe, I already touched on this briefly, but Tribe did take a 1-3 loss against Eternal there. And while Eternal did win their quarterfinals match, they lost to Elevate. Let's, do your transitive property, apply what you learned in Algebra 1, and I think the math's out for an Elevate victory.
Kenny, why do you think Elevate will take it? Is it really just the form that Tribe Gaming is showing today? Is it also the qualifiers that made you vote for Elevate? Or yeah, why?
Elevate won the last go around, and also I have enough doubt in my mind with Tribe, especially after Stamina. Sure, they got away with it. I think honestly a really big one for them too, just going 2 straight months with losses, especially early on, or at least earlier by their standards in the semifinal, would put Tribe the dent, I think, in the mental. So the fact that they were able to overcome that does give me confidence. This feels like a buy the dip with Tribe right now, but I'm picking the team that I picked on event.brawlstars before we even started today. I'm not going to change my mind. I'd be way more upset. Gonna hold the line. I've been wrong a lot today, but I'm picking Elevate nonetheless.
I mean, yeah, same reasons for me here picking Elevate because of June, because of how Tribe Gaming was performing in both the qualifiers and today as well. It really did look like Team Electros gave them some trouble. At least they took a couple of games, but then the match against Stamina, I think if Stamina would not have gone into their minds a bit too much, they could have closed that one out. It was a very close call for Tribe Gaming here, but in the end, again, those 2 teams in the finals. We're just taking a moment here. I think the players of Tribe Gaming still need a little bit of a breather. They obviously didn't have as long of as a break as Elevate had, but now it looks like we are heading into the grand final match. I hope everybody's ready, because I think this time around it's not going to be a 3-0, neither for Tribe nor for Elevate. What is this
I certainly
prediction?
hope it's not. Yeah, that's a little suspect now, isn't it? I will
Criminal.
stand by what I predicted, which is that the win percentage was higher for Tribe. I mean, look, they've taken more first places in this region than Elevate, so that's sort of how it works out. They have something like a 90% win rate, which is just unthinkable when we're in month 5.
Just some crazy stuff coming out of the predictions today from the people. I was just saying how we should probably buy the dip on the 3-time monthly champion. It seems that nobody had any qualms with that. 90+ percentage points going to Tribe Gaming. All things considered too, Elevate have looked great. I think the drafting's been on point. That's not to take away. Obviously, Tribe are perfectly capable of winning this. They've done it more times than not, but I don't know. I like this second half Elevate. I feel like this is a team that's been playing fearless. They've been drafting well, playing well. Not a lot to complain about on my end.
And with that, the stage is set, and we're now heading into the last match of the day and the last match of the July monthly finals. Honestly, it's been a breeze. This weekend especially, we had so many 3-0s in SA, and now also today. Janet is going to be the first pick here, finally not banned out. I think we've never seen her pick today. She was banned out a couple of times though, and in double swoosh, she makes so much sense. Also makes it basically impossible for their opponents to pick Terra. Wouldn't be too surprised if Elevate would pick her up themselves later on.
Pretty much my thought exactly. It seems like so much of the meta here on Double Swoosh revolves around, can you get an excellent Tara first pick? Elevate, they're not interested in running it. We actually saw Bilal play it earlier. While he played it really well, it still didn't get a victory for them, so that's perhaps some of the thinking here. And a bit of mind gaming stuff from Elevate as well, because I expect that Tribe Gaming might have anticipated a Tara first selection here. Nonetheless, they've gotten their gym carrier already. Could also be an okay way to scout out lanes. Just needs to be cautious of stuff like Buster that can still pop out of some of those side lanes. Get a 3-shot going onto that Janet, something I've seen many times before here on Double Swoosh. Now you have that Finks coming out in Mr. P. Now, I don't know about you, Kenny, but I'm seeing rundown potential, not into the Finks, but into this Mr. P, since he has no way of defending himself in close range.
Yeah, thankfully Tribe Gaming have this lost pick, but you're absolutely right. I mean, even somebody like a Tara now can be grabbed for this left-hand din to kind of get that piercing damage through the porters. Obviously, the comeback mechanic in the mix as well if you use her hypercharged super. You know, into somebody like Finks, it does slow down those projectiles, but it might be worth the gamble on that left or right-hand lane. Plus, you'd have so much visibility on the map. Really interesting to see this approach. Kenji going to slice through every single one of those porters, though, of the tanks. That one makes a lot of sense to me.
Certainly does. You can run it down. There's the Tara call out. Well done for you. And it also means that Tribe Gaming only have one more chance to counter out this Tara. So a bit of interesting mind gaming. Elevate, instead of taking the traditional approach to this, have decided that they're not going to win this pick with bans. They're going to do it with their 4-5 selections. So that diminishes Tribe Gaming's opportunities to counter it from 3 chances to just 1. We'll see if they even decide to go for it. They have a lot of things to do here. They need something with CC that can deal with that Kenji. They also have to get rid of some of these shades. Amber makes sense. It's not going to have CC, but it is against stuff, good against stuff that runs you down. So no real complaints there. It's one of the best ways to deal with Tara. So there's not a doubt in my mind that Elevate actually anticipated Tribe Gaming going with the Amber specifically.
With Elevate getting one on the board last month, this officially became a rivalry. No longer are Tribe Gaming some big brother of North America. Elevate have earned a seat at the table, but there's only one throne. Battle to become Kings of the North is underway.
Elevate are already off to the races. They've got Kenji up the left side, and with some help from Patchy, that's a kill onto RBM. The very thing that's supposed to be defeating Patchy, but it's not going to be made easy. You'll still see that Amber looking for... Oh, excuse me, it's not even going for the Tara anymore. Same strategy employed that we saw from Team Electros earlier. They've decided to go with Tara's first gadget, the Psychic Enhancer, that will reveal those bushes. Seems to be working out so far. Should be a kill for Patchy over here, but he got greedy. Decided not to use the super. Instead, Zeus is going to win this matchup and get that porter down, which isn't going to be that easy for Elevate to deal with, because in order to get over there, they have to get aggressive into those back lines and survive long enough to get over there.
Oh, a nice grab by Patchy there on the left-hand end. Luffy, Zeus backed away now, and the porters are going to be falling victim to the little extra damage coming out of the gadget. Patchy going hypercharge here. That's a rough go at it. But Luffy with the teleport kind of landed right into it, so got more than he probably bargained for. RBM with the trade. 7 gems still with the Ego. Has a super available too if he needs to get out of harm's way. Things shaping up very well for Elevate.
They just need one more gem, and they can afford to play aggressive into it because Diego Gamer can fly away. Evex is just going to go ahead and grab it, not giving anything to Tribe Gaming. If he dies, that's really okay. Diego Gamer can still snatch it up. They are backed up all the way into their spawn. Now here comes down the super from Luffy. Gem surrendered to the ground. Diego Gamer up in the skies, looking for a bit of damage and also for the survival. They are facing against a hypercharged Mr. P on the right side. Patchy dispels one of these porters. Evex with the kill on the left side. A TP away from Luffy, but he's so far away from the objective. A few seconds to go. Diego Gamer safe. Patchy on his last legs, but Zeus doesn't have the ammunition to take him down, and game one goes to Elevate.
Nicely done there by the Blues side. It's been a team that's been riding a wave of momentum since that last month's win. A lot of sweeps along the way, and if they did it against Tribe Gaming, they would have less grand finals wins, but I think they would feel like the de facto #1 for now. #1 seed up on the line for either of these teams. Tribe Gaming have held it every single month so far this year, but there could be a change coming in North America.
Tribe Gaming are going to be facing a similar matchup to last time. They're facing the same lane layouts. Here comes Evex trying to get close to RBM. Needs the support from Patchy, which is just close behind. Needs a couple shots on RBM to take it down, but RBM gets the kill with the assistance of the Dancing Flames. Played around those walls expertly to get the 1v2. It's a positive elixir trade, if you will. Tribe Gaming will find themselves back to the races. In the meantime, they've gotten 4 gems off of that initial interaction. A super out from Evex and the kill that he needed for a bit of control for Elevate. And really not just a bit, a ton of control. They've got possession of Tribe's bushes.
Possession of the bushes, the entire map left to right. I mean, Tribe Gaming are really relying on porters right now just to expand their territory. Luffy migrating to left-hand into Vex, unafraid, dashing forward. Patchy cleans up the right-hand side while Diego Gamer just hangs tight, throwing up shots whenever necessary, a gadget here or there to assist. And unfortunately, that super from Finks will not affect the gadget, so some piercing damage still going through. And finally, Tribe have a little leg.
Elevate have the tempo lead, however. Tribe Gaming cannot allow a single one of the gems on Elevate's side of the gem mine to actually get into their hands. With Patchy falling, it's actually going to be quite possible. Diego Gamer has the super, but he's not going to go for this gem. It would be too dangerous. Instead, looking for a bit of damage versus RBM and versus Luffy. He hasn't successfully scouted out RBM, who has revealed his position there on the left side. It's going to be Patchy's responsibility to take him down. With a hypercharged super, that's no problem at all. Not even a difficulty. One more gem for Elevate. It's got to be spawning on their side in just a moment here. No, on Tribe Gaming's side, but it's fine. They can extend this far, but Diego Gamer doesn't have a super. What a disaster! FX needs to dash away. A super would keep him alive a little bit longer, but he needs this for the comeback. Ends up suiciding onto the porter so Diego can get it instead, so he can make a big play in the end.
Patchy right hand in, trying to move up the maps. The porters are getting pesky though. Amber engulfing this map in flames. Avex desperately trying to get the hypercharge out. Slowed down by the Finks super. A cheeky teleport away, and Tribe have tied things up.
Elevate had to know they could not afford to go for that gem. In fact, they could afford to not go for that gem. They could have hung back and waited for a gem to spawn on their side. They got a little bit too trigger happy, and it cost them the lives of their gem carriers. You also had Evex go in to save the gems, but by that time, it was a done deal. You had a hypercharged super, but Finks shuts down a hypercharged Kenji super so easily. You throw down your own radius, and it slows down his super so much that he's never going to make any difference. Now, Elevate find themselves in a similar situation, but they have switched up some of the lanes. Patchy on the right side rather than on the left. So far, Evex is looking for the matchup versus RBM, but with no support, it was a losing matchup, and Tribe Gaming stormed their bushes.
Diego Gamer has to fall back. A safe gym carrier, but has to rely on that super as a crutch if they get in harm's way, and that was an issue we found in game number 2. Just couldn't quite get away with it. Tribe Gaming, full possession of the gyms. 5-1, Diego Gamer scooping one up. Finally, Patchy rotating left-hand in. Going to get the support from a gadget to try and see what's going on the other side. We'll have complete vision of that grass. Vex making a move there. Don't know about that one. It was a full trio on the other end waiting for him.
Tribe Gaming are in a great position. Got 6 gems to their name, and they have possession of these bushes just the way they like it. Porter alive as well, could be disrupted by Evex. He's specifically targeted at the same time as Zeus. Still going to get taken down by RBM, who gets caught in the pinch. Diego Gamer and Patchy find an elimination. There's only 2 more gems for Tribe Gaming. They could play pretty passive here. They just need to avoid giving that hypercharge to Evex, and they should be able to win this game. They're ahead by 2 gems, which means that really just with another gem lead, then they should be able to trade out till the end of the game.
There's a takedown onto Kenji. Hypercharge available for Zeus. He'll get the extra benefit from these beefy porters. 3 of them even running down on the map right now as Diego Gamer will touch down on the enemy side. gonna be able to stay safe. RBM working this left hand in, does get that gadget off as well. Tara forced to move her way to the right-hand side. Really difficult. Elevate, treading lightly here. These porters kind of swarming all over the place. They just haven't been able to bring down that station. As a result, Mr. P is just getting so many perks.
It's really hurting Diego Gamer on this Janet, who's been stretched thin. He has a hypercharge that he'd love to turn into a combination with a super, but no one's been throwing him a bone at all. RBM would be a candidate, but we're down to just a few seconds. Diego Gamer's got to make something happen. Huge hypercharge super out from RBM, and a countdown interruption. Tribe will get it back. Hypercharge out from Diego Gamer. Wants to get a kill onto RBM, but he's dodging them all so effectively. Now got to go back behind the Indestructible. Some shots from Luffy. Those are respectable. Drop Diego to just 169 HP. One more gem for Elevate will tie things up once more, but it's not on a good brawler. It's on Evex, and they no longer have control of this mid. It should spawn towards the side of Tribe Gaming this next gem. They need to play aggressive to get it.
Now it's on that top right-hand side. 12 gems. Diego Gamer's probably just gonna have to force his way up there. They're holding on for dear life. The kill goes through. Diego Gamer in the sky as well. He's safe. Luffy trying to flank right-hand side. Two weak brawlers bottom left-hand into the map. Porters flying up the middle of the map. Zeus lobbing up another one. Patchy there to body block as well. Hypercharge goes down. Double connection. Diego Gamer, though, burning to a crisp, but it's gonna be a reset.
Evex has to keep this aggression. He's going to volunteer to be gem carrier. Can't really afford to play aggro and forfeit these gems down to the ground. Just got to stay safe. Patchy also working his way to his next super. Can afford to pop the gadget. Now has to keep the momentum. Also against RBM on the left side. In with the dancing flames. Takes to the skies. Evex alive on the right side. 5 seconds to go. 2 shots from Zeus would take him down. Anything sneaking through from Luffy could do the job as well. Zeus now with nothing. Tribe Gaming all of the gems up in the sky and a set win.
Wow! Something about Tribe Gaming and Gym Grab today. Maybe 3 of the most entertaining sets of the entire year. With those gems spilled out on the ground, Tribe Gaming actually survived due to the countdown. What a crazy technicality.
Almost all of the gems possible had to spawn in again before Tribe Gaming claims that win. It was a close one, but Tribe just scrapes by, takes that first set, and they continue their win streak that they started with Stamina. 4 sets in a row now taken. 13 kills on RBM and a lot of damage done as well. I think that Ember pick was actually perfect. Yes, Elevate had the Janet and they had the Terra. They kind of picked the Janet so nobody else could pick the Terra here, but they kind of forgot about that Ember. It feels perfect counter to her. Those shades didn't really help her at all. But yeah, overall, Tribe, they make it close, but they do win.
As they just did in our second semifinal. Wow, how things repeat themselves. But on the topic of the Amber, I feel like this is one that Elevate absolutely expected. When you see Tara, you had to be thinking, oh, yeah, Amber, because it's double swoosh. She was already good here, even when she isn't playing into a Tara. And I think Elevate addresses way better in Game 1 than they did in the subsequent sets, because the on-the-fly adjustment that they made was switching Tara over to the right lane. Biggest problem with that was that Tara was the way that they were pinching out that Amber and getting that victory in game number 1. So that was the adaptation that ended up hurting them, but I feel like it was a necessary one.
I definitely feel like that Terra has 2 counters on that map. One is the Janet, the other one is the Ember. So the adaptation, it had some reasoning behind it, but yes, as you said, Reddy, it in the end hurt them badly. Now, let's see if the draft gets any better on Pit Stop, a map that is super brutal in terms of just a pure base race. And Heist has been one of those sets where Tribe Gaming did win against Stamina before. If Heist goes the same way Gem Grab just did, Tribe will take that too, Kenny.
Yeah, and now moving into Pit Stop as well. This is a hyper-aggressive map. There's so many tanky brawlers or aggressive ones that come through, and then I feel like we have just a little sprinkle of some of these defensive ones. Cordelius has really risen. I see Lou come out in North America sometimes. Of those aggressive brawlers as well, we're going to be looking out for a few. Shade comes to mind with the new hypercharge. Draco with the flamethrower coming out, and obviously the indestructible gadget. New brawler Ali is on my horizons, and Lily going to be at the top of my mind for those kind of tankier brawlers.
We're in Pit Stop, another heist map where it's all about the base race, despite the little change with those bubbles that you need to pop at 3 different stages. You can just go with tanks. It works out wonderfully. 2 that come to mind here are Hank and Shade, especially because you have this unbreakable wall in front of the safe. Miko had a nice little showing today as well. He is going to be left open as well as the other two I just mentioned. That is shaping up to be a very interesting draft ready.
Will we see it again? Well, Cordelius is out of the mix, but we also learned that Cordelius is not the end-all be-all counter to the Monkey Brawler. Shade now finding its way in here as a first selection. Usually will get banned out here, so that's curious. You shouted that out, Sonny. Now, with the Shade being picked first, Elevate gave that to Tribe. There's some pretty high priority brawlers to ban on this map, but just keep in mind when there's a top brawler in the game and your enemy has first pick, and you choose not to ban it, you are giving that to them. And that also indicates, at least at the pro level of play, because it's quite different from what you see in your, Power League games, that they have a plan for the Shade. What are they going to do against it? It's got to be something that can shoot through walls. Hank, one of the best meta ways to deal with it, because he can shoot through walls, and he's already a good brawler.
This is a really interesting mentality coming out of Tribe Gaming, because those defensive brawlers that we're kind of talking about, the Lou and the Cordelius, oftentimes are ways to try and deal with some of these aggros like Shade. So Shade gets away for free, but Hank's still on the board. That's going to be one of the better ways to deal with Shade. And then this Bull coming out too. I wonder if Tribe Gaming have a hardcore tank counter in mind that they're relying on that's still left or maybe hidden, or if they're just going to go all out aggression. Something like the Miko coming out again would make a lot of sense to me. Lumi still left on the table. It's just a good brawler in general. This is really curious to me. No Barry, so in terms of throwers, the only time I ever really see anybody else is if I see a Dynamite played into the Barry. Looks like they're grabbing the Lumi here. Yeah, a safe and very good brawler. I think Tribe Gaming are just making a calculated decision to just believe in the Shade.
Pretty much. I think this will get the majority of their damage. Also, you can sit behind a wall versus, say, the Bull, for example. But you have to be mindful that by doing damage to him, you are giving him a wall break ability, and he's only going to be stopped by the indestructibles that surround the objective. So just something to keep in mind. Also, still not a good matchup into Hank at all, and there's nothing really from Tribe Gaming that directly responds to that Hank just yet. Daryl is going to create some momentum for Tribe Gaming. It'll get them on top of the safe. There's no doubt about that, and I think it should do so more reliably than this Bull. But as far as what Elevate goes into this, they're already equipped with something to deal with the Shade, and I think they should be able to get some pretty solid DPS into this Daryl. When we saw that Lumi played earlier by Tribe Gaming, I believe it was Zeus on Lumi, and he was doing a great job of cycling out the supers, so I think you just may be right, Kenny. They're putting a lot of their chips on the Lumi to get a whole tank defense.
And the left-hand side contributing to the aggression as well. So we got two tanks. We've got the literal tank of a Hank, and then we've got Bull and a Melody coming out for those musical notes that dish out an insane amount of damage, especially with a hypercharge. So not a lot of defense going down. This might be a more classic base race and a lot of battling between all of our lanes. Tribe Gaming up 1-0 here to start off our grand finals. They are the 3-time champion of this region. Elevate, of course, got one of their own last month, are looking to become the de facto #1, but they need a bounce back.
Well, Elevate are finding their positions on this map. They've sent Evex over to the right side to deal with Zeus. That's a fine matchup. Zeus is also having some trouble rotating away. Just trying to keep this lane versus Evex. For the time being, also RBM's creating the aggression. He must just be moving things backwards because that super was bound to go absolutely nowhere. We'll see the takedown into Luffy as well, and Diego Gamer can start working on this save. But it looks like he's more focused on creating some pressure onto Zeus so that Evex can get into position. Evex could walk right past Zeus, but he's more interested in getting a super to do so. That's the kill that Elevate needed. Now Evex gets to walk counterclockwise until he does enough damage to get the shield out.
Yeah, it's a good call out for the folks at home too. Counterclockwise does be the play, and it's Zeus now getting a stun up the middle of the map. Diego Gamer barely surviving, drops a super just to preserve himself and stay afloat. Patchy rushing it down. Hypercharge for Diego Gamer, doesn't have a super, will just use it to deter Zeus. And a couple supers on the other end. Oh, look at the unison coming out. RBM with the roll forward, Luffy in and out between the walls, and they'll punch their way through this next tier of the high save. Don't look now though, Elevate also contributing to the top, and they're below that 25% threshold.
Patchy being real cautious about this one. Diego Gamer gets to delete Luffy. Here comes a stun onto Diego Gamer. Patchy's looking for the perfect moment. Hypercharge in from RBM. Oh, it's going to be a race. RBM trying to get through this last shield. Meanwhile, Patchy left all alone. 2 shots is all he need. There's 1, looking for 2. Nothing on Elevate. Safe in Tribe Gaming. We'll see there's trickle down to 0 at the hands of Patchy for an Elevate win in Game 1.
These two teams have been so good all year long, and especially on a map like this where everybody's just kind of playing all-out aggression, it's really fun to watch the mechanics here. Because in terms of matchups, we're just kind of throwing it out the window to a degree, right? Where we removed Lou, we removed Cordelius. There's shotgun brawlers for both ends, brawlers with mobility on both sides, some really powerful ones on each end too. So it's just a lot of gunfire going down for both teams. So far, so good for Tribe Gaming. They're able to extend their territory up on the top side, though. Melody making that counterclockwise rotation there to grab about 20%.
So far, so good for both squads. Ooh, missed super for Zeus. That's going to cost him because he does have to hold on to the matchup versus two tanks. Patchy going in, looking for something, but ends up empty-handed. Thankfully, Diego Gamer is there to finish the job, and Luffy will get a few crits on the safe to drop it to 75%. Patchy not really able to defend because he can't go through this wall, but he also doesn't have the option to not defend either. At least he's taken some damage to get his hypercharge online. They're forced to send Diego Gamer back to rotate over. This is a losing game for Elevate at the moment. They are on top of the safe, but they're behind on the lead. That's going to be another shield coming out on Elevate safe, but the crits are here from Luffy. Hypercharge activated, Diego Gamer gets the defense. Meanwhile, Tribe Gaming must have made an error by not defending their safe properly because they're at an equal percentage to Elevate.
Diego Gamer clutching up for his team, but now it's an onslaught from Tribe. RBM rolling down the left-hand end. Vex forced to play defense. Pashy marches forward, crushes his enemy, and now the right-hand side is covered in ice. Zeus being backed down into a corner. The musical notes will pierce through that wall. Shield up for Vex as well. Just delicately working with the situation. Oh, a nice contact there from Zeus. Now trying to look towards this high safe. Less than 10,000 HP to go. RBM rolling forward, and it will be enough to close out here. Tribe Gaming tie up set number 2.
So winnable for Elevate. If they hadn't let that Shade get on top of the safe without any counter in sight. I just have to wonder, were they looking for an opening to bring the Hank back to deal with it, or what? Because Patchy didn't really have an option to go anywhere else. He knew that that Shade would win the base race solo, so he had to do something in terms of defense, just place his body there. And once Diego Gamer rotated back, it was the only thing that could deal with it. Once again, Elevate looking for that early game kill onto Lumi on the right side. It's just mutual. RBM also with the stun. Not a double stun onto Diego Gamer, can still get defended, and out comes the gadget for a bit more damage, but still no kill onto Diego Gamer, who finds himself being the sole defender of the Shade.
Shade has been a star the last couple games in terms of heist safe damage. Diego Gamer closes out though on defense. He has been there to save Elevate. Vex, top left-hand side, working those musical notes and piercing them right through that heist safe. Patchy holding on to a hypercharged super. Diego Gamer has one of his own, and behind the walls, he can still attack. Luffy, though, going right on through. Patchy will take him head on. The stun going down. Teleports back. Nicely done here. Patchy will survive, and all three members of Elevate can still move up the map.
Zeus in with the hypercharge, that's a kill, and total destruction of this safe. Threatening to drop it down to 50%, but only gets as far as 56 for now. Tribe Gaming on their safe are starting to feel some of that damage from Patchy as well. It's only down to 76. Still, they've got their first shield. But second one is bound to come out of Elevates as we see the mace from Zeus come in to deal destruction. Patchy also looking for whatever's possible onto Luffy. Once again, same position, but Luffy's got the kill this time. Diego Gamer tries to move in. It's going to take him a couple shots to deal with Luffy, and he gets it, saving that final shield on Elevate safe. But they're so behind on schedule, they're probably not going to be able to get this.
Long way to go for Elevate, and RBM is continuing the assault. Zeus now on this right-hand end, just throwing down Morning Stars with low HP, willing to sacrifice himself if it means they get just a little bit closer. Luffy breaks through the defense, penetrates through all the defenders, and with 3 percentage points to go, RBM dashes in, closes out, and Tribe Gaming now with 2 sets on the board.
Once again, Elevate lead with the game 1, and Tribe download their opponent's moveset. They figure out exactly what needs to be done. Biggest change was they were able to reliably get that Shade on the enemy side. Patchy found himself all alone on the defense, and a couple of times it seemed like he actually made a misplay, charging directly into the Shade, and with the Bull rework, that bounces him back. You can go through a wall, then you can't reach him anymore with Bull.
They really played this one well. Diego Gamer with the most kills, but it's not about kills in heist. It's about that save damage. And with 2 tanks on their side, Tribe Gaming did really, really well. The Daryl and the Shade versus 2 tanks on the other side. I would have kind of loved to see a triple tank coming into this, honestly. But yeah, Tribe takes it despite not having the most kills. They just focused on the heist save, and I feel like I'm repeating myself here. They did that before. It's now one of 2 scenarios that can happen here. Tribe Gaming, they needed a tiny little bit of time to get warm in their match against Stamina, winning 3 sets in a row. Now another 2 sets against Elevate. Maybe they just needed some time to really be awake for their match against Elevate. If Elevate now reverse sweeps Tribe, they would kind of just return the favor and take revenge for Stamina's sake, Kenny.
Definitely a spicy one. We have seen a lot of instances of Elevate playing against Tribe Gaming. Reverse sweep hasn't quite been on the table yet, but wouldn't mind it if we got it for this 5th month here. It's been a really great rivalry all year long, and look, the people at home really showed their support for Tribe Gaming in the polls. All of us on the casting desk picked Elevate, and I've been really impressed with them throughout the day, but drafts looking good, mechanics looking good. Look, Tribe Gaming are mortal. Sometimes they're just going to stumble a little bit, and maybe that's what we're seeing here. Maybe last month wasn't the new wave. Maybe it was just a fluke, and I think Tribe Gaming are really trying to silence any doubters that are in this region.
Some of the draft things worth calling out. Traps laid by both teams. One that stood out to me there on pit stop was giving Tribe Gaming the shade and thinking, okay, well, if they pick it, then we'll just go for the Hank. If they don't, we could pick it together. And then they went for the shade and they still beat the Hank. Hank got a bunch of kills on the shade, but did it really matter when Shade was running it down, beelining it to the enemy safe to be the biggest differentiator in winning that match? And guess what? We're headed into yet another awesome Shade match. It just has to be a ban at this point. With, in my opinion, Elevate's confidence in that matchup shattered, I feel like they are going to have to correct and go ahead and get rid of it in the ban phase.
Both Tribe and Elevate are now 5-5 grand final appearances. Will Tribe Gaming make it 4 out of 5 wins, or will Elevate take their second today? Still everything open, but Tribe looking like they can close it out here if they not also get a little shaky, overthink too much. But as experienced as they are, I don't think that's going to happen, honestly. They just need to win one more set, and they're the July monthly final winners. Heading into our potentially lost draft here, if Tribe Gaming wins, Kaze is going to be our first pick here. No surprises, one of the best tanks. We've seen her all day, and with Shade and Hank both banned out, Ellie as well, all of those options that can either shoot through the wall or jump over it or just walk through it are out of the way. Kaze, a top pick in my opinion, Kenny.
Definitely one of the higher ones in terms of ban rate and play rate all throughout our few weekends here for the monthly finals. Has been a real threat, and despite balance changes, new hypercharge coming out for some of these other brawlers, Kaze has still been in the mix. Mr. P, though, his stock has gone way up this month, especially in North America. Just played a good amount. I mean, more than I think people would expect, you know, for all those people grinding ranked out there, having this brawler on your side. Take some notes from these pro players. It's a good one to have.
Super useful. Also note that Jean hasn't been banned, so it could be a good follow-up. If Elevate decide that they just want the Mr. P, then that's cool as well. Gus now making an appearance on their side. They're providing a strong foundation for a final selection, though there's still potential for them to be upset by something aggressive. I feel like Tribe Gaming have already gotten a good amount of that aggression that they're going to go for with this composition, but there's always an option like Daryl. We've seen them run it already, and it worked quite well. Just a quick comment on the bans as well from Tribe Gaming. You see the Hank, that should be a dead giveaway, but if it weren't, Doug and Willow, all just amazing ways to deal with the Shade, and you can see that Elevate sort of shut that down with their Shade ban. Really shrewd of them to go ahead and correct over the previous set where Shade messed them up despite them having counters, and this time they wouldn't have had counters, so it's even better that they got rid of it.
It's a good call out from you, and definitely 3 lethal ways to try and deal with the shadowy ghost figure that's on the top left of our screens. Ollie coming in on this right-hand side for Tribe Gaming. Hypnosis still a powerful feature. I don't really see Ollie other than maps like Bounty and for KO, but I think it makes a lot of sense. Just kills being the name of the game. If you can line up some freebies for your teammates, a really good way to do that. And when we do see Ollie, a lot of the times we either see Brock on the other end for that wall break plus range, or you see it on your side so you control the narrative as far as that wall break goes. So that's why we often see them as a pairing more recently in pro play.
Okay, Elevate's final selection. Need to be cautious about this because those walls are going to be broken down. Keeps Elevate from going any sort of thrower here. Buster is the approach that they're taking. Really passive composition here from Elevate. I think that they will be able to get up in Tribe's faces, but it's going to be a pretty hard-fought battle just to get there. They will be staying close together since they're going to be taking this one long range at first. Really, I don't expect them to start playing aggressive until they have that Mr. P as well. You're going to want to have that Mr. P porter up. Also some potential for them to pick up this blue star off the beginning if they can get a properly placed Buster gadget.
Will elevate off to the middle of the map, and Blue Star will rest with Luffy. An easy dash forward, so the quickest brawler en route to get there. And that's an important one, because now Tribe Gaming can dictate the pace of this match. If they want to get on the offensive, sure they can, but they don't really have to move. It's left for Elevate to be the more aggressive and the proactive team.
Evex getting aggressive on the right side, pushing Luffy back. Knows that it should be a winning matchup for him as long as Luffy doesn't hit the crit spots. But he needs this 1v1 pretty badly. Meanwhile, on the left side, Diego Gamer is still going for that super. It's going to be pretty difficult for him to do it because it's quite a dodgeable shot. Oh, upset by Luffy on the left side. He wasn't aware of the position, but now Luffy could get punished. Patchy blasts him away with the super. That's the takedown Elevate needed, and they're back in the lead.
Blue Star now resting with Patchy. He's going to be in the middle of the map from a long range. Vex working this right-hand end alongside RBM, who's dueling him for positioning. Now Tribe Gaming forcing their way through. You see him hovering over the super. There he goes, looking for the hypnosis. The reflection going through, so it'll only claim Patchy. It's still a trade, though. Zeus is able to grab the Blue Star, and along with it, an important kill.
Tribe Gaming in a favorable position. They're just holding on to that Blue Star. They need to be mindful of the hypercharge possibility of Evex moving in here. Also doing a great job of denying that super to Diego Gamer so far, because he does have a super, but he doesn't have a hypercharge one just yet. We're heading into the last 30 seconds of the game. That's when he needs to be getting his hypercharge. Before this would have been even better than that. But Elevate also have other methods of getting in. They have 2 hypercharges at their disposal. 20 seconds to go. Evex ready with his hypercharge, and same goes for Patchy.
Patchy can dish out that shield at a moment's notice, whether to himself or to other people. Hypercharge being activated, he'll go for it. RBM dashing forward. The pull goes through for Evex, though. 2 stars, make it 5, swinging their way. It's a lone Luffy facing a projectile shield from Evex, and it's an easy waltz to the back of the map for the blue side. Beautifully done there. Elevate will take game 1.
So smart there for Elevate. They knew that that Buster would work out, and also the way that they played it. You saw there towards the end, you had Gus on the right side pop his hypercharge, and then Buster pop his hypercharge on the left. And so what happened? You saw that Ollie move towards the Gus. Gus's reaction was, well, I'm going to pop my super, so I better survivability. And then Evex dodged all the hypnosis and moved over to the right side. Oh my goodness, he might also get the kill. No, barely misses it. Oh, Diego gets it just on the end of that with one of his suitcases. Patchy also with an early super, blasts away Luffy, looks for the kill in the early game as well, but Evex can't reach it. Patchy with another shot. Oh my goodness, it's wonderful. An excellent start from Elevate.
Diego Gamer already set up with a turret too, so establishing some porters in our early stages of the game allows for Elevate to have better odds throughout. The closer they get to that hypercharge as well, and as you mentioned it, the hypercharge is a difference maker. It's what makes Mr. P even relevant right now. Vex low HP, Patchy dishing him a shield. Has to be careful about where he steps though. The fan storm on this right-hand side will corral him to this top right-hand end, and RBM is looking for shots, trying to grab an angle if he can, but will be forced away. Vex back healthy and ready to get back in the mix.
Tribe Gaming playing as passively as they can. Really what they need here is to get some hypercharges and a super to move in confidently. But that's pretty tough when you're up against Evex on the right side, who has a hypercharge and a super. They have some utility at their disposal. They have Luffy on the left side with a hypercharge. He's looking to move in to create some of the momentum, but RBM's going to have to be the initial one. In with the super. Patchy hypnotized. This could be the moment. No, Luffy. All the shots have been tanked, but it's still a trade in the end. Super out from Brock, but he won't be getting the kill that he needed. Zeus just has not been getting value here really at all. He finally got his first super of the game, and there are only 30 seconds left for Tribe Gaming to make a difference.
Good news is they have a hypercharge for Luffy and a super available for RBM. Luffy decides to go in now. RBM diving in, hypnotizes too, looks for the tag, gets Patchy, has the blue star, traded right back. Vex with only 453 HP, has to tread carefully. What dodges coming out of him here? 3 stars, the separator between Elevate and Tribe Gaming. Luffy has to desperately march forward. There's a kill for Vex. RBM working on Patchy now, and it's not enough here. Elevate extend, and will take us to a set number 4.
Such a close call. At any point there towards the end, if Evex had fallen, then that would have been a game going over Tribe and a match point in their back pocket. Such a close call. But the gameplay speaks for itself. Wait, where's Patchy going? Is he showing off the new merch? Hey, get back here, man. You got another set to play.
He did that before too. Every single time Elevate wins a close set, Patchy needs a breather. And I feel you. Honestly, I need one too. ready to they take this one, and there's some signs of life now finally from Elevate. They did win a game in the previous 2 sets each, but this one, all of a sudden, a dominant 2-0 from them, not a single game taken by Tribe Gaming. Avex, definitely the key to their success, as you mentioned, Reddy. If he would have fallen there at the end, it would have went the other way, but Elevate manages to close it out. And let's see if they can take that momentum into set 4 as well, Kenny.
Yeah, Vex with some big-time pulls as well. The shields from Buster were really good. Both these sides, just no weak links, especially you can see it in the stats as well, but where kills are everything in this game mode. DPS numbers were great for everybody. I mean, this is just 2 really well-rounded teams that synergize great together. 2 very different strategies. I mean, we've seen Elevate get really aggressive today and run things like the Mortis, but right there, it was more of that passive-aggressive style. So this is one of the things that I love about this team in particular. There's just a lot of routes that they have to win. There's a lot of brawlers in their arsenal. They've really showcased that throughout our monthly finals.
You say it here, no weak links on both sides. They definitely deserve to send in yet another monthly final. Both of those teams. Both of them are also showing some great variability, that they can pick any brawler, they can play any one of them and play it so well. We've seen some tanks coming out from them. We saw a Brock now, a Gus, some long-ranged options as well. Those 2 teams really have it all down. Brawl Stars is what they live and breathe.
It certainly is. I know that. Look, if we were just to comment on like Elevate as a team, Patchy's been playing since he was literally 11 years old. The dude's like 19 now.
Sheesh.
That is crazy. Yes, imagine being raised from your formative years on Brawl Stars, and this is what happens. You have a player that can retire at the end of 2024 and then come back and make a World Finals earlier today, and now he's just trying to win a monthly final. But he and company are behind. They need to clutch up and get a reverse sweep to deal that blow back to Tribe Gaming.
I mean, yeah. Imagine playing Brawl Stars since you're 11 years old and then retiring with 18. Crazy. Mind-blowing, honestly. Pinball Dreams is going to be our next match. It's a map we haven't seen too often in other monthly final grand finals, but now we're seeing it. Yesterday we saw it in SA. We had Lumi, Stu and Draco winning the match for SK Kalalas. It was the last match of the day and the last set as well, because with it SK Kalalas wrote history by finally beating Loud. Let's see who takes it today here. Let's see if we see the same brawlers as well. Ellie's gonna be banned out, Shade and Hank. So again, there's 3 brawlers that can put those walls to good use, all out of the way. First pick with Elevate. Kenny, what do you think? Are we gonna see a tank pick as first pick once again?
I think that's what they wanted. I see Ash, Willow, and Draco, and I think that they probably wanted to grab a Hank for themselves, but top right-hand side got rid of it. Lumi instead going to be the choice here. So much more neutral, just a good brawler overall, really successful win rate. Hard to complain about this. If you're gonna grab it, you're gonna have to do it early in the draft, because otherwise it's gonna slip through.
Response now from Tribe Gaming, something range to deal with this Lumi. She's been such a dominant mid here on Pinball Dreams. Really difficult to deal with. Also one that's been quite powerful in the hands of Tribe Gaming, especially Zeus. So it's a good thing that Elevate went ahead and took it for themselves. Has a great win rate if you're a stats head in that regard. The response to Tribe Gaming so far, they have a last pick, so they don't really need to necessarily respond to it at the moment to start forming their own draft. Gus making an appearance from Tribe. That's a way of dealing with it. You outrange the Lumi at least, and you form good synergies with other aggro brawlers on your team.
Got a mid of choice with some decent range, and of course has that shield. It could be the ultimate goalkeeper at times too. If you're trying to walk it in, activate that shield, you'll bounce your enemies away. And of course the hypercharge is an even better version of that. Tribe Gaming can pair this with something if they wish. Typically Gus is going to be with an aggressive or a tankier brawler, so they can benefit from that shield, get up in the faces, and be kind of that frontline option while Gus hangs back and helps with the teammates, and Kaze is certainly that.
So they have their aggression. What else can Elevate do to deal with this? Because so far, Lumi's a strong way to start things off, but you need something that can get some CC versus that Kaze and deal with the aggression properly. Also, keep in mind, throwers are super strong on this map. There's always the risk of wall break, but you need to keep that thrower consideration in your mind. It's why something like Willow is worth a ban here. A lot of times we would actually see it as like one of the first picks in the draft, so it is interesting to see Elevate go ahead and ban it out. I suppose they weren't really interested in being forced to take it as a first selection. Bolt coming out from Elevate, that's one way to break down the walls. Should also be a decently winning matchup in Kaze in the Geisha form, so I think she'll find herself in the Assassin form a little bit more frequently.
So Lumi and Bull, one more brawler for the side of Elevate to pair with this. They've got a tank, they've got an offensive brawler, but certainly capabilities of defense with the stun that she can bring through with that super, and it's Lori. So we saw the Willow be banned out. We know that throwers can be valuable on this map, but their thrower of choice is Laria, which has been a brawler that's risen through the ranks. So I'm curious if Tribe Gaming will try and go thrower to match this, or go a completely different direction.
Larry is so fire on Brawl Ball, and here where there are walls galore and no wall break yet from Tribe Gaming, it can be pretty good, but there's still the ever-present risk of wall break. Or how about wall jump? That's what Cordelius is going to be doing, and this was their sleeper pick. This is what they were concealing. So the aggression comes in for Patchy. Cordelius can put him in the realm. Can also jump over the wall, and if you know the tech, you can fire off that super and then hit the gadget to jump over a wall and have an opponent in the realm at the same time, because no one can use supers or gadgets in the Shadow Realm, not even Cordelius. So a little bit of stuff for you to look out for in that specific matchup. It won't also be like too hopeless for Cordelius, because he charges super when enemies are within a radius around him, so he can stay a little bit close to Patchy. He's even considering running it down at the moment.
Early ice rinks go down for Elevate. Tribe Gaming, though, nonetheless, positioning. RBM kicking the ball to the right-hand side. Diego Gamer and Patchy focusing him down. He'll go down immediately. Avex, left-hand side, trying to get to this end flank against Luffy, but Luffy can outrange him, especially in this assassin form where you got a little bit of distance. Oh, going right at Patchy. Straight for the throat, grabs the kill, and Tribe Gaming will gain control of the ball.
Ball positioned over towards mid. Not really interested in overcommitting at the moment. They would like a more significant kill. They don't want to risk FX. Here he goes into the Shadow Realm. RBM trying to cycle. Looking for a better matchup at close range versus Diego Gamer. It's looking good so far. Luffy in with the Fan Storm. That gets rid of the ammunition. Oh, and what a snipe from RBM around the right side of the goal for one for Tribe.
Flashy play coming out of Tribe early, 1-0 lead. Minute and a half on the clock. Luffy dribbling. Diego Gamer just trying to find a little bit of positioning for his team. It's felt like they've been on the back heels the whole way.
Elevate trying to crank up this momentum. They could really use some positioning in Tribe Gaming's side, but they haven't been able to get past the mid. Haven't even crossed the line of scrimmage. Aggressive play in from Luffy. Diego Gamer punish. RBM ready for a pass, but he's in the realm. Thankfully, he gets a kill. Walks it right on, nice and easy, to bring Tribe to yet another match point.
Cordelius came in with a big-time bucket and then right there dropped a Shadow Realm to easily allow them to walk it in. So either he gets that kill or he just stays down there long enough to not allow another brawler to pop out. So either way, from our POV, it looked like there was a brawler there, but of course, one is underground and one is above with us. Elevate need a win here. Otherwise, it's going to be Tribe Gaming taking their 4th of the year.
In comes the Cordelius for the entry frag. Diego Gamer taken down. Ball passed around to Luffy on the left side, but Avex is the deterrent. He's taken down by the Kooky Popper from Zeus. Now the shield's going to be useful for Luffy, but he whiffs it. A pass forward, and he doesn't get it on the exit from his dash. That was a potential goal right there, now forfeited by Tribe, and that's super costly.
Valiant effort, but Patchy will puppy guard this ball in this right-hand end. Ooh, a connection there. RBM, no, with a nice hop away. Clever use of the gadget to survive. So all 3 members of Tribe Gaming standing tall. Now a shield going down for Luffy, dashing on to Larry and Lori. Doesn't stand a chance. Will punch through every bit of it. Bull trying to move up the map, and now 3 brawlers for Tribe left alone. Patchy at the goal now, trying to play goalkeeper. RBM with a nice dish over to Luffy, and he'll walk it on through.
Tribe Gaming in the lead. They're only 1 goal away from taking the monthly final and reclaiming their glory here in North America. They might be able to do it here and now. Double hypercharges out. Diego Gamer with the response, but the Lumi hypercharge hits nothing. On the right side, Avex needs to get this kill. A pass over to Luffy. Patchy now on the defense. Is able to get it for now. A ball pass to the top side. RBM needs the kill. And here comes more damage from Patchy. Zeus tries to move it through, but the one-man army has got it.
Great defensive effort and had a little extra assistance coming in from Lowry. Luffy, unafraid, going straight at Patchy, and it's costly. Diego Gamer, kick off to the right-hand side. Patchy full HP, drops the super. Zeus there to defend. There's the shield to get him off of the ball, and now Luffy will grab it, kicks it away, and Tribe Gaming survive.
Tribe Gaming now pushing this ball back to Elevate side. Luffy's ready to receive this pass. He's also going to go for the kill on Avex first. How does this one go in overtime? Unless Tribe Gaming are able to score this in 35 seconds, then it's looking pretty hopeless for Elevate. They still haven't gotten a goal on the board in spite of getting towards the enemy side, and they have some serious opposition. There's 2 supers available for Tribe. A Hypercharge coming out for Evex, but he's now stuck in the realm. Is this the moment for Elevate to move forward? No. Taken down by the Cookie Popper. RBM ready to snag this ball upon coming out of the Shadow Realm.
Oh, and a little bounce shot for extra measure. Last month, Elevate won, but you can see it on Luffy's face. It's a fluke. Puts the doubters to rest, and Tribe Gaming, just like they've done all year long, will hold on to be NA's #1.
They had to fight through a couple match points, but they made it happen. Elevate, despite their best effort, were not able to recreate that success they had last month. A 3-0 for Elevate, now the favor returned, 3-1 style for Tribe.
That was such a fun cam moment there as well. Luffy playing it cool, whereas we have Zeus on the side absolutely freaking out, being super happy that they finally won again. It was only 1 month that they didn't. Paintball dreams have come true for Tribe, and they are returning to their former glory with the win today again. Tribe Gaming scraped through the semis by the skin of their teeth, but were sweeping Stamina to keep the rivalry between Elevate and themselves alive, and now they take title #4, Kenny.
Incredible stuff. And I think a lot of the narrative around Tribe Gaming entering this was, have they lost it? Brawl Cup didn't go their way. Last month got bounced by Elevate in convincing fashion, but today was their day. Now tacking on a 4th Grand Finals win. That is unheard of across the world.
That is true. They're the only ones to win 4 monthly finals. They're also the only ones to qualify for all 5 of them. So is Elevator. Really tough for them. 3-0s in the quarters, 3-0 in the semis, and then stopped by the force named Tribe Gaming. Now, all that is left to do is bring back our 4th talent that we dearly missed in those grand finals. I'm sure he watched though. But yeah, I really feel like this was a match that will be in the history books again. Elevate now wants revenge. Can they repeat what they did in June? Now again in August. It's the last chance. They get ready.
I think it's very possible, but it's going to make it, pretty difficult for them to take back that #1 seed in the region, no doubt. It'll have to be another occurrence of this matchup, or Tribe Gaming are going to have to fall in an earlier match like the semifinals, which almost happened versus STMN. It went to double match point over there, folks. Let's not forget about that. So it's a good thing that they made it this far, because their position would actually be quite insecure heading into the final month that they had.
We do have another little treat for you. We do have an interview lined up with Tribe Gaming themselves. All of them are sitting in the same room, so I'm also addressing all of you. We're talking to Luffy though. First up, congrats, man. You did it again.
Thank you. Thank you so much.
You were only 1 set away from elimination in the semifinals. What was the turning point that brought you back against Stamina?
I don't know. We never stopped believing that we could win, and we won. We won. We focus on every set.
Heck yeah, man. I wanted to ask you though. So last month, your win streak was finally interrupted, at least here in North America. You took your first loss in the grand finals, and the comment really from y'all's team was that you needed to return to your old ways of preparation. Now, you've qualified for the World Finals. Are you concerned that between now and then you might fall back into those habits?
No, we will continue working hard. Like when we decide to try different ways of work, and a few ones didn't work, as you see. Like we lost Brawl Cup and we lost the last monthly final. But now we're giving it all, and yeah. We will continue working hard to win the next monthly final and do a good job in World Final.
Heck yeah, man.
Awesome to see you all really come into form. Luffy, you all have now won 4 grand finals this year, especially considering the journey that you all had to get here this month, losing last month Brawl Cup. Does this one mean a little bit more? Is this one in particular special?
No, not really. It's like the same feeling as the first 3 multi-finals, but yeah, we're excited.
You've proven once again that you're the kings of NA. Now we're hoping that you're also gonna show up strong at the next global stage, because we can also congratulate you. You did qualify to your World Finals with today.
Thank you, thank you.
So celebrate well. We're gonna send you off in a well-deserved rest after a 3-2 and now a 3-1 in the finals. Congratulations once again.
Thank you so much.
Really down to earth still. As you mentioned already, Killer, their coach, also said that they just try to go back to the roots, and I feel like that's also been the secret to Tribe's dominance all season long. 4 out of 5 monthly finals won. That's truly a statement. And I'm sure someone else has to say something about that. Let's bring him back. Welcome back, Ark.
Finale for today. Tribe just back on top, and they look so good. They really, really did today. I mean, I loved you, Kenny. I loved your question, honestly, because I thought they would have been saying yes to that same question, because like it would make sense to, right? But I love that about Tribe. They're just fully fixated on, you know, just getting the job done at the World Finals and making good in Brawl Cup.
We're gonna have another look at what went down today. So many O's across the board. The semifinals number 2 and the grand finals finally gave us some more sets to watch ready.
Let's follow our hero's journey. Tribe Gaming, our eventual victors, started in quarterfinal number 4 there at the bottom side of the bracket, where they took a 3-0 over Team Electros, one of the most electric matches of the day, if I do say so myself. Then they squared up against STMN, who took them all the way to double match point and threatened to send Tribe Gaming's reputation further down than it dropped in the qualifiers. But then Tribe Gaming came back. In the grand final, not only did they get a win in the semis, but got a 3-1 versus Elevate just moments ago.
And with the North America standings unshaken, because we had the same 2 teams in the grand finals again, the same winner as previously. Yeah, nothing has really changed here, Kenny.
Yeah, I see Eternal climbing up this board to 184, so now they're at least a little more hopeful. But this final month between Space Station Gaming, STMN, Pioneers, Team Electros, and Eternal, maybe with outside shots. Obviously don't know the math off the top of my head, but nonetheless, Tribe Gaming elevate 2 of those 3 world final spots on lockdown. That 3rd one is what we're going to keep our eyes out on next month.
I'm still kind of reeling from that stamina loss to Tribe Gaming. They could have rewritten the whole script. That definitely has to be my highlight of the day. What's yours, guys?
Oh man, I remember seeing a Lumi hypercharge, like triple kill there. That one definitely going to be the most exciting moment of today for me.
Tell you what wasn't exciting was my predictions for the day, but nonetheless, being wrong just means I'm a little more surprised. So I would say my shock that how wrong I was today, probably up there. We had a lot of really good performances, the patchy MVP stuff throughout there. Tribe Gaming really coming back too. I think a big thing for North America is just seeing that these guys still have it, because I think globally as a narrative, we've been kind of trashed on more recently, and the results obviously not showing, so somewhat deserved, I would say, but it's good to have hope once again that Tribe Gaming are on top.
I think in terms of predictions, though, this year, it's been like that. It's been the hardest year to predict teams in the history of Brawl Esports, and that only speaks volumes to the level of competition. So I don't feel so hard on yourself there, Kenny. I think we're all in the same boat for sure. I feel like for me, I'm with you, Sonny. I feel like that, you know, flipping of the script potential. STMN now, the question is going into next month, are they going to look back on that moment with amount of regret there, because it could have massively changed how next month goes.
I definitely feel like they will want revenge next month. Let's see if they get a chance. That's a wrap on the North America July monthly finals. Tribe Gaming do it again, from the brink of defeat in the semis to champions in the grand final. Tribe now hold 4 out of 5 monthly titles, and they're still the kings of NA. Elevate, they will be hungry for revenge in August. 1 lost monthly final and only a few Worlds and LCQ spots left. The final race is on, so if you thought this was good, you have to be there for the finale. Thanks for joining us today. We'll see you in August for the last monthly final of the season.
Sauvage et libre, je me lance. Sauvage et fier, je danse. Personne ne peut m'arrêter. Sauvage et libre à jamais. Plus de chaînes, plus de limites. Je cours, rien ne m'évite. Sous la lune, je suis en feu. Un éclair roule dans tes yeux. Je mords la nuit et le jour, sans peur et sans détour. Avec ou sans toi, je vole. Tu es sauvage, tu m'affoles. Tous ces rythmes qui battent dans ma tête, dans ta tête, se déchaînent. Ces jours de fête, toujours la fête. Je suis là, ici et maintenant. Rien n'arrête mon élan. Le choix est mien, je le prends, je le prends. Je suis libre à chaque moment, chaque moment. Je mords la nuit et le jour, sans peur et sans détour. Avec ou sans toi, je vole. Tu es sauvage, tu m'affoles. Zibun